That one. Okay, now it's moving. Okay, is it, okay, weird. Okay, stream start. Thank you for tuning in. Today I'm going to be making a shader that renders like infinite tiles, so that like someone was asking on Reddit like how you do this, because if you just use Bevy's built-in stuff, it complained that they're like rectangle that they were trying to render with like just tiled the same shape on. They said it was 32 by 32 was the sprite that they were rendering, and then they wanted to render it on like a 4000 by 4000 quad, I guess, so that it tiled infinitely, and it complained that there was too many instances tiling, and that may lead to performance things. My suggestion was to chunk it up into smaller pieces so it's not doing that, and then I went, I'm going to make a shader that's going to do this anyway. Like, it's just, it'll always render like the whole width of the screen, and it'll render the tiles. So I thought it'd be interesting, because I then thought like it'd be really cool to do like decor, so like tile infinitely grass, and then like using procedural random, like pseudo random numbers, generate like some will have flowers on them. I was thinking if you use Perlin noise or simplex noise, you can end up with like lines running through the path, so like you end up with like game trails, stuff like that. Well, that'd be just an interesting thing to do as like a shader, so it's like you could just like throw it in, it's just a background, like it's not actually like requiring lots of tiles or anything, it just sort of renders it in the background. The only issue I sort of thought of was, you know, run into a bit of the issue of like how do you regenerate the noise without it being really slow, because I think generating the full noise map every frame might be a bit slow, but we'll see how that comes. Terminal, I'm gonna go cargo, yeah, then cargo, add ready. Does that work? I actually have never used that feature. This is I tried new things. Okay, cool. It does work. And there's new version of Bevy. I didn't realize there was a 0.1. I don't know what I added, but yeah. We probably want it to be like a sub crate so that I can like release the actual shader as its own thing. So we're gonna make something like crates. And we like new new terminal cd crates, and we go like cargo new dash dash lib infini tile, something like that. So this is probably also going to need Bevy, but we'll need Bevy without default features, so it'll be like Bevy equals version 0.16 and default features equals false. Okay. Don't care about that. So, I guess the first thing we need is like a plugin. And this can be Infinitile plugin. Okay, cool. Weird how that fucking. I think that's the AI that's breaking that. But I don't know. Yeah, so that'll build that, and that'll build that. And that'll do all the setup stuff. And then here we'll have like a game that actually adds it. So use the prelude star, and then can I get you to use the build default app? Yep, startup. You don't need dot system. It's very confusing that it still thinks that that's a thing that you need. Sure, except it's a camera duty. Thank you, and we also just spawn. It's weird. It's somehow it's thrown itself off, and it's now using like really old Bevy stuff. Add systems, and then in startup. Okay. Okay, so we also want to add our plugin, so we need to add our plugin to the TOML. So it's going to be Infinitile, yeah, slash. Well, it's not. It's slash crates slash Infinitile. We have to add our, I think, workspace members. Sure. except we'll just wildcard that in because any other crates that I want to make it also add there. Okay, and then we need to go here and we need to make sure we include our Infinitile plugin. So Infinitile Infinitile plugin. Okay, interesting that you don't seem to have worked. Why have you not worked? So did I not save that? Is that why you don't work? I'm using Infinitile, yes. Maybe. Cargo run. Nope. So it's saying it can't find Infinitile. Did I call it something incorrect? Maybe I spelled crates wrong. Do that. And go here. Rename that. Oh, that's spelled correctly. Rename you. No, okay. Path is it / crates? Is that what your problem is? Probably that. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So you're doing that. Okay, so we need to somehow make a shader. So do we want to work that out? Be like mod shader. Now the issue I think with this is we're going to end up assets will be loaded from here, but you need it to be your own thing. It's technically your own crate. Stop just touching yourself. Assets like so, and then a new file, and it's going to be there's a lot of grassland. Yeah, I'll just call it. Whoop, the fuck? Okay, infinite tile. Dot w ESL. I want to see if I don't know if ESL is different or not. Like I really don't know what the difference is, but it'll be interesting to try and do ESL instead of GSL. I think WGSL is the normal one, and then WESL is the new one, right? We believe so. GSL ESL comes out as web GPU. I believe so. But it's just like better. Is there an ESL thing? WESL? Did they have an extension? Because the GSL ones did not work. There's an ESL analyzer, which apparently I've got disabled. That's not correct. That's interesting. Oh, so it's ESL support. Okay, so I'm going to enable you, and I'm going to hope that you work this time. I have no idea if it does, because I did all this other weird shit to get it to work with Bevy. So I guess the first trick would be working out how to get this to work. So we need to go into shader, and we need to be like, we need to define our shader somehow. So we need like a obstruct I guess we'll just call it a tile shader. Wait, no, it's a tile material. Okay, and we get now texture is just going to be handled on image. Cool. You need to do that. You need to yeah, need that. Why didn't you work though? I clicked it. Use Bevy prelude. Okay. You need to do something like derive bind group. Like it's spelled bind as bind group. Okay, and then we need to say like uniform 0 sampler 1. Is that how that works? 0. You're saying I can't do that because they're not. Huh? Why can't I do that? I need to do the Bevy examples. Bevy example. Texture attribute. Somewhere, there's like a defining a custom material. There's a material 2D. Ah. Where do we define our material? Animated material? That seems kind of cool. but where are you defining these materials? Oh, nowhere apparently. Material, please. TLTF, textures, transitions, array texture, material, shader for use in 2D material. Yes, but where is the material, please? Okay, so it is as bind group and it says a sampler. Oh, because it's a texture. Texture, like that. Okay, that's what our problem was. Right. So I guess you need to do something like app.add plugins. It's going to be I'm assuming it's going to be a material 2D. Material 2D plugin. I'm assuming a material 2D plugin, and then you specify the material, and the material is the shader file material. Do I have to default this? No. Does that just work? No, it doesn't. So I definitely need to default it. Ugh. You just not have a default? Like, why can I not default you? What? What have I got wrong? No. The one thing I'm supposed to turn. So I can't do that because we need a mesh marker. Right, but how did you do it? Material 2D plugin creator default. So they just called default, like in the Bevy thing, it was default. It's probably because I don't have I haven't implemented the correct type. Like it's missing a type thing, like it needs to import material 2D, and then wait, what? That doesn't seem right. No, it's material 2D. There you go. Yeah, if I could fucking spell. What do we need? We need alpha mode is alpha mode 2D. I guess it's like alpha mode 2D got mask. I'm just copying the example off screen, so it doesn't actually do anything. You don't implement clone. Okay, so you need clone. What else do you need? No, nothing apparently. Oh, it needs asset. So you need asset and then type path. I don't know if that's required to have asset, but we'll do it anyway. Okay, and then we need our fragment shader to be FN fragment shader, and the fragment shader. Annoying. I have to do this properly, which is going to be something along the lines of I don't know how to do this. There's a way you can be like it's const fragment shader, don't include string, no, which is a handle to a shader, and it equals a handle weak. No, is it UUID? There is definitely a way to get a weak handle. I just don't remember what it is. I should open my chat so I can know if people are talking. Handle. How do I do this? It's like handle weak asset ID is strong, is weak, path untyped apply. There's definitely like a UUID. UUID. No, weak. This, but that's been deprecated. What has it been deprecated? Given, okay, yes, but how do I do this? Create new weak handle with the given ID encoded in the UUID. Is it maybe something like UUID? It's like a thing, like maybe Bevy assets UUID. Nope. What is this? There's definitely a way to do this. We'll just open another version of code because I definitely did this in my voxel shader. I hope, because if I didn't, then I didn't commit it. I didn't do it. Projects, voxel shader. Let's just select that, and then we open this and we go to our shader, inside our shader. I think I overwrote it, so it may be an older commit that I need to go back to. No, that's benchmarking. Somewhere. Simple shader. No, that's loading it by a file. I definitely did it because that's why I've got a list of like UUIDs here, like fragment. So I have to open GitHub then, GitHub desktop, and then I have to go like, hey, if I go to voxels, lots of things have been changed. Simple shader, here it is. Weak handle, there it is. Okay, so copy. We need to generate some UUIDs for this project too. So go here. Okay, interesting. So I don't know where I managed to get this from, but that's also when we go new file UUIDs. We should make like .text. .txt. Oh, that's nice. .text. My hands are not working today. So we go here. We go UUID generator. Go, hey, can you generate me like 10 UUIDs? That'd be lovely. Thank you. Thank you. We'll just take the first one. Oop, cut it. Copy. // frag. Okay. Then we go somewhere here. Shader. We go, hey, this is your UID. Thank you. Paste that in. That's your UID. Okay. So can't apparently use this if we need to import asset or camera. Okay, I knew it was going to be the fucking somewhere. Okay, so shader ref, and the shader ref is going to be a fragment shader.into. Okay, then I have to remember how exactly I load the shader, because it's not as straightforward as you would think. Because I need to like include the shader as something. So it's going to be here because we changed it. So it's load internal asset. Like so, copy. We go here, we go, hello, yes, now we're going to need to make like a shader plugin, aren't we? Because I don't want that. Let's just do it here. So we go, hey, load internal asset, however that works. Okay, and then we say, give it the app, give it the fragment shader, which is shader, fragment shader. Yeah, we need to make it pub const, like so. Then we go not voxel, it's now the question is, where the hell are you pulling that from? And then shader from, no, don't try and correct it to GSL. Can I make you not? It says ESL. No, fuck off. Reject. Thank you. Okay, so this is I'm assuming the loader. So we say from WGSL. Interesting. I'm assuming that can still load it. Cannot find file specified. Correct. Okay, so because it's in assets / okay, so what are you trying? So you're saying crate infinitile screw no, so it's dot / okay. There we go. Okay, so infinitile.gsl, and then we call default on you. Why can I not call default on you? Oh no, because that's just pipeline. We need plugin. That would help, wouldn't it? Yeah, plugin, not pipeline. Go away with the pipeline. Thank you. Okay, so that works there, and then that's shader loaded. Okay, so my question with the shader is going to be something along the lines of, we need it to render a certain thing. We need a vertex shader as well, which is going to be fine. So we're going to open vertex shader. No, just call it fragment shader.into, but we're going to rename this just to shader. So and we're going to make this pub only to the crate, because we don't actually want other people being able to access the shader handle. All right, that should work fine. And then when we do this, and when we add the plugin, we want to also app.add underscore. This is going to be called in startup, and it's going to be like spawn screen rect. Right. So the way this is going to work, because I think Bevy has an analogous thing to this. It was like one of the pre-pass shaders or something was works in like it spawns like one singular big triangle that's so big that it like we have like our game open here. It'll spawn in a triangle that is like so big that this is inside the triangle. I need to know better. Thanks. It makes more sense. Like I want to draw it. So we have our game display like this. So that's our game display. And then it draws a triangle that is like so big. That'll work. It's not actually this shape because technically the bottom edge is like this. We need to rotate it a certain number of degrees. Oh, that's the right triangle. That triangle. Like this. And so if you make a triangle big enough, you can be like, this edge is here and that edge is there. And so the whole one triangle can cover the whole screen. But I'm just going to use 2 triangles because to me that makes like way more sense than making one really big triangle that's like mostly off screen. Anyway, spawn that and it's going to go in and then spawn rect and it's going to be commands. We don't need an asset server. We don't need any of this stuff. We might need a material. So it's going to like commands dot spawn. And we'll give it a name because why not? Oop. So we're doing like name and new, and this is going to be infinite file screen, right? And it's going to have a funny mesh on it. Yeah, sure. So we need to like we need access to like the meshes folder. Asset mesh res assets assets brain slow down mesh that something like that. You need a semicolon, so you stop trying to do that, and then we say mesh 2D meshes dot add, and then we need to say something like, I guess the shader can have it more like a FN screen mesh, which will return, oh, that's the wrong arrow, mesh, and then this is hub to the crate. This is why I should probably be putting the shader stuff inside a shader. Anyway, and then we're going to go, hey, you add, and then you call shader screen mesh, like that. And then your material. Tile material. Okay, so I guess that works something along the lines of we need a material asset server shaded tile material, something like that, and then we need to say sure. Apparently we access the asset server. It's interesting. Can't find material scheme mesh. Did I not save this? You don't return, so you just said to do. They can crash. I haven't quite worked this out yet. So you like this, you're a material material 2D mesh material 2D, like so. Wrap that like that. This seems very much incorrect because this is not how you would do it. This should probably be done in our main thing. Yeah, probably. This should be done in our game, not as part of this. Anyway, we'll do this in a game then. So, go game, go here, we go, hey, can you spawn the screen rect, which is happening in the startup as well. Actually no, because it's supposed to be infinite, which means we want it to be part of the shader. I just don't know how you're supposed to give it access to the material. So do that. Let's work out what the fuck is wrong. So define multiple times. So I just accidentally pasted it twice. That's what happened there. So we'll get rid of that. Alright. So you're not working because meshes cannot borrow in it's because you're supposed to be res mute. You're res mute. And then okay. Alright, so that should then spawn it in with a texture.placeholder. It should be tile and then yes, default. Something like that. So if you don't specify a material somehow. I mean that should work reasonably fine. Because that means if we go out of you and then up to here and go here, new folder, and we go like assets. We have to make a grass tile. Let's see if we can like go cheat and copy Minecraft. Minecraft grass. Oh. Gotcha. Images, and we're just gonna select Shift S. I have no idea if this is the right size, but nope, that's the wrong thing. Yes. I want to be in rectangle mode. We want to go, hey, copy me. That's gonna look like shit. Yes, we want this one. Something like this, and then we go over to GIMP and we'll put GIMP in, and we'll get like a 32 by 32. So we go GIMP, and then we go hello. We go new, and we say, hey, give me something that's 32 by 32. Thank you. And then we can paste this in, and we can go scale you down so that you are 32. Okay, and then we need to place you there. And then we go scale. It's very blurry. Label it. Then we go like export as grass. No, default. Spelled right. Default. Nope, that's definitely not spelled right. There's an A in there somewhere. Ah, God, I wish I could spell. You here. Now we go here, we go here, we go. Hey, when you load in, what the hell do you call it this one? I don't even know it's spelled correctly, but that's what we're going to call it. Okay, then we need to go, not in my documents, we need to go YouTube, projects, I forgot what I called this thing, like Infinitile or something. Forest tile, Infinitile is to create inside this. Okay, and then we go assets, and then we go create folder, tile, and then this is called default and expand and export. Okay, cool. That's not what I wanted to minimize. Anyway, go back here. So that should mean like got tiles. Okay. Okay, default. So if you don't specify tile, it'll just use whatever tile is specified as the default tile. Now we have to make that mesh, and the way that mesh is going to work is if we don't give it position information, like so, we can say something like mesh new. The topography is primitive topography. One of these. Wait, no, primitive topography. We want a triangle. I guess triangle strip. Maybe. I think that's how that works. Because that should do. And then so we go let mute mesh equals mesh, and then we return mesh like so. Okay, oh, that's not, no. Okay, so we say no, not positions. We want to mesh dot insert indices indices E16. We need to say like vec. And then the order of the indices is going to be 0, 1, 2. So then I think it uses 2. And then it's like 2, 3, 0. I think that's how you would define this as a strip, and that makes 2 triangles because the triangle's like the first 3 and then it uses that one again, I think. I think that's how you define a triangle strip, but maybe it's that I only need 1, 2, and 3, and then the like it could be that. I don't remember how triangle strips work. This takes 2 arguments apparently. Oh yeah, and we need to specify that it's a asset something. Nope. Apparently it's render asset usage. What the hell is it called? Render asset. Render asset usage. All. We'll just call it all. I don't think we want it to be all like long term, but anyway. So we're just gonna pass in those values. I guess. Yeah, that should work. And then in our shader, we will specify the dumbness of it all. Let's go to YouTube. Okay. Can I make it? I mean, I probably could. Rotate a pixelated duck. I kind of want to. Don't get me distracted. Don't get me sidetracked. This we're just gonna go to code. We'll use this one because we shouldn't need this again. I'm just gonna grab it, and I will do that later. But I got to get this shader working because. But I like the idea. I like the suggestion. Where is it? Jam 6. This should, in its assets, have the duck. Ducky. So we're gonna take the duck. And we'll just put the duck in our assets, and he will remind us later. Duck goes in assets, not tiles. No, how is the duck keep ending up in the tiles? Yes, moves the duck into. Okay, there you go. Okay, we'll make the duck spin later, but because I think that, like, yeah, obviously I don't mean to spin the sprite. I'm thinking like a sampler, so that like when it samples it, it does the horrible looking pixelated rotation. But we need to get the shader working first. So okay, so infinity tile. So we're gonna go like we're gonna have FN. No, how do I don't know how to write well, first of all, WESL. I'm sure it's just file extension. I'm assuming like it's not like yeah, WESL. Okay, so we just want to render something, anything, please. Do you have the shader? Yeah, yep. So something like this. Okay. Well, apparently it doesn't like that. Like, why is it not syntax highlighting anything? If we rename it GSL, it'll work. I think. Yeah, GSL works. So apparently, even though it says it's compatible with ESL, it doesn't actually highlight ESL, which is weird. So button group. So we have our material color and button group. So you go away, and then you become 0, and you become 1, and we go cool. Import shader mesh 2D vertex output. Okay. Well, the annoying thing is I don't know what that is. I'm assuming I just need a color. And then this is some kind of import. The fuck? Okay. So you two can go away. I want vertex output to be like struct vertex. Struct vertex output, and then this is just going to be color, which is then like that. I think that's how that works. And then we go like, hey, can you just like not do this multiply color stuff that you were trying to do here? And then mesh UV is something weird. Mesh. I don't know where mesh colors coming from. Just return the texture sample, please. Oh, that's the vertex output, right? So that, and then okay, so you just return that, and then, so our vertex output needs a UV, which is gonna be a vec2, and then why is that invalid? Because we need a at vertex, which is gonna do this. It's gonna give us a vertex output like so. And then this is gonna say something like that. Out equals can we say like var out? Right, vertex output. Something like this works, and then we can say built-in vertex index. So we're gonna say like if vertex index equals 0, need to output more information, like probably position. Built-in position. Right, we need to do something like location 0. Right, is that how I do that? And then we can say like if you equals 0, we want to say out dot position equals. Well, I have no idea if that's going to work, but let's just go with that and then just return out, please. I don't think that's going to work. We have to rename it TSL so that we actually get work the GSL, so we get working highlighting. Is that how this works? Like, maybe it's not complaining, so we'll find out. I think we're adding the correct thing and should work. Nope, we get an error because something. You're not allowed this. So system cannot find the file specified. Wait, what? What do you mean? I don't get why can I not? Oh, because I renamed it. It's GSL. That's why. I don't know why that extension isn't working. It says it can do. Wait. Oh, and it crashed. Okay, so panicked because attempted to divide by 0. Okay. Mesh allocator. Bevy renderer, mesh allocator. Attempt to divide by 0. Why did you attempt to divide by 0? Weird. Okay. So, am I doing something wrong in here? We load our texture. Can I just like have you like not add the material? Is the material what's causing the crash? Let's find out. My assumption has probably got something to do with the fact that okay, we're probably trying to access position data that doesn't exist, and therefore it's crashing because it's trying to divide by 0. So I think in here we need to go here. We need to like hey and specialize, and then we need to say like maybe. What I'm trying to do is make it not access the position information, because I think that's what's happening here, is that we're trying to access position data that doesn't exist, so it's dividing by 0. Wait, no, it was dividing by 0 when we took this out. What the hell is dividing by 0 then? Okay, let's not spawn the whole thing in. Just don't spawn anything in. Are you still dividing by 0? Okay, so it works without that. And then the question is, if I turn this back on and turn the material off, does it still work? If it doesn't crash, then it... I think I tried this, but I like literally just immediately left my brain whether this didn't crash or not. Okay, so something here is dividing by 0, so we add the mesh, this mesh. So is it... So this is a triangle strip. So vertex data is in a triangle strip. Each set of 3 adjacent vertices form a triangle. So vertices 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 creates 4 triangles. 0, 1, 2, 2, 3, 2, 1, 3. Okay, 2, 3, 4, and 4, 3, 5. Okay. Don't quite understand that, but this should make 2 triangles then, because there's 1 set of 3 and then 2 sets of 3. That makes 2 triangles. Now, what is your problem? Where is dividing by 0? Mesh allocate attempt to divide by 0. So is it because I didn't add anything? Like if I say like mesh dot... insert attribute mesh attribute position, and then we say like vec 3 is like -1 1. No, I don't know if it's gonna work. We'll find out. That liked it even less. Okay, so failed to insert attribute, invalid attribute format, position requires. Right, no, yeah, these need to be vec 3s. Also, they don't need to be vec 3s. They need to be arrays. So you need to be -1 0, comma -1 and then 0 y z, and then we'll see if the AI can do that. Thank you. Okay, so now they're in the correct format. Maybe this will work. So I have no idea if that's actually right. -1 -1. Yeah, it shouldn't really matter. I think the screen goes from 0 to 1. Okay, so it's not crashing now. We are loading the grass. Why are we not viewing the triangle? That's the question. Okay, so we insert this item. Can we like maybe have to move it forward? Why would you not be rendering though? Like you update their position. So what if we just got rid of this? And then we just said like, hey, like just return out. Okay, so we're still not rendering anything. I could just make the shader return white. Can I say like, hey, don't sample this, just return vec4 vec4 1. That should just return white. I want to see if there's actually something on the screen, and maybe it's just the samplers that's broken, because I'm sampling mesh 0 the whole time, like the UV 0, because I'm not actually updating the UV correctly. Okay, so there's nothing on the screen. That's definitely the gist of the problem. So I think the trick with that one is we need to take in something like built-in position. Why is it a vec4? We'll never know. Then we say something like out dot position equals position. And we run this and we go, does this work? Does this not work? I don't know. We'll find out as we render a giant triangle in the screen. Wait, it's not called position, it's called like empty point vertex at vertex is invalid. It was called like clip, wasn't it? I don't know. Let's again let's start resorting to old code that I've already written. It's not you. It probably is actually. I probably have it here. Yep. So it's position, and this is the vertex output. So this is the vertex input. So we have position at location 0. Hello, welcome to the stream. Banished bliss. I'm drinking energy drink. I need to stay awake. Okay. Yeah, the clip position. Okay. So we have built-in position, and position is. I don't quite understand why position is a vec4, but. So we have a built-in position. Okay. Okay. In implemented entry point vertex at vertex is invalid. Why is it invalid? What the hell? Okay, how does this vertex work? Okay, vertex takes in a vertex, and the vertex consists of what exactly? An instance and a position. Okay, so right, because apparently position's not a built-in. Okay. So something like this, and then you take in, oh no, you just paste it in the same place. Good job. Something like this. Right, so position is at location 0, okay. Yeah, and the position is vertical. So then apparently vertex output's an unknown now. Should I replace vertex output? I did, didn't I? Okay. Struct vertex output, which has a position and a UV. Entry point for vertex at vertex is invalid. What do you mean entry point for vertex? I don't understand what you're. Because you're supposed to take in vertex. Something like this. Maybe you can only take in one thing. Yeah, you need vertex position. I should also maybe make you like reload on. Okay, interestingly, the shader is not actually throwing an error, which is one of those things that makes me go, maybe not loading properly. Yeah, I've always struggled with shaders, partly because it's really hard, at least for as far as I've discovered, to get information back off of the shader. Like, I've been yet to see, like, people have these profiling tools, but I haven't found one. Admittedly, I haven't really looked, that like lets you easily read the information on a shader. Like almost always, I'm like, I'm just gonna make it like render a different color to show me like what I'm doing, which is really hard because it's like, how do you know if a value is right? You've just got to like get it to render to different colors. Like, is it this value? Render it blue, and it's like it's pretty horrible. So why are you not working? What are you complaining? Well, I don't actually even understand what your problem is. Expected semicolon found. What do you mean? It is very angry at me, but I don't understand. Like, this is. Can I just like close this and reopen it? Like, what do you mean? Notification handle document did say failed with message resource used object detected led to unsafe item in Rust. Yeah. Like I've seen people like with profiles. They're like, "Oh, this is what the shader's doing." I'm like, how do you do this? Witchcraft. You know, I fucking can't even seem to get this thing to even load. Like, I don't know what it's actually. Okay, let's just like restart code, because maybe it's just got stuck in some kind of state that it's not supposed to be in. But like, it's just going like, "Hey, this is wrong." And I'm like, "But what do you mean it's wrong? Like, it's not even putting an unline in the right spot." Projects. What was it called? Something like forest tile. It's like. Okay. Are you going to complain about exactly the same spot? I'm curious. I need to like also add the hot reloading, which I think is healing. It's like set asset plugin. Hello. No, it's not. It's the feature or something, isn't it? It's just such a weird way for them to do it. I'd much prefer it when you just set a setting. But anyway, that's not you. It's you need to become version equals that, and then features equals file watcher. I think that's how I do that. And then we go here and we go, hey, can you run that? And actually, what are you complaining about? Apparently there's an update. Okay. And then the chat, which I'm not going to fucking restart extension. Maybe it'll work now, because you literally just got an update right then. It's weird. Okay. It's having fun. Okay. So we have our vertex, and we have position 1 and position 1, and the trick is we don't really actually want the position that Bevy's feeding in. because I feel like I don't want to set the position, because if I don't set the position, it means that like Bevy won't cull it and hopefully will try and render it all the time. And since I can then output, it means that like you don't have to be looking at it to see it, and it'll just be there. And so I can just set it 0, 0, and it means I don't have to worry about any logic to make sure that this triangle is always, or these two triangles are always in view, because I don't even move them, because like whenever Bevy tries to render it, it's like, well, it'll just set its position to being in front of the camera. But to do that, I need to make sure Bevy doesn't cull it, which means I can't actually have the position inside the mesh, because the position inside the mesh means Bevy will run its culling on it. It's a thing I discovered when I was doing my voxel shader. It's like if you remove the position in a mesh, then Bevy doesn't know how to determine if a mesh is on screen or not. Okay, so the hard thing is again, I don't even know if the shader is running. Well, obviously not, because I turned the material off. So the shader is, for all we know, it was working earlier, because I commented out the material, it just wasn't working, because I was having a crash earlier. So that's fun. I don't know what the hell is wrong with my Rust Analyze. Like, why is it still green? Hey, look, now it's rendering a big white rectangle. Okay, question. If I remove this, you're going to crash again, aren't you? So what I probably need to do is just, I assume, tell it don't, which I'm assuming is here, somewhere this layout. I reckon we need to set this layout to not contain information at buffer 0. Okay, so doing that causes it to crash, and says handle error, it expects a float. Okay, but if I went, hey, inside my shader, I don't actually expect a position. Please do not feed in a position. Will this cause it to not crash? Because I'm no longer asking for a position. Now I can't output a position anymore, but that should be fine, because we're going to say 0 for all of that. And if it just loads, I'll be happy, because it means that like it's not crashing on a 0 anymore. No, it says still crashes divide by 0. So attempting to divide by 0. Right. So attempting to divide by 0 is because it's trying to access something it's not supposed to be accessing. So probably in here. The annoying thing is I'm going to have to open this back up, and I'm going to have to go into your shader, wherever the hell that is. That's going to be real creative line, isn't it? Cellular automata. No, it's probably in diagnostic shader. So somewhere in here, I believe I specialize and say, hey, set layout, get layout. I just want a layout of nothing. That would be the trick. So we need to say like layout.0.get layout, and then pass in nothing, and then do that. Okay. So hopefully doing this will mean that it doesn't try and pass in anything, and therefore will not try and divide by anything. Because I think what's happening at the moment is it is attempting to access something that it's not supposed to be accessing. Right, and then we don't care about keys. It's at some point something is trying to access something and dividing by 0, and I'm assuming it's because I have 4 indices but 0 attributes. Nope, still dividing by 0. Where? What is dividing by 0? Attempting to divide by 0. What are you doing? Oh, because the layout size is 0. Okay. That's bizarre. Okay. So what we need to do is like include something, but not a position, because if we don't include a position, it should always render on screen. That's the logic I'm running with here. I'm going to stick with it. So we do that, and if we said instead something like maybe UV attribute UV0, and then we can say like, hey, can you be like 0 0 Nope. Sure. Nope, you had it. There we go. Which interestingly, I don't know what I've done wrong here. Oh, we just need a semicolon, didn't we? Just do that. Not a comma here, maybe. I have no idea what you were trying to do. I need to do that maybe. No. Here's where I reckon it needs to go. Okay. Does that work? Probably not. No, it's very confused. Yes, please fix what the oh, I did something. That opened the whole like tab. No, Okay. Please stop. Please stop. Whatever you're fucking doing. Okay. End the vector like so, comma. Do that. Do that. Okay. Insert attribute. Okay. And then you need to be an array like that. There you go. Okay, let's see if that crashes now. It shouldn't, because it now has data. For some reason, it doesn't like having no data. Someone's still in the chat. Yeah, so the fact it hasn't crashed now. So what it was doing is it was trying to work out how much space it needed to allocate for the buffer, and because the amount of space that a mesh takes up was 0, it was trying to divide the available space it had by 0 to work out how many it could fit. And the answer was infinity, because they didn't need any data. Anyway, so now we're not rendering anything, but that's because we've removed position, which is good, because that means we can probably go back to this monstrosity, which is probably incorrect. But if vertex.instance ID equals 0, then out dot position equals I want to say like vec4. I have no idea what the value is, so let's go like 0.5 dot 0.5 0 on the z and 1 on the w. I don't know what the w is going to be. What the hell is the w axis in terms of a position? Else if cool. Okay, I'm just going to just assume that I did that correctly. I'm going to see what that spits out. Also, I enable the hot reloading, I hope. Which means we can mess around in the shader and tweak things. So the idea is, because I've got 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, it should be either in the middle of the screen, which apparently it's not. Okay. So why are you not built-in position? What? Is that because I've somehow put you outside of the screen? Is it because you're, like, if I make these like 1, does this put this in the screen? Is it visible now? No. Okay. What about -1? -1? No. What about? Okay, I'm assuming this is depth. So we set this like 0, 0, 0. Like, what the hell is this position? No. Okay. So we were only passing in a position of 0, 0, 0. What the hell? Okay, let's go with back to this shader and go, what the hell is the position IVEC4? So world position, which is a vec4, and a position, which is a vec4. But what the hell does the fourth value mean? Vertex dot position, this is the vertex shader. We extract out the x, y, z, and then we pass in this mesh position local to world, which takes in our world from local and our position. Okay, so we definitely want y to be 1, because that's what we do. We pass in position and a y of 1, a w of 1. So I don't know what that value actually means. Maybe it's depth. Anyway, so we pass in position, and this does some kind of weird math to it to get it on the screen. I don't get it, because like I would assume at 0.5, and we said like 0.1, 0.3, yeah, you can be at like 0.2, 4, and go, does that render anything on the screen? I don't know. Well, the other issue is I have no way of knowing if this is updating, because I don't think it was printing down here that I was updating, which means it may not be not, because it's using a built-in file. Good point. They may be going the wrong way. I think the bigger issue is they're not rendering anything at all. I'm going 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So to make them clockwise. Okay, so first off, adding something here and saving it isn't saying it re-rendered it, which means we need to stop using the built-in. I tried to be sneaky and have it like preload, but doing that's causing issues. We need to somehow load the shader. I guess as we just do this and we just say instead of doing that as the shader path, just like that, but it needs to be like dot slash, I guess it'd be dot slash crates slash in finitar slash, okay, so that should now, it'll be broken if anyone else tries to use the crate, but for now, well, you didn't like that. I need to comment that out. I did comment that out. Why are you complaining then? Okay. Hey, okay, asset path. Okay. Didn't it go to the right spot though? So starting in assets, I assume is where you start. So you go out, switches into here, which then you go into crates, infinitar, assets, and then okay. So if I change something in here, do you redraw it? No. Okay. So move it fucking here. This is what I don't like, because it's really hard to develop crates that, because you've got all this weird shit to make sure that you can test to make sure it actually fucking loads. So it wasn't allowed to do that because I was trying to access like a different crate maybe. Usually I don't know what file location it was starting in. Because I'm assuming if I just do this, it's just going to load the game's assets. Well, it didn't complain. And then if I do something like slash and save, okay, yeah, so it reloaded it. Okay. So we have to make them go like clockwise. So how do I wind them clockwise? So if I said that you were at 1, 1, I'm assuming 0 worked because I'm pretty sure I set 0 when I was loading them. So let's put them all at 0 because I know that 0 should be visible. Okay. So 1, 1, and so they go to clockwise. So to go clockwise, we need to go forward, which means that you, so we want to say like, point 4, and 0.1. So that should be the same Y. Oh, that's counterclockwise. We want to go up. So that's clock. Yeah. So up, and then that would mean that you want to be like 0.4, and then you want to be. So I did annoying triangle strips. Okay, no, we want to go from there to there to there. No, I want to go from there. So we want to go start at 0.4. I'm trying to draw this out in my head. So start at 0.4, and then we go across 0.4, and then we go down to 0.1, 0.1. Right, so and then that uses the last 2, which means that the final position would be 0.1, no, 0.4, 0.1. Okay. That should have them winding clockwise. I still don't see them. Okay. So let's go back to adding position so that they actually render it all. The other issue is it could just be culling them because they don't have positions, and then it's just not working, which would be really annoying. But so we need to do like mesh dot insert attribute mesh attribute position, and then we need to go something like okay, let's see what the hell that looks like. Okay, well, that didn't render anything. So that's useful. Now, why did it not render anything? I definitely had to render something before. Is it because I'm passing in this? Possibly. Unlikely, but possibly. So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 110. Just, again, not rendering anything. Is it because this should just be returning 1 as soon as we get any. Oh wait, I should probably stop overriding their position and say something like position equals vertex dot position. Something like this. First off, pull in their position, then paste their position. Okay, so that crashed the game, which is fine. And okay, apparently not fine. Why? Because you're expecting float 30. Because I must no. Right, because I'm expecting float 4s but only passing in float 3s. Okay, so if we just say you expect a float 3 then? Wait, what? Why are you now invalid? Vec for position no, go away. Go. I said go away. Cool. Let's try that. Okay, no, it still doesn't like that because it's saying I'm passing in mismatch error shape. Okay, so location 1 invalid provides why the previous stage's output input is. What do you mean? So I feel like it's something to do with how I'm sticking things into the pipeline. So he's saying you get this and you get the position as a 4 and it's saying that location 0 right, so we need to go back to our specialization where we're just like not passing any information. Here we go. Hey, the specialization is mesh vertex, attribute position. Yep, attribute position dot at shader location 0. Okay, we do that. Now we will pull in the shader location information. Okay. Hey, we're rendering. Okay, so it needs to be negative 0.5, negative 0.5. So that's what it's telling us about our shader information. So we need to set you to like negative 0.5, negative 0.5, and then you would be 0. Okay, so then you're 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. Okay, so if we redo that, that should fill the entire screen. No. What the? Why is that 1 dramatically differently placed? We gotta go. So I guess it must be go from negative 1 to 1. So you're still negative 0.5, negative 0.5. Hence you would need to be right. That's why that one's all the way over here, is because it's negative, negative, and then this one's positive, negative. So where it's 0, it needs to be like a negative 0.5. Right. Anyway, so we've concluded it goes from negative 1 to 1 across the screen, because as you can see, they're halfway. All right. So now we need to try and get this to be recreated without actually implementing data. Like we just want to say like, hey, if let's do. Can we put this onto a new line? Comment it back out, and then we can go, hey, if the vertex position is equal to 1, then I want you to output this as its position. Does that move it? It did not in any way move it. Oh, because I need to do this first. Do that. Okay, so that broke the whole thing because this needs to be a 1. It still broke the whole thing. But if I said that was negative 0.5, it's backwards now, isn't it? Negative 0. Right, that should be visible again. No, still invisible. I tried to set the position based on it, but it wasn't. Really interesting. Okay, I have no idea because I'm just taking in the. Wait, no, it's not instance ID. We want the not the instance ID. We want the that's what's always going to be 0. We want the vertex ID index, right? We'll call it instance ID. I'm trying to set it per vertex, not from it. That's probably what the actual problem is. There we go. Is yeah, I was using instance when I was actually meaning to do vertex. Huh. Interesting. Use UVs. That's okay. That's confusing. Anyway, hey, look, a rectangle, and then now we can say, hey, you actually go from -1 to -1 1 -1 1 1 1. So now it should fill the whole screen. Hey, okay. And then if we go and remove because at the moment we've got this position, so what I want to do is actually we'll just add a quick move camera. It's like so it's like FM and so my thought is with this, because of the way we set location, moving the camera but if we move the camera far enough out of the screen, then what'll end up happening is that the player won't be able to see that rectangle, and it should be cold. So single. Let me go if let me delta equals vec. Sure, we'll call it a vec3 0. Then we say if pressed left. I don't know why the AI is getting really fucking confused. Else if input or pressed right +1 up y. Except I think it's not y, I think it's z. It would be y. And then transform with delta. We probably need delta time in there somehow. What the hell? I missed a fucking quick. Okay, I already need delta time. So time. Okay, that's interesting. They have done a patch, like in terms of like 16.1, but I don't know if that'll actually have been addressed anything. Okay, well, let's just make it a, fucking key a, PD. I'm glad you made the mistake of saying instance ID because it made me rethink what I was doing, and I went instance ID. Wait, I don't want the instance ID. I want so it fixed my issue, even if it's not actually what you meant. Yeah, times 100. So not delta seconds anymore. It's delta secs, which is the most annoying like name change shit, break shit for no real reason. Anyway, that's just a me problem. Dot add systems to update. So my suspicion is that when we pan the camera far enough away, it'll disappear because we have told Bevy the actual position of our mesh, and it from there can do frosting color. And so I reckon if we remove the positions altogether, it can't frosting color anymore. Okay, so it's visible, and then if I just like press down, okay, maybe the answer is it doesn't care. Oh no, there we go. And okay, so now I've lost it. I can't find it again. All right, so now let's try that again, but this time maybe it's because I wasn't clicked on the screen. I don't know. The issue is I have no idea how quickly I'm moving. I should probably spawn like a reference square or something. Okay, so I just hold S. Eventually, yep, it disappeared. Then I go up and it comes back. So whenever it's in the view, it's visible because we've told Bevy what size it is. But I suspect we should maybe make our movement speed faster. We should almost certainly spawn in some kind of FN spawn S square circle square. We just need new command think we should just be able to do something like command spawn names test square transform 0 0. It's a sprite, it's white, it's sum, it's 100 by 100. Okay, so if I do that, that should mean that when we spawn in our test square like so. Okay, we should probably make it a different color too, make it black, so that it's not obscured by my horrendous shader. Which makes me think maybe I should make these positions not 1. I'm assuming that this is depth. Like, it's the only thing I can think is that it's depth. Some kind of like overriding depth. Anyway, as you can see, we can now see the square. And as we go down, and then obviously like the square's going to go off the screen. And okay, there's that thing. So what's going to be interesting is because we can now see that square. So if half that square goes off the screen, frustum color kills our other square. So if we then come down here and we say, hey, if I like remove the positions, which ironically means we need to now add attributes back because if we don't add the attributes back, it crashes. But we want them to non-exist because that's how we do it. Okay, so then we don't pass in that information and we say, hey, don't take in the position. Okay, and then you just don't use the position because we set the position. There's only 4 vertexes and we have it. We should probably make you just an else because we kind of don't want you not rendering if it doesn't work. Okay. So there you go. Okay, so the whole white's there. But now if this gets more than half the screen up and it doesn't disappear, it's because the frustum culling didn't kick in. That's exactly what we want. So no matter where this particular entity is in the world, it's always considered to be visible because we've not told Bevy its size, so it can't frustum cull it for us. Which is a fun thing of like, I discovered this by accident, but it's really useful for what I have planned. All right, so now, no matter where in the world, there's always just this thing. Now, the bigger issue is we need to somehow pass in a position, but not just a position. We need to pass in the UV, and the UV needs to be calculated from the camera's position, which I'm going to have to go to my old code to work out how the hell we pull in the camera's position, because it's not that straightforward. Okay, apparently it is. So we need the vertex instance index, which then get world from local. That doesn't seem right. We want just the camera somehow position from clip. We just need the camera's position. Mesh to local. So I'm assuming this annoyingly it all doesn't work. So somehow I have to be able to get the camera position to world clip, which I reckon if we track this down, whatever this mesh function is, which is this horrible thing of I'm gonna have to go into Bevy's code, I'm gonna have to track down this horrible mesh. And then we need to go like Bevy. We're gonna track down the learn, and then we go I guess we got like official examples. No, yeah, that's cool. Then we need to go code, and we have to make sure we're on 0.16 because apparently they're changing all the rendering in the next version, because every time I accidentally end up in not in the release build, like I can't make heads or tails or anything because it's so different. Okay, and then we have to go to crates. I actually have no idea where this is coming from. This is where am I pulling that in from? Mesh functions. Where's mesh functions coming from? Import Bevy PBR. Okay, so it's probably not PBR that we want to be pulling in, but anyway, it's probably inside the PBR, so we just need to track down where that's actually pulling the camera from. Because I'm pretty sure there's just an array of all the cameras or something like that. Maybe it's a built-in. I would have guessed it's a built-in that you just need to know how to get to the camera. But anyway, we need to go to Bevy. Gotta love these scenes where like I should just do this on main camera so you guys can see what I'm doing. Bevy PBR, and then we go like and then somewhere in here this one called like, these aren't shaders, so it's not going to be any of these. Render, and we wanted something mesh functions, something like that. Nope. Yeah. PBR, and it's called mesh functions. So somewhere in here is going to be one called mesh functions, and then we have mesh functions. When I say like get local from world, what the hell do you do? Inverse, so you transpose this, unpack meshes. Okay. You've done something, but that's probably not right. Mesh position local to world. Okay, but how do you get access to the camera? When do you get access to the camera? You unpack all this stuff. Mesh to locals. Mesh transparent local to world to local, but how normalize? How do I get access to the camera? But where's the camera? Mesh. Position world to clip. View translation transforms. Okay, so where the hell is that coming from? BBR view transforms. Okay, so it's gonna be like a view transforms. And then you pull in view bindings. Okay, mesh view bindings. Pre-pass bindings. Okay. PBR view transforms. Okay, so this divides it. Okay. Position view to world. View binding. View dot world from view to, okay. Position clip to world. So it's this view binding view. Okay, but where are we getting view binding view from? Where are you pulling in? Okay, so it's PBR mesh view bindings. That's Rust, not WGSL. Mesh view binding WGSL. Okay, so somewhere in here we have our view. Okay. So we need to grab group 1 binding 0 as our view, and view comes from Bevy render view types view. Okay, so we need to go. You're not the right. Great. Okay, so we need to bring in our view, which then we need to get our definition of our view, which comes from Bevy renderer view. Okay, Bevy renderer. Where is it? Bevy Bevy renderer view WGSL, and there's a struct called view. Okay, it's got a lot of information which we have access to now, so we can say, hey, please define view like so. Oh no, please don't put me in dependency hell where I have to keep, oh god damn, where's the color gradient coming from? It's just another random struct. Okay, I don't care. Okay, so okay, typical column. So somehow I can use this to clip from view from clip from view. World position. Do you think it's just world position? It might just be world position. When I pass this out, like, can I just say like be all like out dot uv just equals vec to what was it called, the view dot world position dot x view to world position dot y, and then when we turn out, then when we come down here, we're gonna say hey, so you're white, and then your mesh dot uv dot x and then mesh dot uv dot y and then 1. Okay, so what that should look like is that the mesh should have, okay, so the issue with this is apparently the world position is just the same. Wait, but as the camera moves, is it getting redder? No. Oh, it's getting yellow. It's now, that's almost certainly because the camera's value, like, can we just like divide by 1,000? Maybe divide by 1,000. The idea being like, I want to, hopefully, I probably also need to take the absolute, because my suspicion is that the view is probably very close. Okay, so it's getting more yellow as I move over to the side, which is correct. And then you're getting more orange, which means that the value is the red, and then if we go up, okay. Okay, so it's doing what I think it should be doing, which is good. Oh, that's why it's always red, is because it's, okay, no, don't set that value at all, and we want you to be like maybe 500 plus that. And then, again, like 500 plus. Okay. So if I just did that, and then we should be like, hey, it's teal. And then as we head this way, it gets more blue. And then we head this way, and it should get closer to white, I guess. No, because there's no red. There's never going to be any red. If you go up, 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 up. Okay. So basically what I'm doing is I'm just getting the position of the camera. And so the idea of this is how we're going to make sure that the tile is actually tile-like. Okay, so we probably don't want to be passing in... we could. No. What we need to do... So each of these needs to... Okay. Question, does the viewport have the frame size? Frostum. 6 world space, half space. No, just don't. No. Okay, color, grading, MIP bias, frame count. That would have been really useful to know that this existed when I was doing something the other day. I was trying to do something that needed time, and it's like, well, frame count's the best way of doing that. So frostum viewport, okay. X origin, Y origin, width and height. That's actually probably what we need to know. It's okay. We get the width and we get the height. Okay. So what we need is to say that your UV is equal to world position X divided by view dot viewport dot Z, and then Y divided by viewport dot view dot, I'm assuming ZW, XYZW, which is very backwards, but we'll leave it alone. Why are you saying this is wrong? It's just saying you should know a comma, maybe, I don't know. So that's not working. Okay. You know why it's not working? They're all getting the same value. Yes, okay. So instead, we need to say, hey, you just get the viewport position. You just get the position of the minus. Okay, so you need to be like, let half position width equals viewport, no, dot Z divided by 2. Okay, and then we're going to let half height equal W. I'm assuming it says viewport. Where was it? Something about viewport. Viewport. Okay, width is Z and height is W. Width is Z, height is W. Okay, so divided by 2. So you get to say, you're the bottom left, so you get to minus half height. Oh, half width, and then your minus half height. Hello, Bitch Marv. I really should just stop trying to pronounce people's names because I just feel like I'm gonna get them really wrong. Okay. So we do this and we say, okay, so you're plus minus, and then your minus plus, and then your plus plus. Like this. Okay, so that should mean that they should like gradient. Ew. But then as we move around, like the gradient stays. See, gradient stays. Okay, so that means that every pixel should be getting like given a like a. So the idea of the 2D shaders, someone was asking about like making like a single like 32 by 32 tile infinitely across their entire map. And Bevy yells at you when you do this because this is like there's a lot of instances of the same sprite being rendered. So it's basically saying like don't like that could harm performance. So I was just going to make a shader. So what we've worked on so far is we have a shader that no matter where you are in the world. So that technically we spawn in a single entity that's right in the middle of this black square. This black square is just for debugging, so I know where the center of the world is. But there's a zero size mesh there that will then fill the entire screen. Because when the mesh comes in, we basically go, hey, the first index in the mesh is -1, -1 in the view space, which is like this corner. And then the next one's here, and the next one's here, and the next one's here. Like no matter where you are in the world, it'll fill the whole screen. And now I'm working on like mapping it so that we know from where you are in the world. So here's the corner. I can then tile the mesh, like the tile accordingly. And then I'm going to add things like decals and stuff. So like we're going to tile grass on infinite tiling. And then there's going to be like a certain % chance that like there might be a flower, there might be a little bush, like that kind of thing. And then I was going to use like Perl and noise to generate like edges basically. So like the idea is that the Perl and noise will make like your normal Perl and noise map. Let's like Google actually have like a picture of Perl and noise, so it makes a little more sense. Perl and noise. Google images. So Perl and noise has these like weird like bulges to it, and what I want to do is have like some kind of edge detection algorithm to it. That means that like where these bulges go from white to black like more quickly, I want to do like paths and stuff like that, so that you end up with like nice connected paths that look like paths. I don't know how I'm going to actually do that. Similar to this, like so basically where there's a very specific gradient value, you'll get a path, and that should mean that the path actually looks like it goes somewhere rather than just being random pieces of path. It's like, well, it knows, like it gets like a consistent path, and hence the need to do things like keep track of position. But anyway, we still got to get this grass rendering. So we need to discretize this somehow. So what are we doing? We're just passing in the value. Yeah. Okay. So I want to discretize it. So that, like, the idea is that you would go. We need the view position X, Y. We need to somehow like clamp it. How do I do that though? I guess one thing you need to do is specify like how wide the display is. So if I instead, let's say like let X equal I would say it's something quick to do if you know what you're doing. The issue is that like I don't know shaders, so I've been streaming for an hour and a half, and I've basically managed to get a rectangle rendering on screen. Like the sheer difficulty that was working out how to get the rectangle on the screen, because I haven't done 2D shaders, so it's a lot of like copying other stuff, and like I had to track down where this view was so that I could then access things like the position of the camera, because I don't know how to do it. In reality, it shouldn't take that long, because all I'm really doing is just rendering a mesh on the screen. So what I'm going to try and do now, like this is the idea. So if I already knew how to do it, it wouldn't take very long. But the idea is I want it to like render blocks of color rather than this continuous gradient. So I need to like break the world up into discrete chunks that repeat. So it's the idea of like, if I knew how to do shaders, it wouldn't take long. But because I don't know how to do shaders, it's going to take a long time. So what we're going to do is we're going to take like mesh.uv dot X, and we're gonna like modulo with modulo view dot viewport dot Z divided by viewport dot Z. Okay, so it gives a value between 0 and 1, and then the same with the Y, the W, and then we can pass in X and Y. Okay, we still have gradients, and that's not what I wanted to do. No, we wanted to sample the texture with that. So we want to return the texture sampled with a vector X, Y. There we go. Why did I close the game? I don't need to close the game to read. Okay. So something went terribly wrong. I think it's because these numbers have become negative. So as you can see up here, we're getting this horrible, horrible green texture. And I think that's because it's a whole viewport with... Okay, so obviously we don't want to be dividing by viewport, maybe. I don't know, maybe we modulate by 32 and then divide by viewport? No. What if we just modulate? What if we just modulate by 32 and then divide by 32? Like, we just want to stick everything into the grass texture. The grass texture also looks like shit. You should probably like use a nicer grass texture. Okay, yeah, there's the grass texture infinitely tessellating. And then again, like, it's a shader. The issue is we're getting negative numbers, and that's what's breaking this, is negative values. So we need to take, like, is that how that works? No, it's the other way. It's, like, abs of this value. I actually don't think we can take the absolute. We have to, like, do something else. Like, if it's negative... Because what's going to happen is that means that the grass is going to reverse. See how, like, you get this weird, like, you can tell it's tessellating and then you can see the boundary. It's because it's reversing. So we don't want to take the absolute. Instead, what you do is you say, if it's negative, add 1 if it's positive. So we go, like, var, which is annoying because I'd rather not be vars, but anyway. So we say if x is less than 0, x plus 1, and you do the same thing for y. You do that, yeah. I gotta stop closing the game. Okay, yeah, fixes it, because basically the idea is at the negative boundary, you're now inverting them, so you end up with 2 that touch and mirror rather than repeat, which, you know. Anyway, so there's infinite grass, which, as I said, like, it doesn't take long because I kind of knew what I was doing. To do the next section, I really have no idea what I want to do. I also just need that grass to, like, not look like shit. So, can we, for the love of God, fix this grass? This is going to take ages. So we need to do something like, hello, please select this color. Give me a paintbrush that has a size of 2, please. Probably, how would I do it branchlessly? I mean, there's definitely a way to do it branchlessly simply because of the fact that, you can do that kind of math branchlessly. In theory, it should be branchless in that the compiler for the shader should be able to make it branchless, but again, the compiles so quickly compared to something like Rust makes me think it's not optimizing that. How to make branchless less a branchless no, how to make function branch. Maybe we should ask the AI. So x plus apparently what you do is you bit shift and twiddle it around, which is hilarious. So it's basically so what you do by looking at it's a bit confusing because this is a float, it may not work, but what they're saying is you basically XOR it with with the max value minus the max value, or like its value shifted 31 places. So like, because we only need it to be a float here, what we can do is we can say make it an int. So u32. Like so, and then we modular it with 32. So we'll just do that, and then we say var y. So do the same thing. So that gives us our position as a u32, and then what we need to do is it says we if it is negative, if it's not negative. Wait, what? The fuck? Okay, so it's this gives us x. Okay, so we say let. We have to make it. Oh no, it needs to be var because we need to overwrite var. Okay, so then x equals, and then it's x plus x shifted 31 XORed with x shifted 31, and then we do the same thing for y. Apparently that's how you do that. Then we have to turn it back into floats. So so then we say x equals, well, we can probably just go like something like f32 divided by 32, and then you do the same thing here. Ooh, okay, it doesn't like that. Well, that shouldn't be too hard. We can just go here and we're going to say f32 x divided by 32, and then f32 y divided by 32. See, I only have to convert it back to floats. Well, apparently that doesn't work. The AI review lied to me, but it makes sense to me in my head why that would work. But I think I've got probably just got the wrong numbers. It's basically just saying like what ends up happening. Return. Okay, so int mask is n shifted. If n is less than or equal to 0, result is n. If n is less than 0, result is the not of n minus 1 or n plus 1. Okay, so what it's saying is that we need to do this, and we need to say let mask equal x shifted 31. It makes so much sense in my head why this would not 32, 31. Okay, then it's saying that we need to return either x equals x plus mask shifted mask, which should be exactly the same thing. Right, and then we do the same thing again of we should probably rename you to like anyway, no, fuck, go away. Can I not F2 in here? Is that what the problem is? Okay. X mask. X mask. And X mask. And then do the same thing with Y, and we say like Y equals, so first off, come down here and here and say let Y mask is Y, and then Y equals Y mask Y, and then X and Y. And then it'd be like, did that work as an absolute? No, it's still not absoluting it. Apparently this is supposed to make it branchless, but it doesn't even seem to be working. So the answer to that one is not. Maybe we could ask the AI directly, because it tends to be smarter that way. So we go here. We go, how would you make a branchless oh wait, is the problem that we're no problem, I was gonna say the problem could be that we're because we actually I don't think we what I don't think I can remove the XOR part, because what the XOR is doing is it's going like, if it's negative you're XORing it with itself, and if it's not negative you're XORing it with 0, and so it doesn't change. So the XOR, like, I don't think you can do that, but that might, I don't know, maybe. I think the XOR is important, but no, it's not doing anything. The issue again with shaders, I can't get it to print out the values, so I actually have no idea what it's doing. So size of int times 8 minus 1. That's what it's trying to say. So n shifted by size of int. Oh, that must be in bytes. Minus 1. And then it's saying, like, what we're doing is we're going, if the mask, if n is positive, mask is 0. n to the power of 0 minus 0 equals n. N. Wait, what? Huh? You've got it differently, which means the AI that I was looking at, did it self open? Yeah. This one is saying it's plus XOR with this, but then this AI is saying it's XORed then minus, which what you're saying is if it's negative, mask is -1, because what we're doing is we're bit shifting. We're basically taking the sign. That would help, wouldn't it? So if we actually made it fucking signed. Yep. Okay. It doesn't work because it wasn't signed. It did click to me that that's what we're doing. No, it's like, yeah. What was happening is we were casting it to unsigned. And what this is doing is it's literally just extracting the sign bit, hence shifting it 31 means we only take the last bit, which is the negative, the 2's complement bit. And then we basically add the, okay, maybe the XOR is, yeah, XOR is missing. It works, but yeah, you're right. Yeah. But what we're doing is we're extracting the 2's complement, and then we're adding the 2's complement back in. I guess because we're modulating by 32, and on that one, I actually don't know why it's working. XOR X mask. To be honest, maybe I've moved. Oh wait, no. Okay, so we're just gonna chalk that one up to witchcraft because apparently XORing with the mask doesn't do shit. But like also just adding the mask seems to fix it. So the answer is I don't know what's going on, because what's happening here is if we're just saying X plus the sign bit of X. So if X is negative, we add 1. Because that's all that shifting X31 over does. It just extracts the sign bit. Wait, maybe we don't even need to do this at all. Maybe the answer is we just needed to make it fucking signed. Huh. Apparently that was the answer. We just made it signed. Yeah, but the issue is that it could be negative 31. Before, when I was adding 1, I was dividing by 32 first. What's fixed it is that this is where the shader differs from Rust. In Rust, if you we'll make a little test to show this. This is personally, I think this is a bug in Rust. It's a logical error in that math doesn't work this way. Like if you ask a calculator, it gives a different answer to Rust. But apparently, in programming, we've decided that modulo something is not actually going to do what the math says it should do. So we write a little test here. Let's like test. And modulo. Okay, right. Mod of neg. Right. So if we say let x equal 1, right? Assert equal, it should be 31 because it's -1, but it's not. It's -31. So what I was expecting to happen, and the shader is obviously doing it the way you expect. It's moduloing a negative number and getting a positive number. Hence it works once we gave it a signed bit. The issue was I was converting them to unsigned. It doesn't like this for some reason. Wait, what? What? Okay, I don't know why it didn't like it. It won't even compile the test case. But yeah, basically this doesn't equal oh, actually, because it's a constant, can I just like look what the? Can I just actually look at what a value is like const x x, which is an I32 equals -1 modulo 32. Can I just like look at what the value of x is? Yeah, -1. Which is incorrect. It's not -1. It should be 31. and hence I was expecting it not to work because of that, but that's actually not what was going on. The shader is actually treating it correctly, which is just fucking weird. Anyway, so anyway, there's our infinite planar grass, which we should probably make our movement a little bit faster. Wait, we're gonna fix the grass because it looks like shit. That's what I was doing. Excuse me. I don't know. This is impossible in GIMP. Can we have like square paintbrush, please? It's like 2 pixels. No, so you can only have 1 or not 1. Anyway, we're just gonna spend way longer than we need to. Actually, what I can do is I can go like image, and we can be like, please, canvas size. Can we go like down like 16? They are linked, please. 16. Oh god, I hate when this set. Okay, anyway, make them both 16. Resize, transparency, center. I would like you to resize image size. Sure. Resize this, and then we want to go like select, and then we want to go like image, and then we want to scale it back up. Canvas size, 32. And 32. Okay. Resize. Okay, that didn't work at all. We'll just scale you back up. Oh, one. Make you 64. That should work. Okay. Then we just need to. Nope. I want you to be 64. And then we can scale. Well, it kind of worked. Still looks like shit. Okay. I'm pretty sure if I just go like this calculator, I'm pretty sure this calculator is like -1. First off, this calculator is really hard to get -1 apparently because you have to subtract 1 from 0. You can't just start with -1 modulo 31. 30. So like it's 1 less. So that's the scientific calculator here, and then if we go to like a programming calculator and we say like -1 modulo 31, -1. So apparently in programming you get a different answer than in math, so it's fucking stupid. It does my editing because I was trying to work it out once. I was like, why am I getting the wrong answer? And it's like, that's why, because it's like math is different to programming apparently. My assumption is because modulo is done on hardware, which means that moduloing something, like twiddling the sign bit when you modulo something, means doing something specific. So in math, we go, okay, it's a positive number now because you modulate it, whereas in the computer it's like, no, this number modulo this number is still this number, like it doesn't touch the sign bit. Anyway, how do I make this grass not look like shit? That's the interesting question, isn't it? Just find the Minecraft grass. Just steal the Minecraft grass. One of these is not like the others. Well, it's not going to be here. We're going to go like open folder, a voxel shader, and then in here, you know, like terrain. We're going, one of these is the grass. One of these is the grass. One of these is the grass. Okay. Okay. Maybe we should just open that in GIMP. That seems like a good idea. We have a really high resolution piece of grass. I'm going here, we're gonna go here, we're gonna go file, we're gonna go open, we're gonna go YouTube, projects, voxel shader, voxels, voxel shader, assets, no share, drain, open. Convert. Okay, now we should better come down here and just steal this grass. Somehow one of these make it a rectangle. And we're going to Control C. So somehow I think I can extract the actual size of the grass. So we get new. Can we like new from clipboard? New. Create from clipboard. Okay. We have this. Then we're going to file. And we're going to export as default. Export. Okay. Export. Okay, let's start some grass. Yeah, Spax is great. It's is it still called Spax? I feel like it's, because I remember, like, I know exactly what you mean. Say Spax. It's called like DB Craft or something now. Maybe that's what it was always called. But, DB Craft. I think that's what the texture pack is. Yeah, DB Craft is the name of the. It's I like the thing that like they say somewhere that like you can actually use their textures if you make like a game that's free. You just can't share the textures. How do I even get to the texture pack? I forgot. Videos downloads. It does look good. Let's go vanilla Minecraft Bedrock. Oof. We don't want Bedrock. We want the Java. Lovely. I'm pretty sure somewhere, like if we go click download. Okay. Download. Download with ad. Sure. I think I've got ad blocker anyway. It says something about something as employees and official link available on this page. Somewhere. Okay, so so you can use it in videos, but only if you credit the video, which we're not gonna have to do that now. Okay. We'll just do that quickly while I remember and edit. Let's put that at the bottom and say textures from. Save that into the stream description. There's something about in here somewhere. I'll find it. I don't actually know if that's the right one. Monetize online videos using only if the pack, you do not share the pack publicly and add due credit to the video description. Alter, remix, and use it in non-commercial software only if you do credit it in a visible place. So that's actually kind of cool that you can make like a Minecraft clone and use this texture pack as long as you say, hey, this is where I got the texture pack from. The confusing thing is they say you're not allowed to publicly share the texture pack, but it's like, how are you supposed to distribute your game if you can't include the textures in the game? So that's a little bit of a, yeah, I don't quite get that one. I'm assuming it's like you have to pack the game so that the textures aren't accessible, but it's like if I compile it in Bevy, the assets folder is like available, so I still have to be able to share the textures. So I'd have to work out some kind of way of baking it in so that I'm not technically sharing the texture pack. We'll make it like pre-fetch it and download it on its own. Anyway, what were we doing? We were making grass. So we have the high texture grass now. So we need to multiply that with green because otherwise it's going to look really, really bad. So can we go here and go run and go, hey, what do you look like now? You should. This is going to fill a lot of screen because it's 512 by 512. It's like a really high goddamn resolution piece of grass. Actually, no, it's probably not. I probably didn't download that one. Yeah, accept terms of use. Let's download this one and use this one. I have to wait 10 seconds. Okay. Put this over here. Okay. I don't. God, look at the grass. Now the grass is probably chopped up because we're only modulo by 32, so we have to actually make sure we deal with that inside the shader. So the issue with the shader at the moment is we're just hard coding our 32 somewhere here. the hard coding at 32. Whereas what we can do is with the texture, we can actually sample the resolution. So we like let X let cell width equal and then it's like texture dimensions base color texture. So cell, I guess it's like size. I have no idea what this returns, which is that annoying thing of like the tool doesn't really work, like the autocomplete and everything, because it doesn't show me the stuff I need to know. Anyway, so we can say instead go to like cell size dot x, and this one's modulo by cell size dot y, and then divide by cell size dot x and cell size dot y. Nope, it doesn't like that. Why? Because that's probably a i32 modulo this y, because you're a signed int. I cannot work type signed int with type scalar uint. Okay, so it's uint, which means I can't. Okay, we need to do like annoyingly like 32, something like this. It's not liking it because it's not signed, which is weird because I would have thought that you could use an i32, u32 and i32. I can understand this one, but like this is one of the annoying things about the shaders. Like, the shaders all like sort of somewhat implicitly convert, but then sometimes they don't. Like, sometimes you got to wrap everything around. It's like so like you have like a moderately okay. So we do actually need to make it smaller because the grass is a little bit higher resolution. Anyway, we want to do. I was downloading the texture pack. We need to put it in the no share, so we need to go like to ignore, and then we like target. And we also need to ignore assets / no share. We go here and we go like new folder, no share. Wait, no, it's not no share. Yeah, it is. Right. And then we're just gonna go grab that asset thing. I assume this is. I didn't. Did it just like not do it, or is it like in my downloads? Maybe don't do that on screen. No, it's not in my downloads. Hard to go. Grammar method for on numerical types, which does behave like normal. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't remember the rem Euclid. I thought that worked differently. Like that's like an integer remainder, which means that like because of divide, that would like the negative number should be negative. Like that. I thought that rem Euclid rem was like the same as what it does. Like again, it doesn't like me trying to run a test apparently. Can I select test? Can we just like panic with the value this, and the value is something like -1 dot rem Euclid 32. You need to be a i32. Okay. So calculates the least non-negative remainder. Oh, okay. Right. So that, I guess that does exactly what we want it to do. Okay. Good to know that it exists. I don't need that test because that test will always fail and that'd be really funny. What was I doing? Downloading textures, I believe. Okay, I think it's downloaded. So let's go over here. Go open. What is this? Oh god. Minecraft textures, entities, chicken. Okay, so lots of shit. How to update pack.meta, pack.png. Okay. Terms of use. Okay. Cool. Now, yeah, I don't plan on distributing it, so I should be fine. Minecraft, we want something like block states, maybe? Oh, God, no, there's a lot of stuff in here. Minecraft, textures, block. One of these is the grass, maybe? Grass block top. Ooh, fancy. Short grass. Okay, not what I was looking for. Tall grass top. Ow. Okay, we want grass block top. Control C. Go back to here. Go here. Go. Paste that in here. Nope, apparently can't do that. Can I not copy paste? Okay. Can I like go take the whole zip? Take the whole zip, put the whole zip in here. Okay. Now I also want to like, can I like unzip you? Reveal an explorer. And I want to extract all. Sure. Ooh, look at it go. Bevy's having a great time with all these files suddenly appearing, and it's like, I'm reloading them all. They're not being used. Why are you reloading them? Okay. And then, like that, we now have this, and then when you're here, and then textures, then blocks, and then, oh god. Down to G. Oh god. C, D, E, F, G. Grass. Now, what we probably want to do is not use the whole block. The texture is going to be way too high resolution, which is kind of funny. But we probably shouldn't have got the 512 by 512. That basically fills the entire screen with a single texture. That wasn't clever. Now let's go back. Let's find maybe like a 128. Actually, technically, the 32 by 32 would be probably the best. No, go with the 64. He's watching the whole thing again. I should probably turn that blocker off. Be a contributing member of society. Right. I don't know what this top fans thing is, and I don't know how people are earning XP. There's like people. Okay, wait on. Okay. I don't understand how some people have sent like a few messages and have like lots of XP, and other people have sent like lots of messages and have like no XP. I'm gonna do polls. Where's my emojis? I like these. I can say like this. I wish they were bigger, like on Messenger when you just send just an emoji, it's big. That'd be cool. Anyway, done it. I should probably donate money to these people. I keep using their textures and everything. I do love them so much. They're lovely. Anyway, so we just go here. We have to like go like please delete these. Yes. The 512 is too much. It would more than fill my entire screen, which is like a single tile. So no. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to go, hey, grab this and put it in the no share, and then we need to like reveal an explorer, and then we need to like extract all. Extract all. Yeah, extract. Cool. Do that. Have Bevy go crazy again. So how do I override that? I think it's the trick question. I say trick question. So what I want to do is be able to make it so that I can specify a specific block as my default. It's, oh god. Items, no, textures, blocks. Okay, we'll find it. We'll find it. That's a lot of shit. We should probably rename that. Just you know what we should actually do is go in here and go in here, go in here, and feel like Oh, it's got Optifine specific stuff. Huh. Glass. Blue. Black. What the? Okay. Okay. So these must be things like, I don't know why there's these like PV stuff. Anyway, what we're gonna do is we're gonna grab the one called Minecraft, one called, oh no, that's the wrong thing. We got assets. No shed. Here, assets, Minecraft. Okay, let's grab out the file called Minecraft and put that in no shed. Okay, cool. Now we can delete this because we don't need it taking up all that. Like, it's like 3 layers deep just to get to anything. Anyway, what was I doing? I easily get distracted. Right, I was gonna add the ability so that you can specify what shader to use. So, not what shader to use. What the default block is going to be. So the way I would do that is I would go here and I would go, hey, can you say something like default default material, which is going to be a res shader tile material, something like that. And then if I go to the tile material and say, hey, tile material, can you please also be a resource, like that. And so the way this is going to work is you're also not going to be summing, you're going to option, right? We go end, we go here, we go here, we go, okay. So you will load the file called default. Thank you for correcting my spelling there. So we're going to say something along the lines of if let sum material equals this, else do that. And then we do this, we do this, and we do that. Okay. So wait, we expected a comma? Why did you expect? Oh, yeah, something like that. Right. We need to be like materials dot add, which because of the if statement we can put this up here, but materials dot add, and then come down here and close this. Okay. Because I spelled material, not materials. Okay. That should work. So if you've specified a material, then it'll use that one. Otherwise, it'll find its own. I would love to be able to like have it not have to have the material attached, but again, I don't understand shaders enough to actually be able to do that. There's definitely a way to do it. Yeah, I get it. But the emojis are really small, and I think they're capped at like 32 by 32. So it's like you couldn't even make a big emoji if you wanted to, which is great for that little fox. That fox there, I think I have the original that I actually uploaded. Someone made it for me in the chat. I think it's like Dev Null or something. Was the name? They made it for me, and it's really cool. So if I just go to like YouTube, and then we go like icons. This is it. So they made this like during a live stream, and then sent it to me, or like put it in the Discord, and I was like, that's really cool. Can I use that on my channel? Because I love it. It's so cool. It's like a digital little fox. So like a pixel art fox, and it's amazing. So okay. So basically, if we specify a tile, it will use that. Otherwise, it'll use the default tile. So we should probably make this default tile not copyright material. So we'll just file and we'll just export this again over the default. Yeah, cool. Replace it. Thank you. Replace that one simply because, again, copyright stuff. So we'll keep that in no share. And then we're going to go here. We're going to, hey, when we load this, can you instead, in startup, when do you run? So we need to make sure we need to go here and be like, can we, dot insert resource? No, we need to do it in like pre-update, so we need to go like fn set default material. So the default material, and we're gonna go, we need access to commands, the asset server, and I don't think we need the materials. We just need the asset server. So then we're gonna go commands.insert resource tile. Right. Well, we're just going to call it tile material. And we're just going to pop over to here and we'll make sure that the tile is actually not in assets. We need to here and we need to like, can you please publicly export that? Use shader tile material. Like so. There we go. Now it should be accessible from here, which means we can now do this, which means we need to put that in pre-update, I think, and systems pre-startup. In pre-startup, we're going to add a system called set default material. Like so. Like so. So the idea being that you can now specify the material and you'll get a, it'll use that one over the default. Whereas if you don't specify one, it'll load default or yell at you because default doesn't exist, which is always fun. So then we want to say it's actually no, okay, cool. The grass looks so much better in lower resolution, which is even funnier. So it's no share slash Minecraft. I don't think that's spelled correctly. Yeah, Minecraft slash textures slash blocks slash grass textures blocks slash grass DG grass block top. Okay, and then we go back to here, we go grass block top dot png, and then we run this and we go, this should work. Right. There are a lot. We should really be shortening this path because like text okay, it's weird stuff. Optifine blocks. Texture block. Wait, so does like Minecraft like it just spawns like a smaller version of the block when you're breaking it? That's kind of cool. That's such a weird way of defining textures. Anyway, we end up with this weird grass. Now to make it actually look like grass, well, we need to somehow scale the texture down because, like, again, 64 by 64, it doesn't really matter. Alright, so inside the shader, how do we make it green? Well, okay, so the first thing we need to do is multiply by green. So times by, well, that just multiplies by white, which is just very incorrect. If I just multiply it by green, I don't think that's going to work because it kind of does. We need a darker green. That's the real correct. We need a dark green. So it reckons 0640 2B, which is 6. That doesn't help. 664.43. Okay, well I can convert that. So 6 divided by 56. Is that it? Well, I mean, we could turn that into percentages and call it a good. So 06, 0.64 and 0.43. Nice dark green. That's far too much blue, so I think it is in fact supposed to be 6, so that's 0.2. And then 64 divided by 56, 0.2, 25. That doesn't seem right either. 43 divided by 2D is 16. Nope, still very green. Still very blue, I mean. Forest green. If we just open GIMP, that should just give us percentages, which is just a much nicer way of doing it. Grab that. So do it in 0 to 1 and 0 to 10s. Going to 18, 40, 25. So 18, 40, 25. And it's still a very, make the fucking green as vibrant as we can. Pump as much green into it and just leave it as like a little bit blue. I don't think we want 100% green, maybe 0.8. The issue is, why would you not want the maximum vibrancy in any channel? So like, you want to max out green and then turn up or down the other channels to get the desired result. Can we multiply by 2? Is that like a thing we can do? It is, it makes it very green. Okay. It's not a very nice green. It's not a very nice green at all. I think we need to not be so vibrant. Okay, we need to drop the other colors out a little bit, like maybe like halve them. Oh, don't put 0.9, 0.9. That's fine. If you can't tell, I'm really bad with colors. I can't do that to save my fucking life. Okay, so next, what we want is to, I guess not every frame, but we want to pass in like a lowish resolution. So can I somehow extract, if we just divide by 32, I think that should give us or no, divide by texture size, that should give us like a cell, and then we can like do something like give each cell a color. So instead of returning the texture sample, can we just say like let x yes, it's like cell x equals okay, and then we want to do something like maybe divide that number by something and then return that as a color. Or like return vec4, and it's going to be like sure x divided by not what I was expecting. Wait, what? No, not x. Cell x, cell y divided by, sure, divide by that, and then just say 0 and 1. What I'm looking for is to like, we want each cell to have a unique color. We're getting negative numbers, so we need to like do something like maybe u plus cell size dot x. The cell size is completely arbitrary. It's just a way of allowing me to get like a number that's consistent. Nope, don't like that one. Okay, plus 32. Okay, that's given me a disgusting color. Why have you done this? Is it because I'm just too close? Probably. Yeah, okay. So maybe 32 is too much. Oh, well, we shouldn't have done that. We should just go back to the center. So 32 is just too much. Maybe you do something like, yeah. I'm just trying to make it like not be right where I'm looking. Okay. So with that, we put things. So that's our way of extracting like exactly what cell. Okay. We've got the same issue that 0, we end up with a value of okay. So we can't just divide because that causes it to flip. Oh, we could. We just need to take the floor. Which I would have thought it was doing anyway. Oh, because it... Okay. Wait, what? So we have that, and we need to divide that. Like, let's not convert that, and instead Let's do you as an F32. Okay, now what do we get? Well, a not stepped version, which is, I guess, fine. We need to, like, floor it going. What? Mesh. Okay. Trying to just come up with a way that would allow me to, like, give each cell a unique ID so that I can, like, access it out of, like, a grid, an array. Okay. The other option is just, like, when we go to create the texture. So yeah, I guess that technically I would want each one to have exactly like where it is on the screen rather than like an absolute position. So we need to somehow, we need to take your position. Do we have access to your position? We do have access to your position. So instead of using the UV, which tells us which cell it is, we use its position. Maybe? So if I said something like mesh dot position mesh dot position. Why are you complaining? Cannot cast to F32. Right, dot X and dot Y. Something like that. And then that should mean that no matter where I move, each cell takes up the same space. So we can shrink the amount we're dividing it by, because what do we want to divide it by? Well, first off, don't add or subtract anything, and it should always be positive, correct? Maybe. Hey, okay. So you go 0, 0, and then we go across and we go down, and what we want to divide it by is... we probably want a const up here. Const. I don't know if we can use a const. Can we say like var? With cell W equals view dot viewpoint dot Z, so it's width divided by oh no, we need the texture dimension. Damn. Okay, you suck. And then that, and then when we say here, we say cell width and your cell height. I think it's the other way. No, that's correct. This should give us the maximum. Okay, now we're running into an issue of like we're running into the issue like human eye doesn't like. It's much harder to distinguish really saturated colors and unsaturated colors, so we need to like double that. Times 2, maybe. They should also be floats already, so we probably don't need this bit. That's made it even worse because now they're just flatlined at this point. Ah, because it's getting greater than 1, isn't it? That's what's happening. That's all is solid. Wait, what? Wait, how are you getting to a value greater than 1 then? Oh, you're probably dividing and then multiplying by 2. So do that, but do this. Yes. Okay. So what this means is we can like look up a texture within the range of the screen. Now, it's not the best approach because it does mean we're going to need to regenerate the noise every single frame, which to me is just not a very good idea in my head at least. But it may be really slow, but let's do it for now because it's better than sitting around fucking around doing nothing. So let's turn this off. Let's turn this on, turn this off. Okay. So now we've got our grass again. So what we need to do is first off we need to track down some more blocks. Blocks, item, no. Okay, so Minecraft items, textures, entities, I want to say it's blocks. Trims. Blocks, and then we want to say like, or we can put some bamboo. Leaves. Rose. I can't search. Can we reveal this in Explorer, please, so I can search? In Explorer. We want to be like flower. Are they called multiple things? No. There are flowers, but rose? Do I need to know? Oh god, know the name of all the fucking flowers. Okay. Kind of cool. So what I'm gonna want, because we have two textures. Okay, cool. So we're gonna need like a interesting. All right. So assets somewhere. So before the render runs, we need to be able to update stuff. Okay, so add screen. So this is in our create infinity. Okay, so inside our shader, we're gonna want some noise. My question is, am I allowed to use the same sampler? Noise, which is going to be a handle to an image. Like, if I do this right, and I say something like texture 2. I'm assuming, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm assuming I can use, no. Can we just say, handle default? Okay. Just use the default handle. And then same with you, So, you just need to be default. Because the idea is that the noise handle that you use is just going to be the noise handle that you use. So how am I going to make you work? So inside a shader, we really should just make a shader plugin, because I keep trying to stick shit in there, but it doesn't really work. Okay, so we need like an FN update noise map. So this is going to be horribly slow and terrible and whatnot. So what we need is like a resource. So we need a struct resource noise generator, right? Which is going to have a noise, which is going to be that we need to include the noise crate noise. And you're just going to equal whatever version is currently available. 0.9 apparently. Okay. So then this is going to be noise. Nope. It's like noise. We want something that's like fast simplex, because we're going to be doing this every frame, which means we really don't need something. We don't want to be slow. Noise open simplex Perlin. Whirly. What the hell is whirly noise? Whirly. Oh, wrong. Whirly noise. Whirly noise. Ooh. Ooh, I do like that. I have no idea what it does, or how it does it, but that seems really cool. Sure. Okay, so you need to be a resource. All right. Resource, we need to import from world for noise generator. World, and then we say noise generator, noise, whirly noise, new seed 0. Why can't you be shared between threads safely? Why not? Why is whirly noise unsafe? Because distance function is an RC. Why did you make it an RC? Why? Why would... Okay. So I can't use whirly noise, even though I know I'm doing a terrible stream. I'm not showing you guys what I can see. But this is the whirly noise. So like the idea is like I think it generates like basically sort of blocks of space, and then like each block has a noise value. But apparently we can't use it because it's not. So this is absolute. This is add. These are functions. Blend. So checkerboard. A noise function that outputs a checkerboard pattern. Oh, okay, but why would you? That's not really noise. Constant. I'm assuming this is for building noise. I guess I could. That's a good point. Noise function that outputs. Yeah, you bring up a great point. Multiply noise open. Okay, so there's open simplex. There's Perlin. Perlin? What the hell is Perlin Surfline? I want to see if there's other cool noise functions. It's got videos, images. Apparently there is literally 0 images of that. There's only like 10 images if you remove the word noise too, which is weird. Okay. So what other noises are there? So simplex, terrace, noise function that maps the output value from the source function onto a terrace forming curve. I believe this is what I want for my my paths generation. But anyway. Core math. So I kind of want to go with the whirly just because, yeah, okay, it looks cool. So we'll just make it, you like Rebels wrapped in an arc. Just STD, isn't it? It's STD, sync, arc. The only issue being that you can't, yeah, you had it. You can no longer modify it now. Well, apparently an arc doesn't work. Is it just it being broken? Because like I'm not doing it anymore. But an arc. Apparently the arc also needs whatever the hell it's wrapping to be sync. Okay, fine. We're gonna use simplex noise. What the difference between... Okay. What the hell is the difference between simplex versus open, simplex versus super simplex? I'm assuming there's also other noise crates. Or like other noise functions. Simplex noise pretend Okay, so apparently like super simplex is just the best. Literally like just improvement after improvement. Okay, so we're gonna go with like simplex noise. I'm assuming simplex noise can be shared. I've never had an issue with it before. So let's find out. Well, yep, do that. Okay, noise super simplex with the seed. Okay, so we need our noise, which is a res noise generator. Okay, so we need our materials. We need access to our shader. We also need the camera. Which is going to query it's not a query, we want a single, and then we're, because this is going to mean it works even if we like we don't have to check to make sure that the camera exists, and if there is a camera 2D camera, we'll just like update the noise, which is wait, what? Oh no, what? Wait, no, it's a we want mutable we don't even need to want a reference to a material to, oh, so it's a mesh material 2D shader texture material, something like that. Doesn't need to be mutable. This is just going to be pretty horrendous, so we're going to say let offset equal camera translation. Yeah, sure, dot truncate. We don't need to care about that. And then we say for material in query iter. Right, we need access to the images, so we don't need you mutably because we're just going to access it. We do, however, need the we need the images. Images, which is going to be with assets, images. Okay, something like that. So we go here and we say, okay, so let images get mute to unwrap. Okay. Can we say else continue? Continue. We want to warn texture noise texture not yeah, not found for material. Thank you. So I'm gonna go here and we're gonna say you are a some image like this. Okay, so we get the image, except you're not your noise, right? Okay. So we have access to our material. This is incorrect. This is we do that later. We say let some material equal material not found for noise update. Okay, so now we have our material, and then we can say material dot noise. That gets us our image, and then we can say noise dot update image with our image in our offset. Okay. That should work. So then we need to go up here and we need to like say like impl noise generator. Okay. And yeah, we need a function called update image noise, which takes in self immutable reference to noise and an offset. So size is image size. Okay. Maybe it seems like a pretty good way of doing it. Interesting. So the issue with that is that the shader itself needs to know what size it's getting given. See, the shader can look up the size of the image, but we need to look up the size of the image here to work out what size to pass in. So we don't, I guess technically we could pass in the image size there, because if you just calculate image size, it means we at some point need to spawn this image and we need to set its size, which we can do, I guess, somehow. We just need to make sure this doesn't run until after the noise has been done. Okay, yeah, that should be fine. So size, we get the image's size, and then we say for x in image size, and for y in image size, and then we say nx is x plus offset divided by x, by size dot x. I don't know why you're dividing by size dot x. We just want x plus offset. Why are you dividing by size? Same with you. Why are you dividing by size? And then and then self.noise.get xy. So we haven't got get because I don't think we've imported the noise function. So we get, then apparently we're setting the RGB, which is set to value, and 1, which is, it's not RGB, it's linear RGB. Right, and then we're going to say set pixel xy and color. This function takes 3 arguments. Yes. Is there a gray? No. Linear RGB. I'm assuming there is like a function for the color where you can just pass a value. Image set pixel. Method set pixel for bound immutable reference of image in the current scope. It's set something. Set color at X, Y. And then color and then result. So we just want to say let err if let err b equals and warn about the set color. That's colorful. So there's an update image, and the update image inserts in this, and it says cool. So you're warning unneeded. Cool. So we pass in our x and our y and our offset, and then we go and draw this. So the thing with the image is we need the image to start at like outside of it slightly, but that's fine. It's all good, and so we call update image. So the update noise map needs to happen pre-update, I believe. So we need to go add systems pre-update and paste that in. Okay, so this will update the noise. So at some point we need to actually add the noise image. That's the real trick. Also, I'm just going to jump onto the Discord lounge if anyone actually wants to come chat. I've got to do that at the end of the stream. Okay, so we update our noise map, and so this will mean that the noise map is just updated every single other frame. It's going to immediately start complaining, but that should be fine. It's going to complain because we haven't actually at any point spawned this. We've just given it a default. So we need to at some point generate the noise map, but we need to do that only after the asset has finished loading. And I don't know how do we detect if the asset's finished loading. So we probably want to make a function that's something like fn load noise map, right? And so loading the noise map is going to require that's actually an issue I've noticed, is when we were doing it before, we had that thing on the screen, it was like every single cell, like this cell was always in this spot, which is not correct. It should be moving around slightly, because it should be representing each cell of of grass. We get that rendering. So when we load noise map, what do we need? We need access to window. So single window, which is a single window with primary window. Alright, so we need that to get the resolution, and this needs to run anytime the window resizes. So we should make this an observer. Well, not really. We need. Okay, actually, yeah. We need to make this an observer that takes in like a certain signal so that I can trigger it from a whole bunch of different places. So we need to say like struct generate new noise image. Okay, right. So this is going to take in size. Screen size. Right, that's just a vector. So that's all the information we need, and then we can say this is a signal. So this is event signal, which is gen noise image. Right. So we go here, and we say here, and we say here, and we say derive event. Right. So we can do something like that. Yeah, because it's a signal. Trigger is what it's called. Trigger. Alright, so we can do that, and that triggers that. Okay. Then we go here and we go like, hey, can you add an observer? Add observer, and this observer is load noise map, which is actually technically gen noise map, but we'll ignore that for now. So we can load our notes map. So this means that we can then pass in this information and do this thing. So we're going to need access to images, I guess. So you're going to have like maybe an option. Handle, which is going to be an option to an handle image. The idea is if the image is already loaded, otherwise we'll load a new one. Now, you need to definitely take in a handle, and it needs to be our responsibility to generate a image with the. Okay, so we need the screen size. We also need the tile size. Because then we can work out how many tiles will fit on a screen. Yeah, the absolute number of tiles on a screen. Cool. Okay, so let tile vec2 x is x tiles and y is y tiles, which is screen size divided by tile size. Yeah, and then dot. I want to say seal, but that technically we want to definitely be bigger, and then we also want to be like as IVEC. So we can split that out. Not IVEC. Wait, no, it is IVEC. Why are they coming out as vectors? Like they shouldn't they be Anyway, I don't know what the AI is trying to do. Anyway, so we extract this information. So then we say, okay, so we have that, and we have that, and we have the handle. So we need access to mute images. Assets images. Okay, so you really don't like doing that. Mismatch type expected. So is event dot event. Like that. You can extract all that information, and then you can extract this and say you divided by u sealed, and then as an I because it's that's why it's because I called it or not. Yeah. Okay. That gives us that information. So then we can say let some image equals image get handle, and then handle like so, else warning image handle not found. Okay, so we're going to get the image, because in theory whenever you call, like, you should load in the image before you call this. Then we're going to say if okay if image dot size does not equal I guess texture format, it's RGB apparently texture format resize. Is this actually a thing that you can call? Huh. Except it's like the wrong thing. This is one of those weird things with the AI. It's like it's done exactly what I wanted to do, but just in a weird way. What's this thing called? What format? Extended 3D. Is there a new? No. Okay. So that worked. You don't like that, which is funny. Okay, you'll accept that. Okay, so then we go say, hey, image, if you're not the right size, then we're going to resize you. And then the reason we need to resize it is because we have this stuff. Okay, so we seal it. We as IVEC to. Okay. And that should mean that the image is always slightly larger than the number of tiles. And then, yeah, we need our noise generator. No, this updates the noise map. Okay. And this runs every frame, whereas this only runs when something like the screen's resized. Okay, I think that's actually it. Don't just do that. Is that all we needed to do? I think that's all we needed to do. We just needed to resize the image to be the right size, because then in the next frame update, you will sample it. You'll populate it with the noise information. So then we just need to write a couple of systems that trigger that whenever it's supposed to be triggered. So we need to be like fn on resize, which needs to take in event event reader, and the event reader is window resized. Okay. Something like that. We need to make immutable, and then we need to go mask. So for event, wait, let sum event equals no, it's dot read dot last else return. Yep. Okay. And then we want to say command dot send. Okay. So we also need access to this is gonna be a pain. Okay, that implies that you should probably, as a material, hold on to some metadata that doesn't get passed to the shader, such as image tile size, which is a vec2, and I think that's kind of it. So then we need access to materials, which is not materials, which is going to be a query for that, and we don't need images. We need that. So maybe instead of passing in actually that seems better, because that means for this, instead of passing in all this information, we need to pass in the screen size, but we don't need to pass in the this and this. We can pass in instead a handle to a is a handle to a pile material, like that. We pass that in, and then when we do our logic, we can extract that. And so when we want to send our event, we say for material in iter, except you're confused yourself there. Thank you. Handle dot clone. We want weak. Clone weak, because we don't care if it doesn't exist by the time we get the event size. No, okay. Event. Event dot weirdly. We gotta go like event. Yeah. Okay. We have vec to new event width, event height. Okay, so that will mean on any time you resize the window, we resend this event and this loads noise. So we instead need to get access to our handle. So, and then we need to get access to the tile size. We would need to go let, which actually, interesting enough, now we have access to both. I mean, so we don't actually need to store the tile size here, because we're just passing this in, which means we can look up both. So we need to say let material, some material equal image.get. Not image, we need access to our materials. And probably mutably, because that means we can also initialize data. So materials, which is res mute now. Okay, and then can we stop calling it shader tile materials? So when you say like get access to our materials, and this is materials get, and then get our handle. Don't pass it into the reference, just pass it in. Material handle not found. The noise generation. So now we have access to our material, and then we can go, hey, let some file equals material equals image dot get. We don't need this mutably, and this is going to be material dot texture. We need to pass you in as a reference like this, and else warning tile texture handle not found. Tile texture handle not loaded. The noise generation. Okay, so then we can get access to the tile, and then we can say, hey, our tile size here is tile dot size. Is there a size F32? F32. Cool. So get our that tile size, and then we can see this and this and this, and that gets that, and then we go, hey, pass in not handle, but instead reference to material dot noise. Okay, so what this can do is we can get mute. So I'm gonna say, am I able to like add a handle? I don't remember if there's a way to do that. So we're gonna say like, I guess what we would do like if material dot noise equals handle default, then we want to go material dot noise equals handle. Okay, except it's not, yeah, tile x, tile y, depth 1, there's a texture dimension 2D, which we want to qualify that, and then we want to go, hey, set it to 0 times this times 4 is, and it's render, and then yep, do that, and then that, and then that. Okay, it expects 5 arguments but found 4. What are you missing? Ren asset. It's render asset usage. All. Okay, so what we do is we go, hey, if you're set to default, please set it to the image that we just stuck in, and then we can say let thumb image equals the image, otherwise noise texture not found after creation. And then we say, hey, if it's noisy, okay, we'll probably just return then, because we know it's correct there. Then we can do this, and we can do this. Okay, so it's any time it's resized or it's added, we can do that. Okay, so then on resize, we send that. Okay, so if you resize the screen, it sends this event. So we need to have this happen, I guess, in a pre-update. Sure. Okay. Add observer limit. So that's going to detect any resizing. We also need it to happen anytime an image is loaded. So but only if it redo the one that image relates to. So we can just like fn on image load. So the way this is going to work is we're going to select event, which is going to be an event reader. Is this the correct thing? Added, modified, used, loaded with dependency. Okay, so I think that's correct. And then we want to say also commands, and we also want to go, yep, materials. And then I think that should be it. Right, and then we say material used for rendering. So we're going to say for event, okay, if let event created. So, okay, so we want to, first off, we want to match our event. So I'm not entirely sure what this is going to do. So we're going to create, oh, no, where the fuck am I now? Okay, so let's read, thank you. Okay, so we event reads, and then we go, hey, can you fill these in? So added. Emitted when an asset is added. Okay, modified and emitted when an asset is modified. Removed, unused. Emitted when the last strong handle of an asset is dropped. loaded with dependencies. Emitted whenever an asset has been fully loaded, including its dependencies on all recursive dependencies. Okay, so all of these we cannot give a fuck. Okay, but this one, we say, hey, this asset ID image just finished loading. So what we want to do is we want to say, for material in, if material.0 ID, no. This is annoying because we means we have to actually that's a pain. So what we're going to need to do is do this in its own little thing. Like we're going to do like a hash map so that I'm not like, I'm trying to design this in a way that it'll work if I expand it into chunks later. So I can't just assume that there's only ever going to be one renderer and then I build assumptions from there. So we're going to be like let mute loaded, and then this is going to equal a Bevy platform collections hash set new. Okay, so then we're going to here, we're going to say, hey, loaded dot insert insert ID. Anything. So we can load all the IDs like this, and so we can't borrow you mutably. So commands, materials, let's call these chunks for now, because again, eventually they should be chunks, but like right now they're not. All right, so we are doing this, but apparently it implements copy, so we can just do this. We can just dereference it. Okay, stick it in there if you've loaded it with dependencies. Okay, then we're going to say for loaded in loaded drainer, I guess. Okay, okay, so that means to avoid allocations, we should say new loaded, which is going to be a local hash Bevy platform collection hash set handle tile ID. Nope, it's not. It says a handled image. Okay, so then we get rid of this and we say, okay. And so it's an asset ID image. Okay, so you're not a handle, you're an asset ID image. Right, so then you insert that in there and then you say, okay, for loaded. And then we say if loaded to get material loaded. Okay, so we say, hey, if loaded, you get the asset ID. So then we're going to say for, so actually the smarter way to do this would be like for chunk in chunk, and then we say, yeah, let material equal get material. If loaded contains material, and loaded contains, no, we don't care about the noise. Then send event gen noise screen size is this, handle is the chunk 0 clone. Okay, and then at the end of this we say loaded.clear. Now you're complaining about being able to nest if statements. This statement can be collapsed. If let some material get, I don't know how I can collapse it. What do you mean? How is it collapsible though? I didn't think you could collapse if let. Because I'm okay. Are you saying can I do this? No. That works. But that okay. I'm gonna say that's fine by me. Okay. So you can't do this for some reason. Okay. So send the event, but we need the screen. So we need to say something like window, which is a single, and this is window with primary window. with primary window, like that. Okay, and then we say window dot width and window dot height. Okay. Yes. Okay, so on image load means that when we load an image, we will also call it, and we collect all the images that we've loaded, and then we go, hey, do any of you, like all of you materials, do you contain, okay, which means that we need to say if loaded dot is empty return. So don't do the rest of this if it's not loaded. Okay, so on image load. Okay. Kind of want you to print something when we can we just get to the end here and be like, hey, or I guess doing it at the end would make no sense. We need to do it at the beginning because we can return it when we print. Or info. Generating new noise map for screen size. Okay. So you do that, you pass that in there, you pass that in there, and then we generate noise, and we pass the noise across, and we should be able to sample the noise in the shader. I think, I don't know, I haven't quite worked that out yet. So I need to go back to the shader, and I need to like somehow work out how to isolate the specific cells, because that's what we can do, be able to sample the noise value for that specific cell. So they're going to be really low resolution noise maps, basically. I did not like that. Okay, why did you complain? Noise generator. Okay, so our noise generator needs to be something that we actually initialize. So we can be like, what? Oh, this is loading the asset for later. App.init resource noise generator. This is one of those things that like need to make it so that it won't crash for one thing, but like you should be able to supply the noise generator as long as the noise generator implements the trait noise generator. But I can't be bothered working out how to do that yet. Okay, so what happened here? Main thread panicked at did you forget to, okay, so what are we saying? Events does not exist in the world. Gen noise image. Wait, what? Requested resource, yeah, but okay, first off, nothing should be requesting that. So that's a bigger issue. Because you're... Do I have to add? No, I don't have to add the event. I'm sure that these can be triggered without adding the event. So you're saying does not exist in the world, add events, or you can... Wait, add it with plugin. Who called this? No, okay, so something called send event. It's not send event, it's trigger. Yeah, it's trigger, not send event. The sending event will actually require that the event exists, which is what's crashing this, whereas triggering will trigger the observer to then recalculate. And then that should print into the chat that we're recalculating the thing, and every time we resize the window, it should also do it. Okay, generating, so it did it twice, which is fun. But anyway, that's probably because it got triggered with a resize and something else. Anyway, so we've done that, and then we can do this, and every time we resize it, it's firing it off, and I guess that should work. So next is to go into the shader and go, okay, how the hell do I get you to render this correctly? So this is incorrect, because this just takes in the cell, which is because we're taking in the meshes position, which doesn't change. So we do need to take in the position of the actual camera. How do we get the camera's position? I forgot. How am I sampling camera's position? So this is the width and height of the camera. Somewhere, something is sampling the actual camera's position. Texture, dimension, cell size, viewport, Z and W, which is width and height. Viewport? Where is that? Is that origin? Huh. And height. Somewhere I'm 100% taking the world's position. well positioned. How? I'm putting it in the UV, that's how. Which is the weirdest thing of like, because I need it to... Yeah, okay. So we're pulling it out of the UV, which means this gives us our X and our Y, which is U. I'm going to show you. So if we said mesh UVX and UVY, I don't think it's going to like this because it has an issue of like unreachable code. It doesn't like it. It's like, no, you can't get to here. Okay, do this. What does this look like? So this comes up like this, and as we move around, it goes like this. So what we actually want, though, because the way this works, is we need it to this to always be in the center of the screen, but it to how is that going to work? I need you to see, because as the camera's inside this cell, I want it to be like, I want to be able to move around in the cell, but as soon as I move to this cell, this becomes the center cell. So how do I do that? So obviously this is taking and working out let cells X is equal to the UV, which is the current world position, which is incorrect. We want to know, is it the viewport's origin? Can we do something like minus viewport dot X? What does that look like? No. Doesn't seem to be moving anything. What happens if I just use the viewport dot X? What does that change it to do? Okay, I'm assuming this is just exactly the same thing as wait, what? No, so the viewport's position's always the same. Hence, when we're moving along the X, it's not changing anything. Okay, so that's not going to work. I'm assuming the viewport's X is always 0 because it's like a position inside the viewport. Maybe? Oh, because it's a constant number because we're not passing it in. So can we maybe pass that across? Is that something we can like pass in? Can we say as an output you can have at location 1, not color, offset maybe, which is just again going to be a vec2 f32. Okay, something like this, and we're going to say offset, and we're going to say we need to calculate that. We need to say like your out.offset is something like this. Okay, and then we need to set your color based on the mesh.offset.x. Okay. Oh. Hey. Well, that's interesting. Okay, view.world position. Oh, no, because it's not view.world position. It's out.uvx. See, because we need the correcting for the height. Okay, now we're back to exactly the same issue. Now I'm assuming it's because they're always so See, what I need to do is somehow round. We need to work out exactly what cell you're in. Right, which is doing this. Right, this tells us what what cell you're in, which I don't think we can. Can we texture size? Is this something we can do in here? I mean, possibly it's something we can even do outside of this. Except this is like out. Okay. Apparently that's allowed. So this will give us our size, which is fun. So this gives us like the X and the Y that you exist in, and then we say like what are you trying to do, Aaron? Okay, so we want to say like out dot offset is equal to no, it's X Y. Okay, F32. That's definitely not right. So we would maybe just pass out these values, just pass out the X and the Y, and obviously the others are all going to be zeros. So we end up with some funky values coming out. I don't think we're using it for anything though. Can we like not divide it? We just like say that you're equal to offset X and you're just equal to offset Y. Ooh, that's interesting. Whoa. That's kind of cool, but we need to first off make sure that we do this in every line. Well, if we're doing it in every line, we can just do it at the bottom. Because again, like once they've set their offset, which is the world height thing, we can just do it at the bottom again. Like, do this, please. All right, now we can shift tab this and we go. Okay. Now the issue is that we're setting each one at a position. Okay, what am I doing wrong? The issue I think I'm coming up with is that they're always getting the same value. Out to offset. Are we just passing it out? Yeah, okay. The issue is we're just passing it out, and we're also flooring it, which is again probably not what's intended. So what were we doing? I should commit this stuff to Git. Oh no. Okay. Probably should have done that while it was working. Because I don't even remember what I had there. Forest style select and add. Okay. So if I comment this out and then comment this back in, does this render our grass? Okay. So let's go here and say working infinite grass. No. Undo. God, my git ignore didn't work properly. Also, I don't know why the default for good. What am I ignoring? Car. I don't know why the default isn't to like ignore cargo lock, because it really annoys me that like the cargo lock ends up in the. Okay, so. Hey, look, now it worked. Now it's only committing 10 files to master instead of 300 files to master. Hilariously, it's broken. Let's just close this and hope that it didn't actually brick anything. Hey, look. Why? Okay, first off. Why? Why are these still getting... Okay, so it's don't have the slash, so it's assets no share. Or do I need to go like slash wild? No. Why are you still here? Like, why are you not being ignored? So if I specifically said ignore folder, no share. Which one's the one that, okay, so they probably did well. Okay. So why are you not being ignored? It's ignoring you here, but why is it not ignoring you here? Why is it not actually doing its fucking job? Ducky, infinite tile, UID main. What? I don't get it. Okay. Now if I close this and reopen this, why is it still trying to include them? They are quite clearly in the git ignore. Let's like untick that. Commit just the shit that I actually want to commit. Oh, this is going to be a pain. You. Sure, you can come. You're in no share, so you don't get to come. Right, so is it just because I had them ticked that they didn't get ignored? Yep. Working in infinite grass. Like just commit 10 files. Okay, so it's just like because they were ticked when I added them to the git ignore. That's really weird. Okay, fair enough. Okay, well it works now, so that's nice. Okay, what was I even doing? Okay, right, I'm trying to get the shader to. Alright, so we need to say like somehow we say vec f x. Okay, so we're gonna say something like if x equals I guess 0 or x equals cell size minus 1. No, it's return. Yeah, blank. We need some more ors. Or y equals 0. Okay. It does not like this. F32. No, I32. I assume, yeah, now it's going to be the next one. This one. Okay. There we go. Now we've got black lines at least indicating. There's a little bit of a weird double border on the 0, but that can work. Alright. So, this is being passed in, so somehow we need to use this offset. Okay. So I want them to set their color based on what the offset is. So the offset, the way we calculate the offset, which is UV, is the same way we were calculating your X and the Y. And where we actually use the X and the Y. Okay. So that's incorrect. Because that's telling us percentage of the way through a cell. We want to divide, which I'm assuming is the cell Y, cell W. No. Cell size X. Viewport. Okay, it's how many cells it's width, and so many cells it's. Okay. So we're gonna come down here and we're gonna say, okay, so your offset's not this. This is your no, it's divided by. Okay. Which should give us the absolute X and absolute Y. See, but we're still using world position, which isn't. So we want to kind of like get a camera center. And then we like the cell width and cell height tells us how many cells, and then from there, maybe so that divided by that should give us the absolute cell, like the cell ID, and then somehow I need to clamp that into okay, we need the camera's center. So my question is, how do I get this to like calculate something in the sense that I want, similar to how view, like they've already pre-calculated all this stuff, I want to like calculate a struct that's constant. Like I just want to say what cell the camera's in, and then I can maybe pass the absolute in. And well, actually I can just work out what cell the cell points in. I just feel like it's really wasteful to do it every frame. Can I do it up here? Can I say like let C X is equal to view dot world position dot X divided by can we say like let cell size, can we take a texture dimension out here? Var. So we can't have a var, let, we can have a var. So we can like texture dimension, and then we can say like yes. Expected runtime expression. Okay, so I can't do it out there, but in theory I could do it. This is very wasteful because I'm doing it per cell, and I still have yet worked out how to bind shit arbitrarily. So, you know, we'll get there. One day, if anyone knows how to arbitrarily bind information, so it's similar to how we have our view, and this view is bound somehow. To be honest, there. Okay, so here we got group 0 binding 0 is bound to the view, and somewhere outside of here, Bevy sets what the view is. Like it binds it externally. I have no idea how to do this, and I would love to know how to do this because it means I could do things like calculate this outside of the shader so that I don't have to calculate every single pixel. Anyway, for now, we're going to say we already have our cell size. We're going to say we should probably start adding like comments, like let, and then this is, and then say let. Okay, so we calculate this, which is the view position divided by the cell size. So this gives us the we take the floor, don't we? Maybe the floor. I think this is how we do it. We take the floor of this value, and this will tell us exactly what cell it's in, which means that we can well, this passes in exactly what cell the block's in, but we actually I don't even want to pass that in because we want to know on a per pixel level. So you calculate what cell you're in, which is mesh. It's not offset. It's uv dot x divided by not cell w f32 cell size dot x. Okay, and then you're the same thing here where we're going to replace that with this. So this gives us the cell y. Okay, so this is our current cell position, and this is the center position, which means that your offset then becomes some kind of mapping into the cell position, since we know the width of the screen and the height of the screen means that we can take like half of that. This is really, really dumb. So let's go with like not returning these values, and returning this value, and we're gonna like do something to work out exactly what. Okay, so let's like abs underscore local underscore x. Okay, so this is equal to the cell x underscore x minus the camera underscore x, right? And then can we render the local x divided by the cell width, right? Oh, what does that look like? Well, kind of exactly what I want, but we need to make sure that we subtract, like, subtract or add half. We want the value to start at 0. So at the moment you got like negative. So we need to then add cell W divided by 2. And then we need to add cell height divided by 2. Okay. I feel like that's the other way, but there's a 0, 0. You can see 0, 0, and then it goes away. I think that's correct. So that means that we can, like, basically we can sample the noise, and the noise is, there should be 1 pixel of noise for every cell on the thing, and so 0, 0 in the noise map is here. So that's, if we sample 0, 0 in the noise map, that's the pixel 0, 0 in the noise map, that's that pixel there. So that would mean it, oh, well, it didn't like that. Dimension to 0. I don't know why Bevy crashes when you minimize it. It's weird. Okay, so instead of returning this, we want to let noise equal texture sample base color texture. No, it's we need to actually include the noise sample as well. So we need to group bind, and this is noise texture and texture 2D. So we're going to say noise texture and then base color sampler, and then we want to sample I guess it's like local x divided by not cell size, cell W and cell H, right? Well, it didn't crash, but it didn't actually return any. So that should give us a color, and then we can we just return, can we return noise to start and go, hey, like, is this like an actual noise sample? Well, apparently the answer is just always 0. So if we undo that and bring this back and go, okay, so what the hell are you returning is local x divided by, oh, I don't think we need to cast you or float. Okay. So it doesn't actually seem to be returning anything. Like, can we just like return noise dot beep and go, you don't actually got any, I don't think you've got any noise in you is more the problem. So like we generated the noise. To my suggestion, because like I've talked to a few people about programming, like, oh, programming is boring and that kind of thing. Like, I'm assuming you're already into programming if you want to learn Rust. But the biggest thing for learning something like this is to have something you want to make. Like, to go into it being like, oh, where do I start learning, is the wrong approach, because you will struggle because you won't have something to learn. If you go, hey, I want to do X or Y thing, and then go and learn how to do X or Y thing in Rust, you'll have much better experience than if you just try to learn Rust. The other alternative, because it's like sort of shows you the basics of everything, but again, it gets too complicated too quickly with Rust, is the Rust book. All right, Rust book. So the Rust book, you can like work your way through like this, but like I personally only got to the chapter, I don't remember, I think it's 13 or something. Function, no, didn't make it either. I think there's a section on lifetimes. There was a section I got to where it wasn't that I got bored or anything like that. It was that I just started a project and never came back to the book. And I never made it to packages and crates. I think I made it to enums and pattern matching. That's probably as far as I made it. I've been through the book on stream before, like where I've been like, I got to here. Like I could tell you like the chapter I got up to if I went through the book and be like, that's where I got to before I like found Bevy or whatever it was. I don't think it was Bevy. It was something before where I was like, it just, not necessarily clicked, but like I just had something that I actually wanted to make. So I went and made that rather than working through tutorials going like, do this, do that. Because like, there's a YouTuber that like, the more I watch his stuff, the more I like despise his content, just because it makes me feel like he's trying to sell me something and he's not very good at it. Just feels clickbaity. And it's the Let's Get Rusty, where he does like lifetimes explained and then does a really bad job of explaining lifetimes. And I've seen some really interesting videos talking about lifetimes where I'm like, that's actually like a really interesting way of looking at it. The hardest thing about lifetimes is realizing that there's actually two things we call lifetimes and they are not really related outside of the fact that they are the same concept but applied differently. And it really throws people off because they go, oh, but this, and it's like, but that's actually a different lifetime. And I saw some person explain it really well as like a wave particle duality thing of like, most of the time when we're talking about lifetimes, we're in the particle mindset, but this type of lifetime is actually a wave. And it's like, it made a lot of sense. It's like, there's actually two different things that we call lifetimes, but we call them both lifetimes and it confuses beginners. And it's that kind of thing where it's like, oh, lifetime's demystified, and then like does not in any way explain lifetimes. And it's like, clickbait. And then he had another video that was really annoyed me recently where he was showing you how to use Rust's type system to design your API so that you couldn't use it wrong. Like you only had access to functions when you unlocked the password manager, and it used a generic type to be able to like, in the locked form, you have these options, and in the unlocked form, you have these options. And I was looking at it going, yeah, like I understand like the concept trying to get across, but a password manager, you don't want a type like that. You would actually want a guard, which is the idea that when you call unlock, it returns a type that when you drop that type, part of its drop implementation is to go lock the password manager again. Like if you had like some database that you can only access while it's unlocked, the type manager way that he had it doing, where you just make up an example. Like he had it where it's like he had a type, so it's like struct and password manager, right? And it's like password, right? And he's going like, instead of having like impl password manager, like, and having all your stuff in here, what he's saying is, what you should do is go like this and then go state. And I think it's like state equals locked. And it's struct locked. And struct unlocked. Right. And so the idea is that we start unlocked and then we go, hey, instead of this, so we can go like, we go T, and then we go T, and we go, this is stuff always available. And you go, let's see if this can do it. It's like, yep, impl locked. And then you go, stuff only available when locked, and stuff only available when unlocked. And it's like, this is a cool concept of Rust. Like, it's really powerful in Rust that you can do this like idea of, I have a state and I only give you certain abilities when in that state. Like a lot of the standard library uses it like hash maps. Like they all, instead of a hash map explicitly saying that you can only have keys that have hash, instead it's like, well, we'll only implement the hashing ability of an item if it implements hash. Otherwise, you can put whatever type in there as you want. And like you see it all the time when you go to insert something and you haven't derived hash yet, it'll be like, there's a implementation for this, but you don't implement hash, so we can't do it. My issue with this is not the way to do a password manager, and it feels disingenuous to use this as an example of, oh wow, Rust type system, because every time you want to use this, how do they do it? So if we go into lock and we say like fn, new, and then fn unlock. Unlock. And then password So first off, you need to take in self. Okay, and then its return type is actually a result. And he doesn't do this in the video. This is me designing this to be actually an API that would be usable as what it is trying to do. So you either return a password manager unlock or a password manager locked. I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Yeah, I need to fucking equal correct password. Right. Oh, we actually probably want to go password string like this, and then say password equals password. Right. No, and then you just return. Can you return self? Like I don't think you can, because I don't think you can convert between types like that. Right. Okay, apparently that works. So the idea here is you call unlock, and if you've got the right password, you get an unlocked password manager. And with my implementation, if you get the password wrong, you get returned a locked password manager. Wait, what? What? Type annotation needed. Oh, because you need to return. Wait. I don't know why it can't infer that type is stuff. Can you not do that? Does this work? Or am I hitting a compiler or something? Ah, we need to state phantom state. Okay. Yep, cool. And then right. So I do need to do that. Yeah. But the idea here is like my implementation is slightly better because you either get an unlocked password or you don't get an unlocked password. I'm pretty sure his returned a result. The issue is that he was taking in a mutable reference to self so that he can make a copy or return an error if you didn't lock it. And it's like, well, the issue with this is you end up with a situation where if I did unlock it, I've made a copy. If I didn't unlock it, I have an error message that I can deal with, but I still have the original locked one. This is like, it returns either an unlocked version or a locked version, so there's no copying, it's moving, which means that like, because we destroy the original, the compiler should optimize this a way of like, it actually doesn't do anything, it just returns the same pointer back to you. But under the hood, it knows that it's actually changed what type is there, whether it returns a result or an OK, they're the same pointer. But it tells you whether it unlocked successfully, which not secure at all, because in reality, you could just go, I don't care, and treat it as a, yeah, but that's not the point. This is not a good problem implementation. But the thing I dislike about this, and it's the same thing with you implement lock, and lock, and this just returns a locked version of itself. The issue is when you go to use this stuff, we're going to make an fn main. It's probably going to complain that fn main exists somewhere outside of, like, there's two fn mains, or is main and lib. Anyway, so the idea is you like let manager equals password manager and then secret. Okay, and then we go let, and we unlock, and we pass in and try. Right. And the idea with this is we go, oh, it's the wrong password. We don't actually know, so we have to like match it. We match. And we go, okay. We're here, and we go, okay. So if we get the right answer, we get a manager, and otherwise we return. Right, fill in the thing. So okay. And so we return. Okay, otherwise, we just return. Let's just call it O so that it doesn't get confused. And then E, and then actually technically we don't need E. We can just say failed to unlock return. Right. So you get one shot at unlocking it and if you get it wrong. But my issue with this is if I want to lock it again, I've got to call lock, and then I've got to reassign the variable, which means that in theory, like only because Rust just has its all like ownership stuff, you don't get to reuse the unlock manager once you've locked it again because you've passed it away. But in reality, if locking did something, like it was like called some database and said, okay, this terminal is disconnecting, like don't let it do shit that it does, revoke its credentials. You can't do that. Like you have to call lock for this to revoke its credentials. Like if this did some kind of like we'll put a comment like ping server to revoke token. Let's say like so you call lock and it revokes your token. So you can no longer do things that need an unlock password manager and unlock like well, technically do nothing. In here we say ping server to get token. Right, so you do something that unlocks it. Like it actually gives you access to shit more than like this is just type safety stuff. Like this wouldn't actually be secure. And then you same with lock. It's like it gives you, it revokes your token on whatever external thing you're accessing. But because you have to assign and lock it, it's not a good API for this kind of implementation, because if I don't lock it, I just never revoke the token. So if somehow someone's exploiting my application, and my token's still valid, like I forget to devalidate the token and somehow it's saving a cookie or cache on the web browser or something. When I lock it, I revoke that token. I say, hey, don't let this token be used. I've relinquished my control. If I don't call lock, it goes away. What you should do instead, because I'm not just going to like, this is a bad approach, like I have nothing better. I thought they were going to do it because they kept going about like, there's a better way, there's a better way. Like I like their step-by-step improvement, but they just stopped the video at like, this is the best way to do it. So no. So what you do is you go struct and you're like manager guard, and then you get that state, and it's state, you don't assign it a default state, and it gets a password manager, which is a immutable reference to a password manager. Right, and then we remove state from you. Right, so we go, hey, we need a lifetime. I think I can just say you're static. Because again, this is where like lifetimes get confusing. Is I'm pretty sure, no, I'm not 100% because I haven't actually worked out a way of testing to see if this is a static lifetime here doesn't mean static for the lifetime of the application. It means static for the lifetime of this object. So like if I drop this object, that's how long static lasts. As long as this object is valid, this lifetime needs to be valid, not that it. And in reality, I think I saw something about saying like they want to put like a self lifetime, which means the lifetime of this object. Is that actually a thing that I can do? No. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure when you say static in this situation, static means this lifetime, not static for the application. But anyway, so now you go password manager, and then you go, okay, the password manager doesn't need this anymore, and then we can get rid of the password manager with a T. So this is just stuff that's always available, right? Password manager. And then instead of doing all this, we can just go like that and like that. And then instead of unlock returning that, it unlock returns a password, or it returns a result to a password manager. Password. What was it called? Manager guard is what I call it. Manager guard. Right. We call it unlocked, or it returns a manager guard. Right. So this does the same thing, and then we say password manager. So this takes an immutable self, and this returns an error. Password manager locked. Nope, that's not correct. Manager guard. In result, you should actually just return, I don't know, like a static string. This is a terrible error, and like we're just going to return a static string. Error. Okay. And then this is going to invalid password. Alright, that's what it returns. So this instead returns a manager guard with self. So that means we can also get rid of the state from guard. I was thinking like you could also have different levels of state, like whether it unlocks with admin, that kind of thing. But anyway, the idea is whether it's a local unlock. But what happens here is we do this. Okay, so you don't have a locked state. You have just password manager. So when we have password manager, alright. So return that as we slowly track down all the compile errors, because I didn't think this example all the way through. So we have this, and then there's well, lifetime may not live long enough. Okay, fine. You get a lifetime of A. Okay. I think I can do that with a lifetime here and say like that A must outlive the guard, but anyway, it's not the point. So when we call lock, first off, we don't need lock anymore, but all lock does is take in, first off, lock doesn't exist on you. You don't have lock. The import pass manager guard like this, and then no. Stuff available when unlocked. Well, we can get password, but that's not the point. We're going to say fn lock, which just takes in self, and then does this. No, takes in self, returns nothing, and calls drop on self. Right, then apparently we can't use a lifetime. Wait, we just say any lifetime. So we can call lock, and lock calls that and drops itself. And then so we have unlock, and unlock returns this. So then we come here and we go we import drop or password. So self drop, clean up resources, okay. So then this is going to be ping server to invalidate token. Right. This mesh type expected string. Drop. Okay. Import drop. Okay. Drop. Okay. So what this means is, first off, we still have to do the same thing here. I think we deleted unlock. No. Okay. Right. Mismatch type B. Did I change another part? Okay, that's stuff. This is just type shit. Okay, so we can't borrow it as mutable. So first up. Okay. So when we call unlock, we get an unlock guard. I'm gonna manage a guard. So if we resolve the error and we return, let them try again. Right. But we have a guard. And the guard means that we can have whatever we want, No, it doesn't drop. Password manager stuff. No, we want stuff that's available. It's stuff that's only available when unlocked. So anything that's available while it's unlocked is inside the guard, which means that we can use the guard. Unlock manager dot lock. Right, we can lock it again. But it also means that when we let the manager go out of scope, it's dropped, and it automatically locks it. Like, what locking does is drop the item, and then what drop does is ping the server saying invalidate this token, which means that I don't have to worry about cleaning this up. If I drop the guard, like if I unlock the password, so like this, we have the manager, and then so we're going to go into some kind of scope. So we're going to be like, if just true, go into the scope, right? And then we go in here and we go, okay, so I'm going to unlock the password manager. This is where you could use state and just be like, like unlock. Let's go up here and do another thing, like unlock. Let's add another function, be like unlock as unlock with master key. Right. So we have a master key, and then if I can do this, and the master key, the results is the same thing. Right. We're gonna instead. This is just gonna always return a manager guard. Right, this will make sense in a second. I'm gonna say, okay, otherwise, ping server to get token. Otherwise, this will get ping server illegal access, and then panic. Right. So the idea is, like, if you use the master key and you get it wrong, it like kicks you out of the system and locks you out permanently, sort of thing. So if you get here, you should already have the correct key. But anyway, why? Because you're repping. Okay. But the idea with this is we can come in here and we can say, hey, like I want to unlock with master key. So this could also return a guard with a higher level of privilege or something like that. So you could still do the same thing where the guard has like a type. It's like let's call it network user. This is probably a better example. I've got really distracted. And admin. Right. So then we're gonna send state. State, and this equals user, and then we need the phantom data as well. No, don't give us a password manager. Okay, and then phantom data state, and then down here, and we go, okay, when you call unlock, you unlock it in, well, you shouldn't need a type inference because it should just default. Okay, yeah, real deep into the side tangent. So then this would return the admin, right? And then okay, phantom data. Okay, so right. This should return. In result, you could probably return the same as this. It's probably actually smarter to just keep the API the same and do this. Okay. So we do this and we go and ping server to get token. Yeah, and then we say, okay, wrap this. And then we just, I guess, return error invalid master key. Like I left the parentheses there. Why are you complaining? Because you need to return admin. Which means I can get rid of the admin here. Okay. Yeah, the side tangent's got a side tangent. Anyway, so we have drop, and then, so this takes in just NET, and then, again, it's NET. Oh, no, don't grab that. It's T. Okay. So, when we come down here, and we go, okay, so we go into here, so if true, for whatever reason, and we unlock with master key, and we can try this, and then, so it's now we've got an admin. But we don't need to remember to lock so that the user doesn't get access to the admin at some point. Dropping the thing, like if we were setting some flag in the kernel or whatever, that we were in admin mode, and then we drop out admin mode, as soon as we leave this, we unlock back to our locked manager. Whereas the other one where you're changing types, if you come in here and use it, you can't use it outside again. But here, it's like when it's dropped, you get your manager back and it's locked. So dropping the unlock manager gives you an unlock manager again, which is, to me, the proper way of implementing this. Like, it's using Rust type systems, it's using all its safety and its borrow checking and everything to make sure that you have a valid and usable API. And just about every one of his videos, I get to that point where I'm watching it going, but you've like stripped all the nuance away, and then he tries to sell you on a like thing where he's like, oh, you know, I'll turn you into a proper developer if you pay me, and I'm like, but like, my dude, I don't think you're actually teaching. Like, some of the stuff he says is very good advice, but it feels like it's half advice and then lots of clickbait, which I just personally don't like. But maybe that's just me. I forgot entirely what I was doing. I got way too distracted by that. Let's just idle that away. What a horrendous. Anyway, don't mind me. So we're doing this. Maybe this. We go down here. We give you. So for some reason, we're not actually generating our noise. So why is that not happening? So can I get you to print something out? Or like print. My assumption is maybe that the value is just really low. So can we like print line updating pixel? Actually no, don't do that. Just noise. Just print updating notepad. Now the thing is this is probably going to print every frame, because in theory you should be regenerating those map every frame. But I'm unsure why I'm not getting like an actual usable noise value. It's not failing this step. Okay, the noise map is continuously getting updated. So can we say like we need to come down here and be like, what value? Maybe you're spitting out just a really tiny value. If x equals 0 and y equals 0. Please, wait, don't print this. I mean, admittedly, it just adds one extra line because. Yes, I don't like this clippy and change where they're like, you can inline this. It just annoys me, but that's the main thing. I just like that you made it to #1 on the thing. I don't know for why. For a while there, like, you sent way more messages than anyone else, and it was still okay. So it's just a value of 0. Why is it a value of 0? Is this a me doing dumb? Like, as I move around, is it going to become not 0? Why is value always 0? Oh, okay. So as I move around, value become not 0. Value becomes okay. So that means that your value is between. Okay. Well, first off, all we need to do is say value 1. Normalize 0 to 1. Okay. Interesting. I do find it interesting that implies that 0, 0 is 0. Okay. So now the question is, if I go back to my shader and I sample this texture, because because like I'm obviously setting a value, but when I sample this and I say that noise, okay, so can I just return noise? I think you'll get angry at me if I try to just return noise. Can I just return noise? Okay, so my suspicion is that I've got the wrong kind of texture. Because I'm generating the texture myself. Like when you load a texture in Bevy, you get a different result than when you... So what I need to do is say, hey, load noise map. Now, someone down here, and we say, hey, if it's a default, can you do this? So we say it's a two-dimensional texture, and we say that its values are all 0, and it's 4 wide, and it's that you are your normal sRGB, which I don't think is correct. So what we want to do is we want to go, hey, at some point I grab the image out. I want to go, hey, print line, not tile size, just print out the entire tile. Because what I want is to see what format the sprite is when it's loaded from a PNG. Because in theory, what's happening here is we're just grabbing the wrong type. Like we're just setting this value wrong, and the shader is just silently ignoring whatever value I'm pulling out, or maybe it's not. Maybe it's like loudly ignoring it, but it's definitely, you know, it's a lot of noise. I did it twice too. Okay. Okay, so its format is sample count, map level, normal, size is 64 by 64. It is RGBA 8, uniform sRGB 8. Okay, so why is your value? Why are you not being updated? So we're updating the noise, and like clearly the noise is being updated. So you update noise, and we call update noise, and we print this out. Okay, so you're clearly doing something with the noise. Now, you're not failing to set the color, linear RGB, with value. So why are you just returning black? Where are you sampling? Maybe you're sampling really far outside the image. Well, I would assume, like, I can't see, like, there's no difference between that image and the other image. Like, and the other image is working. My assumption is I'm grabbing it wrong out of the shader. So we say like noise, and we texture sample noise, and we pass in local X and local Y, right? And something makes me think that maybe, yeah, the one thing I'm doing is I'm using the wrong sampler. So maybe they need to have the correct sampler. Like maybe for whatever reason, when you grab a sampler for an image, it does something specific. Like maybe that sampler has a certain size or something about it. So we can try that. We can just like, let's grab the sampler specifically for, this is noise sampler. Well, the AI is just so good. Then we come down here and we're gonna be like, noise sampler. Okay. So if I do that, and I said, hey, try that. What I could also do is just see if the noise is actually returning any kind of value. So then you just like, if noise is greater than 0. It's just getting black. Can we say like, if noise dot x does not equal 0, return. Sure. So if it equals 0, it should just return white. It's black. Yeah. So actually, interestingly, that implies that it is actually returning the color 0, because otherwise it would be the clear color. All right? No, I don't know. Maybe not. Noise texture sample vec. Okay. So local X, local Y. So when I display local X and local Y, this is what I'm trying to work out. Is that like I am getting values between 0 and 1. Oh, they didn't like that because I've got a no return. No. Okay. So when I do this, okay. So you're 0, and then look, this is to 1, and then this is to 1, and this is to 0. And okay, I don't know. These colors I think are all different. It's hard to tell because like it's really hard to tell the difference between different reds that are really close to saturation. Okay, so Interestingly, maybe it's because at some point I'm calling this as an F32. So maybe is that the problem? Is that like I'm passing in not F32 values? No, it would be here that I would do that. That is a potential place for the difference. Basically, all I'm looking for is anywhere that it's different between the two. Okay, so well, first off, we need to go back to returning noise. Nope, still just getting lots of zeros. Okay. So can we say like if local x divided by del w is greater than 1, return red. Okay, so it's never greater than 1, is greater than 0.5. Okay, confusingly not what okay. It's not half the screen, which really throws me, but yeah, I guess it's greater than, maybe, I don't know. Let's go like 9. Okay, so what they're saying is the value is definitely like less than 1. If it's less than 0, less than 0.1. Oh, it didn't like that. I don't know what I did, but it didn't like it. Okay, so the value is definitely between 0 and 1. So why is it not sampling? Wait, why do it? Obviously, you want to check. Okay. Fine. Can we say var noise? Var noise. We say local x divided by y. My suspicion is that it may not be passing it to the render world because of where I'm updating it. Like, because I'm updating it pre-update or whatever, it's not passing it to the correct. Like, it's not updating it and then passing it, which means that the render world never actually grabs it. Okay, noise sample texture noise sampler. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to say, hey, if this is true, then noise dot x equals 1. If local y, then noise. Okay, cool. This should give us like, yeah. So the values are definitely between 0 and 1, and we're sampling a valid location inside the texture, I assume. So the only thing I can really think is it's possible that we're just passing in the wrong value, because we're definitely setting it correctly. Okay, so how do we set it and why? So we set it every frame. Okay, so it's either to do with where and how we set the texture. So we say render asset usage all. Okay, what if we filled it with 255? I think I just spotted it. We filled it with zeros, which means we were filling its opacity with zeros, and we only set the linear RGB, which I believe if we come in here and we set internal and this and that, I don't know, maybe not. I would assume it's just got a default value of 1, so maybe not. I was thinking maybe it's because I'm setting the opacity at 1. Or the opacity at 0, and like, so, but this should mean that, like, if we are just not updating the noise map, like if it's, when we create a new noise map, we pass it across as white. There we go. Okay, so it's just never getting updated, because if I pass white in, it gets white. So it's never pulling the new. If the asset is set to render world, but not the main world, the asset will be unloaded from the asset server once it has been extracted and prepared in the render world. Unloading the asset saves on memory, as for most cases it is no longer necessary to keep in RAM once it has been uploaded to the GPU. If you need to access the asset from the CPU past the first frame it loads on, will only need very infrequent access. Then setting this to render world. Okay, if you have access, it doesn't actually need to end up in the renderer. Okay. So it's loading the texture, but it's not letting me update the texture. So for some reason, it's not detecting it as being changed, I guess. We get it immutably. That's interesting. Because we're getting it mutably here. But getting it mutably, if result is sum, it's calling modified. Get mute. Trees a mutable reference to the asset with the given ID if it exists. Note that this supports anything that implements into asset, which includes handles and asset IDs. So we get this and we get a result, dense storage, hash storage. If result is sum, self-queried events, push event modified. So we're calling modified, but for some reason it's not getting passed to the world. Something is not. Why is it not getting passed to the render world though? Like, my assumption is it's just happening at the wrong time, but then it should just get caught on a different path. Like I can't imagine doing this is going to change anything. That's something it could be, is potentially when we're actually making the modified map, we're not modifying the correct map. Alright, well, I guess fuck me. Okay, it's not. No, see, it's still not working properly because as you can see, the noise is following me, which means it's just the same map. We managed to get it to update once, which just means we updated it in the right phase to get it to update. Like we updated it before we sent it to the GPU, but it's still not getting the new version because otherwise, when I move to here, it should leave that gray square there because it should be redrawing from my new position, which is not there. So the fact that the whole thing's moving means it's not. I mean, technically it could be, but it shouldn't be. Also, I'm pretty sure we should be updating the noise based on the player's offset. Just thinking above offset, truncate. So tile material, get material. Yeah, I think we need to fix the update, the offset to also be we need the center tile as well. So we need to like let some tile get image texture, else continue. Then we say we probably mute offset, and then we say offset divide equals size f32 dot floor, like that. I'm just flooring it. I'm rounding it because we don't want it to regenerate every pixel we move. We want to only regenerate when we change cells. Like we want it to be based on what cell the player's in. But again, so it's following the player, which means that it's not redrawing it. Let's get it printing that line again. I want to make sure that the noise doesn't change the value, load noise, update noise. So in here, update image. So we want to, again, if x equals 0, and y equals 0, color. I want to make sure that, like, until I move out of a cell, it just prints the same value over and over and over. And as soon as I see the map move, actually, that's interesting. So it's print. Don't print the color. No, print the value. Print value, please. Value. It's just too much noise. But maybe that's part of my issue. Nope, don't know. Why is the render world not grabbing the update? So as I move around, see, it's not quite working because I'm getting a different value as I move, which I shouldn't be getting a new value until I move into a new cell. So that means you're definitely not getting past the right piece of information. Your offset, you're getting here. Oh, no. That's what the problem is. We're flooring it based on the size, but it's not. It's offset equals offset.floor. We need to floor the actual result, not the size that we're dividing it by. Okay. So now it's getting 0.5, 0.5, 0.5. And then when I see it move, that should give me a different value. There we go. Okay, so now we get a different value depending on which cell we're standing in, which is what we'd expect, which is actually this corner over here. Wait, ooh, okay, so resize. That seems like a really bad idea. One thing it appears that we are able to do, and also that apparently gives us different noise, which is not what we want either. But maybe it's just zooming it. I'm going to say it's almost certainly giving us different noise. Until I implement some other stuff, I won't actually know, but it feels like that is different noise, which implies that the number of cells also determines where, but it could just be offsetting us, which is fine if it's just offsetting it. But anyway, okay, so what am I trying to do? I need to make sure that the image gets passed. So what's happening is we're not triggering the change detection that's causing it to not pull the new image across. But why is it not doing that? Because as you can see, like if we just yoink the, wait a second, on resize, we trigger this. But like you, what I'm not following is why on image load and on image resize. So on update's not pulling it across. But what's rethrowing me? I was thinking, okay, is when I resize. Okay, well I guess the question is like, so when I resize, there's 2 pixels up, there's a gray one there. So when I resize, it's the same thing. But if I move somewhere else, is it going to be the same thing? Because that could just mean that it's just sampling it differently. It's the same texture. Okay, so from where I am, there's 4 really similar grays. No. Okay, come over here to a completely different spot. So there's okay, so it's definitely redrawing it when I do this, which interestingly implies that I'm probably just leaving the texture set wrong somewhere, because if material noise, so can we debug this? Can we like print line creating new noise texture for material? My question becomes, will you then spit out that that's what you're doing? Because you shouldn't, because you only do that the very first time, and then that's it. So we should probably also get you to stop spamming the fucking. Where am I printing that? Just make this an info, because I think this can actually stay. No, it's info. Info, setting color. There we go. There it is. We don't need you spamming the fuck out of it. So I'm really not following what's going on. See, because what that's telling me is that modifying an image doesn't cause it to be resent. Okay, creating no noise texture. Generating noise, creating new noise texture. See, it didn't do that. But when I increase the size, so it's generating noise texture. And if I move over here, so it's definitely regenerating the noise texture, because as you can see, like if we go back to here and we shrink this down and we bring this back up, there's like a gray and then 1, 2, and then a darker gray. Right. If we come over here, we go over out. There's the center. Like there's still 1, 2, and a darker gray, but this is no longer like a consistent gray. Whereas like somewhere like this is like a solid gray 1 and then a dark gray. So it is regenerating the mesh. Like when we generate new noise image, it regenerates the mesh. So whatever we're doing here causes it to be redone. So doing something here, what's that? It's on resize. On resize redraws the noise map properly. But editing the image does not. I don't get it. Because like, what do you do differently? Like this is the loading noise map. That's not right. No, it is. So you call resize, right? But I don't think that matters, because like we'll set textures. Like if something's like, when I call resize, I'm pretty sure all you do is you just say self texture size equals size if set some data self data resize size times volume size dot volume times texture density size value of 0. So it zeroes it out. That's interesting. Resize an uninitialized image, directly modifying image or texture to size instead. Okay. So resizing doesn't trigger anything specific, anything special. Something happens when you divide. What if I do in first? I thought maybe if I do it, I feel like first is just going to mean it doesn't get done because it happens before the load. If I do it in last, the only thing I can think is that somehow updating image is not using the right handle, and so since we're grabbing the wrong handle, we're just not doing it right. So I need you to be all like, hey, updating image, but I need you to be like, info, updating image, but not for this material. I want to make material dot noise. So my question is, like, you know, we're going to be quick with this one. Does it spit out one handle and then a different handle? If it spits out one handle and a different handle, what's happening is we're loading one handle and then using a different handle. But that also just wouldn't make fucking sense, because surely as soon as you change the handle, it would then change the... That might be it, actually. Okay, so we updated updating noise texture for material, and then handle is UUID something. Updating noise texture with handle. Okay, so that must just be the default handle. So it's like weak handle, default handle. Then this one, and then it says index is 4, and it just stays there. I do find it interesting that you somehow the strong handle stores a path. How do you do that? You don't have a path in you. You're strong. So it does. I guess it's because it's impossible to have a weak handle without a path. Okay, well, with a path. So it's definitely targeting the same handle. What I think might be happening is that it doesn't care that the texture is being modified. It's not pulling it into the render world. And why this works is because this targets this. So that would imply that this is an asset. So materials, so because we get you, so my question is, well, first off, can I make you mutably? I don't need you mutably. So let's try this first. So let's try first off getting it mutably. Get mute. So grab the material mutably. That's my first. Can I? One. Grab that mutably. That is my first question. But I am curious. Can I go like materials and be like changed? Set changed. See, but that's not going to do anything because that's specifically the resource and not the actual underlying asset. So let's just see if that causes it to update. Because what I'm thinking is it's possible that modifying the image doesn't actually cause it to update, but because when we do this, we actually modify the handle. Okay. So there's some rounding errors happening, which is fun. Okay, wait. The changes. Huh. That's probably wrapping actually, if I was to guess. So we probably need to make it a little bit bigger. So the only place that, no, there's definitely some rounding errors happening. Left and right doesn't seem to do it, but up and down, like, definitely seem to be doing something funky. But, so what's happening? Update, first of all, let's get rid of that. Okay. So what seems to be the problem is that when we have to modify the material for it to re-trigger pulling the assets across, which mightn't be that it's re-triggering pulling the assets, instead that it's just like it may be pulling the asset across every time, but it's not re-uploading it for this particular shader to use. So we have to modify the material anytime we update anything to make it trigger re-rendering it, which is a bit of a fucking weird way of doing it. So we have to modify the shader. I wonder if we can modify the handle as well, because that would probably be an easier way of doing that. So where do we use the query? We query it. So can I make you like a res? No, I think it's a ref. I think this is like, if I make you a ref, I can trigger change detection on you. Right, is that how that works? And then can I say like material dot changed? Okay, now this changed, so can I make you a mute ref? A ref? Nope. I mean, I can just grab the handle mutably. We can iterate. We can mute. Ugh, why am I actually doing this? This is because the AI filled it in. I like doing this. It looks nicer. Can't modify you immediately. I'm just curious if modifying this handle. So can we say material dot changed? Set changed. And then can we go back to just getting you? Oh, because I'm assuming just getting doesn't trigger. So if this also works, that implies that it's just that we need to trigger something about that material. Which is weird, but like, okay, fair enough. No, okay. So we specifically have to be modifying the actual material itself. Which I find very, very bizarre, because it's like the material is just pulling a handle across, but for some reason when it pulls that handle across, it's pulling all the assets with it. It's pulling the image with it. Okay, anyway. So we're literally just changing it for the sake of changing it, which is fun. In theory, we don't have to get this mutable. We could just fire the event itself. I think we need to stabilize the noise as well. But the noise seems to be stable enough. Like, it seems like it's slowly following us. So we definitely need to stabilize the noise. It's very, very, like, bizarrely noisy. Okay, so let's go into the infinite shader. And we go like, stop coloring that in. Now don't return the noise, instead just return the color. We could multiply the color by the noise, since the noise, don't close the game, since the noise is just a grayscale image. We can just multiply by noise, and that should give us like patchy grass that, again, not quite what we want, because the noise is not very stable. I think it's maybe because our screen is like so high that the floating point precision is really kicking in, which one way to get around that was it's just around, like, but we'll have to do that in the actual, when we generate the noise. So what I want to do is do some level of like see, it's going to be hard because I don't think I can hand in an array. Well, maybe there is a way you can. Bevy's got an example of a like an indexed texture or something, array texture. So how the hell do we load an array texture? No, stop. Not an array texture. How do I build an array texture? Dimension 2D array. Okay, so what we need is a different thing inside the shader. We have our noise, and then we have this. We're gonna say we need another bind group. It's a bind group 4. What the fuck? This is not noise texture 2. This is decor texture. Decor array. And this is an array, and we have to go like to here and go, what is the material type here? So this is a texture to the array. Okay, and then there's a sampler, which is a decor array sampler. Okay, so what I want to do is first of all I want to see if I can get rid of this binding and make you like 3. Alright, so we want to go back to our image, wherever that happens to be. I want to go. Okay, before I do that, leave that there. I want to go base color sampler. Does it work with the base color sampler? Yes. Okay, which means we don't need to pull in a different sample. I am assuming the array sampler is different, but we can also test that. So that means that we can go here and we can say, hey, you don't get it. We don't no noise sampler. So yes, I fixed that. So we go back to here and we go here and we go, okay. So first off, you don't get your own sampler. Next is we're going to say pub decor array, which is a handle to an image, I believe. Okay. Which is going to need its own thing like that. Okay. So I don't know how we're gonna do this. So I'm starting to feel like we're gonna really need a default image thing. So we need to make a better thing than making your set default material. Okay, so we're gonna say we need to like make the decor. Now how do we actually create array texture? Needs commands, asset server, loading textures. Where's me loading textures? Images, image mesh, materials, asset server. Loading textures is loaded, or okay. So we need to make a resource. Okay, so this probably needs to go in its own crate. So this is going to be mod decor. We're gonna have to like do something with it. Anyway, so loading resource, and then I'm gonna go what plugin app new app. Just mute app like that, and then we need to use Bevy prelude, please. Okay, so so how are you setting this up? Okay, so first off, when we say when we say texture, we have to then also specify that you're a dimension 2D array. I think that then tweaks the sampler. I'm not sure. So how the hell do I set this up? How are you doing? So create somewhere you obviously fucking array texture.png as a server.load is loaded as false. Okay, textures array texture.png. Creates a new array texture asset from the loaded texture. Okay. So what I'm going to need it to do is modify it slightly and say, hey, you're a vector of handles to images, right? And then we're going to go, can I import from world for loading texture? Open from what? Okay. So this is like to do for now. So you do that. Sure. Except we then want to return to do so that you don't actually work without me like, so I'm not looking at it like going, why is it not working? Okay. So so something like that, I think, maybe. So startup load textures. No, we initialize you. Then in update we say create texture array, which takes in app, which takes in apparently commands for some reason. We need the asset server. It seems very confusing. Why do we need the asset? Oh, because we need to check to see if they exist. We need the textures and then loading textures. I don't know why it needs a mesh. Array texture material. Where does array texture material come from? Oh, that's their, okay, that's their texture material. Okay. Okay. So I think you also need some kind of target. So like you're gonna need so to load. Okay, and then load into. Okay. Vector handle. No. You're just a handle. You're an image. Right. So when I create you, I need to go like, hey, can I say that per target equals world dot resource mute asset image dot reserve handle. Right, you do that and then that. Okay, so you load that into there, and then down here we say, hey, create. So we say if we need access to the loading textures here. If loading texture dot is loaded, or asset server dot is loaded. Okay. Loaded load folder. A loaded folder. Interesting. That's not what we want, but I don't think there's any way of specifically being like, hey, okay, so I'm thinking is loaded can probably be saying like can load. And so can load is false. And then we say something along the lines of check if all loaded. And then that's going to be like, yep, this. And then we say, no, we say asset server. Asset server. And we say, res mute. Mute. Okay. We probably want to say, can load and has loaded. Two separate values. So we go, hey, can load and has loaded is false. We don't start loaded by dude. So we go here and we go, hey, check if all loaded. So what we do is we go, hey, for handle for image in loading textures dot to load. But like that. So iterate through all of the handles and say if asset server dot is loaded image return. Right, except we're going to say if not loaded return, and then we come down here and we say has loaded is true. Then up here when we here when we do this, say dot add system to update check if all loaded. I think technically the trick would be to go to dependencies, check if all loaded dot run if to load res loaded loading textures to load dot can load. Okay. So we check to see if they're all loaded if it can't load, because that implies has loaded. So can load is set when all of them are loaded. Can load. Well, I guess it's not load, it's can build. And then has built. Okay, so if not can build, check to see if they're all loaded. Okay. Create. This is build. Build texture. Alright. Dot run if not has built. Okay, cool. And then we just go down here and go, this is you. Okay. So we don't have to check it in here because we've done it with run conditions. Alright, so this won't even run once it's finished. Okay, so we need to let some mute image, not mute. So get mute load. Failed to get mutable reference to image for loading texture array. Okay, so that's the image that we're going to put it into. Okay. So then we're going to say, I don't know how to make an array. Okay, so image dot so let template equal and that's gonna be a pain, isn't it? No, texture dot get. I can't get it immediately and immediately at the same time. Okay. Oh, we only reserved it, so it's not even going to be there. That doesn't actually matter. So we can get a template. Our template is going to be textures.get loaded texture loaded. No, it's dot to load dot if. Okay, first thing you do, loaded texture dot has built equals true. This means if I return early with an error, it's my own net fault. Okay, so then we say if load texture dot to load is empty, return. Then if I decide that I need to do something that like a fail condition that you might want to try again, I can just make sure that it happens before we set that to true and it'll try again next frame. Okay, so if is to load is empty, okay, which means that we can safely grab value 0. Okay, so we don't clone it, we just grab it. And then we say sum, and then we go end, and then we go else, warning, no template image found for texture array. No first image not loaded for texture array. Okay, so I should write up YouTube in case people start talking again. So what we're going to do is, so we grab our template image, and the reason we have a grab our template image is we're going to say we need a new image. We're going to say let size equal template.size, and then we're going to say let new array equals image new. Okay, because I don't think we want a texture atlas. So a texture atlas would be kind of cool. I don't know how to use a texture atlas. Though it does seem like a smarter way of doing this. Anyway, let's see how well the AI goes. We'll work from there. Okay, so size.width .x and size.y. Okay, and then loaded textures to load.len. Good. It's a dimensions is 2D array. Is that's not a thing, is it? Well, first off, we have to like qualify this and be like, what the hell is your dimension? 2D. Okay. Texture format, Bevy default. Okay. Is that actually a thing? srg. Well, actually, technically, the texture format is going to be template dot text. No, I'm from Western Australia. A bit later over in Queensland. Template what? Wait, this is data. Times to load len x times y times 4 times to load dot len. That should work, I think. Okay, so format is then not texture descriptor. Why can't I get access to your format? No, whatever format you happen to be in. I don't know. Actually, maybe I should just use a texture atlas. That one. Okay, and then I feel like this should be loaded onto the GPU on the left there because we don't actually want to fill it up. Yeah. You're doing something. Yeah. This does something, and then we're just gonna like to do copy all images into an array. Oh wait, no. Just gonna say one, copy all images into array. Then we'll just put the first one in there. Then we're just gonna say image. What's it called? Array dot add fill. No, there's got to be some kind of way of writing color pixel bytes. Reinterpret size. Reinterpret stack 2D as array. Takes a 2D image containing vertically stacked images of the same size and reinterprets into a 2D texture array where each of the stacked images becomes one layer of the array. This is primarily used for 2D texture array shader unit types. Panics. What? Panics texture is not 2D. Has more than one layer, or is not evenly divisible into layers. Okay, so that's not what we want to do. It's got to be some kind of way of copying a. Well, apparently not, which makes this feel like it's going to be a really, really bad. Is there a texture builder? I think I'm going to use a texture builder. Let x width equals square root. Okay. So we want to so loading textures dot to load dot len dot as f32 dot square root dot steal as and then height is going to be what? No, don't do that. It's height is equal to load textures dot to load dot len divide by width as actually can I just make you a U size and then by the way, okay. I think that seems about right. So we worked out the width and the height of the array. I think I can be like let new atlas equals texture Atlas Builder new default. I have no idea what this is going to do. Then for image in loaded to iter that texture image not loaded. If let some texture get texture. Okay, add texture. None. Okay. So Atlas to finish. No, that's not how that works at all. Atlas dot build. What does this return me? It has to be a result with the texture Atlas layout, texture Atlas source, and image. Okay, so let's say like match error. Match Atlas dot finish. Okay, doesn't need this stuff. You need to be an array of underscore. Okay. Layout. What was it? Is it layout something? Image. Okay. Let handle texture add. Okay. Textures dot add. It's not Atlas. It's image. No. Okay. You don't like that. Why don't you like that? Build. Texture. That's it. Build. Not build. Okay. So we have the layout. This is the source. I don't know what the texture sources does, but then we have the image, and then we pass the image to here. Okay. So I think it's insert. And then we have to go loaded texture dot load into, and then that's it. You just load it into there, and then you're done. Otherwise, you say failed to build texture Atlas for whatever reason. I'm curious what the layout and the sources are, so I'm gonna need some of that information, I'm sure, because I'm sure like without the layout, I'm not gonna know anything about the texture. Let max width equal max size x. Okay, no, the texture Atlas layout, what does this contain? The total size of the texture Atlas, and then textures, the specific areas of the Atlas where each texture can be found. Okay, and then there's the texture Atlas sources, which just says a map for a specific image handle to the given index in the texture Atlas where you can be found. Okay, so that makes me worry that it doesn't preserve the insertion order, which concerns me like greatly, but it should be fine because they're square. Like I'm assuming that's like if you stick them in a random random shaped ones, it may like try and pack smaller ones in, and therefore they're not like necessarily, well, they should still be in the order that you pick, but they may not be where you expect them to be. Okay, so that should then run that, and then that shouldn't run anymore because that's done. So when you call load, it like waits until they're all loaded and then loads them all in. And then I kind of feel like it should just remove itself, but that's to be done later. I do feel like you should like load a file or something, like a meta file. Okay, so I don't know what you're doing. So decor array is here's the fun part. Res and then res decor loading texture. We can't access it because it's not public. We're gonna go with public. And then we want to give you one function, involve loading texture, and say okay, get handle, which just load into, and then I feel like it should just remove itself when it's done. There you go, get handle. So that should then load that, and it won't do anything until it's loaded. Okay. Why you do this? Load into does not satisfy the bound dot id. Okay, layout, source. Okay, so these aren't necessary. I'd be interested to know them, but I don't know if they're necessary. The layout I feel like kind of is, but I don't know how to pass it to the pass it as a part of the material, I guess. But that would mean storing it in there, and so that seems like a hassle. So again, decor. It's just plugin, but we do need to make it public. Okay. So you only check until that's loaded, and you only check until that's loaded, and then they're both done. Okay, so we do need to stick like a whole bunch of files to be loaded in there, which needs like the assets server, I guess. Let asset server equal server. Okay, and then we need to like do some stuff, like actually load some assets. Okay. Can build, has build to load. Why is none of this getting targeted? Probably because this hasn't been saved. Okay. So we get your handle and we stick that in there and we set the default. That's up to you. Now, how does Bevy do its texture atlas? I wonder. I'm assuming it's a shader that just does it. Got too many tabs open. Bevy. I should make a shortcut to the Bevy GitHub instead of going through their website every time. No. Official examples. Latest, we want to go to 0.16. Then we want to go to not examples. We want to go to traits. Is it Bevy 2D? Where is texture? Where does this come from? Bevy image. Bevy image. Score. Do you have any shaders? You, in fact, do not have any shaders. So how the hell do you come from somewhere else? No. Then how are you rendered? From grid. I'm assuming you do something interesting. Text analysis. How are you rendered, my dude? Image loader, image. Image formats. That's a lot of image formats. How? But how are you rendered? Maybe it's Bevy UI? No, it wouldn't be UI. Is it like a 2D? Image. UI does its own thing, but I don't think it's maybe Bevy render. I mean, it'd make the most sense to be in Bevy render because that's where all the shader stuff is. Render. Scroll and then texture? No. Globals. Color. Render graph, primitives, mesh, dynamic camera, batching, texture. Texture? No. Fallback image, view, texture, renderer. Renderer? No. Render phase, primitives, mesh, experimental, diagnostic, camera, batching. Where the hell does Bevy actually render images? I wanted this, like, surely there's like I could just say like texture outs. function, image, texture atlas, image node. Well, image node seems promising. So image node size. No, that holds the texture atlas as an actual thing. But when do you render it? How do you render it? Text, atlas, texture atlas, custom cursor key texture, image node, texture atlas, set field. Okay, texture atlas builder. Right. Let's find Sprite. I'm assuming Sprite's what actually holds the texture atlas. Yep. Now, how sync to render world? Okay, well that's somewhat interesting, but not really. Visibility class. But like how? How? What is it to do? Scaling mode. But when? But shader. Shader. Material. Bevy render. Sync to render world. Right. What confuses me is there's like 4 references to Sprite in the entire Bevy repo, apparently. Okay, that makes even less sense because the actual Sprite doesn't exist. Am I not in the thing? Like, did they change the name in... I'm not on latest, apparently. I still don't quite get why... Sprite.rs, flip Sprite. Sprite sheet.rs? No, this is examples. We don't want examples. Where the hell is the Sprite? It's in Bevy Sprite. It's its own crate. S-P-R-S. Sprite. Renderer. That would be... That's Sprite. Okay. Sprite. WGSL. I color. But how? But how? Texture slice. Tile map chunk. Texture 2D array. What? What? Tile map chunk material. So the answer is no. Sprite.rs. Okay, first up, we need to go back to 16 because this seems like this might be something that they're adding in a future thing. Because I don't remember there being tile maps. Yeah. So apparently, little thing for discovering stuff that's coming in the next version or so. Well, no, I want to go back tab. Apparently they're adding tile maps. So that's gonna be cool. I still need to work out how the fuck sprites render. I haven't quite worked out like where exactly are you passing in the view to, okay, texture 3D, render a mod, okay, somewhere. The sprite pipeline, we're looking for texture atlas. Okay, extract sprites. Wait, what? Kind rect. I'm still not following. Where exactly it's using this? Okay, we're gonna look for the word rect. Because that seems to be what it's calling. So converting rect, and then we no, it's not some rect, size, rect, quad. Okay. But then how does that come into here? Like, when do you actually... Mesh 2D. The Mesh 2D is done differently, I think. Yeah, I can't work it out. It's very confusing. It's doing something. I think it's extracting the rect and like sticking that like as the size, and then it somehow knows what part of the thing to draw based on that, which annoyingly for me isn't going to work because we need you to not be. It's calling it a 2D array. Can I like pack a 2D array into a thing? Can I say when I'm building my texture atlas that it's actually to stack them? I don't know. Maybe. So when I build you, I don't think I can configure this right. Like texture atlas builder. What other options do I have other than the default? We can add a texture, auto format converter. We can build. We can format. Initial size, max size, padding. Default. Okay, so what can I call on you? Atlas. Oh, okay. So we can add a texture. We can auto format configuration. What does this say? It says control whether the added texture should be converted into the atlas's format if different. Okay, no. Okay, so I don't care. So what else we got? So we go build, we got format. initial size. Yep. So set the initial size of the atlas in pixels. Okay. Okay. So we could do that, and then we could take the template. We could work out exactly how big we need the atlas to be. We could say maximum size and padding. Maximum size. So if I can set, so I'm assuming if I don't use the maximum size, right? Like, can I say that you are vec? Did you say you're vec 3, vec 2? You vec 2. You vec 2. No. So you need to be this is going to be very silly, but template dot size dot x, and then y is just going to be u32 max. So it doesn't have to use this much space, it just can use that much space. I assume, like, I'm assuming that's not going to cause it to be really, really big. So if I do that, and then when I do this, if I instead say something about array, and then the number of layers is loading texture dot toLoad dot len. Right. Now you don't like that because something went wrong. It takes immutable self. Okay, so we say image, and then we say image dot not resize something stack array, which is loading textures dot toLoad dot len. Okay, and then we just pass an image. So we'll need to know how many we have, I think. I assume I can't just ask, but maybe I can. But they should, in theory, because I specified they're all the same size texture. And I've said, hey, your maximum width is that. That it won't fail, it'll just stack them the right way. And then this should work. Okay. And we don't need commands, apparently we don't need the asset server. Now, we need to load at least one. So we need to say something like vec, and then to say assets, look fucking, okay. Except we don't want grass side and grass top, we want no shader, texture, block. I need to be able to search it. Reveal in Explorer, please. What was it called? I want to say that there's something like rows work, right? So we can have a with a rows. So rename you, copy. So this is in blocks. Okay, so textures, blocks, and then we want with a rows. Okay, and then we need something like rename crimson mushroom. Dandelion. And then there's like a poppy thing. Yeah, poppy. Okay, so we now have 4 things that load. They load in. Okay, so that'll load those 4 images. Now, I'm not sure if the shader can access these 4 images, but we're saying this is a 2D array image, which is good. So in theory, we could actually like layer 3 noise maps, because there's nothing stopping us from sticking a different color, different noise map in each channel. So that's fun. Anyway, so we have a 2D array and we have a sampler. I'm assuming we can't use this sampler on here, but there's no reason we probably couldn't because it's called a sampler. So what we need to work out next is how we're going to do this. So we have our noise, and we're going to say if noise dot You just take any because they're all the same. R is greater than 0.9. Okay, so basically, if you've got a really high noise value, we say we need to do some other stuff, but we need to be like, we need to know things like, we have your coordinates, so we're gonna be like, no, I want to say see, but this is each pixel, so we need to work out what is it the X cell? Okay, so this is your cell, so we use this to work out things about you, and then we use your X and Y because that's inside of the cell. So this is your local and this is your global. Okay, so no, stop inserting this shit. Okay, so we need to say something like, if cell X plus cell Y is a modulo 10 equals 0. We do something else. If cell X, I guess modulo, maybe modulo cell Y equals 0. I have no idea what these values are going to even represent, but the idea is that, like, I'm trying to come up with ways for, is that always the case? I don't know. Is something modulo something 0 is going to result in the reciprocal always being true? I don't think that's the case. We're gonna have to write a test for that, aren't we? God damn it. We'll just do that quickly in lib here and be all like, actually, I don't want to do it in lib. I want to do it in like here. Just want to quickly see if, so let's got this test. Okay. Mod of X is mod of Y. So what we're going to do is, like, for 0 in this technically would start like 2 dot dot 100, and for j in I dot dot 100, here's I plus 1 dot dot 100. If I mod j equals 0 and j mod I equals 0, print line what? Say like I j I. Run this test. I'm just curious how often this happens. Somewhere apparently I just have the word sprite written down and nothing. Okay, fair enough. That's as good a reason not to compile as any. Just random word sprite written somewhere. Let's close this. Okay, so what I'm just trying to work out is, like, is it always going to be the case? Okay. Can I make you panic? Because I don't think you print out the console log unless it panics. Can we panic? I want to know how common it was. Okay, here's first up. Just print line it, but I want you to sum equals 0. I'm gonna say like sum plus equals 1, and let new float equals 0. When you get to here, just say total plus equals 1, and then I want to panic. This is totally what testing is supposed to be used for. Okay, it panicked, it's failed, and what did it say though? It said found 0 pairs out of 4,756 tests. Okay. What if I said test from 2? Okay. You should find more pairs because it, oh, and actually printed them out. So it says when 2 is, okay, so if I equals j, continue. So by looking at that, it seems like the only pairs are when they're the same number. Okay, but if we go to like, what's the 10,000, surely it turns up a lot more in 10,000. Right? No. So I mod j equals 0 is never j mod I equals 0. If they're not the same number. If they're the same number, then it is. But in which case we should probably just like say where am I in the shadow? We're gonna say if cell x equals, yeah. So I guess technically if there are multiple of 10, we'll keep it, but then we're gonna say else if cell x equals cell y, we're just going to well, I guess do nothing. Right. I guess, I don't know. Weird. So, then I need to somehow sample the texture. The interesting question is, does this texture have transparency? I'm assuming if I sample this, I'll have transparency. I don't know how to sample it into the array, but we have the Bevy example for that. How the hell do I sample a 2D array? Somewhere down here it says we go blah, 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 blah. Double-sided, don't care. Fragment. When do you sample this 2D array? Yeah, texture sample. Okay, so you say texture sample and you give the array, the 2D array sampler, the UV, and then the layer. Okay, so we're gonna say var layer equals 0. Layer equals 1. Well, layer's not going to be layer equals -1. The idea is you could just pick really weird bizarre rules. Layer equals 2, and what I only have 4, so layer equals 3, and then yeah, again build the else case. So we just say like don't do that, and then we say if layer does not equal -1, then let decor equal texture sample decor array sampler this monstrosity here. No, what the fuck are you doing? Paste that in, and then layer. Okay, and then we say if decor.a is greater than 0.1, return decor. Why are you multiplying it by some noise value? Oh, Just return the decor value. Thank you. Weird ass fucking. Alright. We should also make sure our tests pass again, so let's just get rid of this. So basically what we're doing is we're going, hey, if the noise value is really high, if you're a multiple of 10, draw, let's see, if your noise value is really high, draw a, what's the wither rose. If your decor value is at a multiple of 10, replace that with a rose with, I want to say it was a mushroom. Otherwise, if X mod Y, then you're a dandelion. Otherwise, if X mod Y mod X, then you're a poppy. And if X equals Y, you're nothing. You don't have a decor. Like, so just skip those ones. I have no idea if this is going to work. and then we basically check and we go, hey, if I sample a decal here, will you actually render a pixel? If not, continue on to render grass. Just render grass. So the idea being that like this should render the decal on top, or the decor on top of the thing. Now we get to find out, like, because I've written a lot of code without running the game, we'll find out if it crashes. It's like a non-insignificant chance it's just going to not work, but it did not like that. So it failed to build texture out with not enough space. Now, my question about why do you not have enough space? Do I have to like +1 your size? I could imagine that being a thing because we said your maximum +1. Because like I can't imagine that it can't stack them. Like the interesting, it could be that the poppy and like the different flowers and stuff are different sizes. Okay, can I get you to please print line size template.size? Now the other question is template not the right size? Because it should be 64. My question is, does it not stack them horizontally because it ran out of room? Because I've given it Y max as a maximum size, so it shouldn't be running out of space. It said 64 by 64 and it says Y failed to build Atlas, not enough space. I also do not understand why you're not rendering the grass at the very least. That's concerning. So when we say add texture, how the hell? So texture to place push, and this just says cogen that the length does not change across grow 1. What? This will panic or abort if it would allocate size max bytes, or if the length increase went from 0 size types, then equals itself dot buffer stochastics buffer dot grow 1. Unsafe, and the fuck are they doing? This is just Rust vector. What? Image ID and texture. Okay. So when I say build, like what makes you say that you're out of space? Current width, current height. Maybe it's checking X first. Self initial size. Alright. Self dot initials. Okay. Rect placement. No. Okay. Rect to place. Ground. Rect to place. You size new. Okay. Add texture to rect ground packer. Group packer. Okay. So index texture. Rect to place. Push rect. Inbound index. Group index. Rect to insert new texture dot width self dot padding. You don't have any padding, so, and then texture dot height self dot padding depth of 1. Okay. While rect placed is none, if current width is greater than max width, or current height is greater than max height. The last attempt equals current height equals max height, and I don't quite understand. What if I gave you plus 10? Like, why are you running out of space? I don't get it. So what if I didn't specify a max size? See, looking at that and the fact that it works the way it does makes me almost certain that it's... Maybe I'm packing it the wrong direction. I'd have to track down the Bevy thing, but I'm sure it said that it packs them... Maybe they're supposed to be laid out vertically. Horizontally. It said something about... something. So let's go where it is. So takes a 2D image containing vertically stacked images of the same size and reinterprets them into a 2D texture array, where each of the stacked images becomes one layer of the array. That this is primarily used for texture arrays. So my question with this is I'm sampling the whole image, but I'm also only sampling layer 0, which is a fun thing of apparently everything's a multiple of 10. Or am I just moduloing 10 and not actually checking to see? My suspicion is that no matter what, I'm always sampling the same layer. Modulate 10, so I'm assuming we're just always setting 0. This is just never true. Or if it is, we're then rendering nothing. So it's packing them all into the same cell, which is weird. Because like I can't get it to not. Also, they're upside down. It's probably because I'm starting here and actually rendering. It's supposed to be rendered that way. I don't know. But why? So, because I can't. That's really annoying that I can't specify them to have a. So the texture atlas. It's just that they have to be stacked vertically for this to work. But like I can't specify this. It's like if I said to this, hey, like you have a U32 max, and then if I said you have a size, what's it, template dot size dot y. Right. Does this complain about running out of space? Or is it like it literally just tries X and goes, oh, I'm out of space on X, and then gives up? Because that's really dumb if that's what it does. If it just... Yeah. So, unless it needs more space than... Because it's definitely laying them out flat. When we say default, what is your... textures to place initial size 256, maximum size is 2048. That's interesting. Why is your initial size 256? What does that actually mean? Copy texture. Padding in pixels to add between the texture. Right, no, it is. texture atlas image. Okay, no, that's what it does. Okay, build. So why do you run out of space? Like, surely that being max, I mean, where are you getting the size from? Why are you setting the size to 256? What the hell are you actually rendering? So many questions. The fact that it's like squished tells me that it's rendering it correctly is not the right. What I find even more interesting is this doesn't seem to have a problem with trying to crush it into this many layers. Which somewhat implies that you're just giving a value to load. I don't empty it, do I? Like, it's not like it's getting past to 0. I'm very confused on why it's even rendering anything at all. Is it like for image in to load iter? At some texture. Get add image ID, none. What if I typed it like 2? Like, surely that would give you enough room because you've got a U size max. Maybe the issue is that because I'm giving it max, it's too big. 2048 is the default max, right? Okay, 2048. So in theory, giving it 16, 16, 2048 that should definitely give enough room because it's at least too wide and at least too tall. Maybe it's an issue with giving it a max size of U32. Like maybe it's overflowing. No, not enough space. Times 3. Why? Also, I just realized that Y is definitely the axis that you want to constrain because you want it to. No, Y is height. Why? Right, this size to load. Template.size.y. I'm very confused. Okay. So if I make it 4 wide, it'll fit all 4 wide. But why can I like set you to like 2048? Right. But why if I set you to an X of 1 do you just like not fit? Like why does it need to be wide enough to fit in every axis? Is this a bug or am I crazy? Like why does it need to fit in all 4 axes? So fitting both works. Setting you to template.size .x. And this is going to run out of room. So why would I need 4 times, which is like 16 times the space? Why does it need to be big enough to hold 16 times the space? But it's got enough space. What actually turns the not enough space? What actually throws not enough space? I'm assuming it's because it's actually got a bug and it's trying something like when it goes to stick it in, it's like it goes, oh, I don't have room because it's trying to make sure that the atlas is at least wide enough. So what do? So we stick everything into rec to place, then rec places. Where is this? This is an option while rec placement is none. If current height is greater than max height, or okay, so these all break. So last attempt equals current height equals max height and current height. Okay. Let me target bins, allocator bin. Okay, so target bins, insert key 0, target bins new, current width, current height, depth of 0. Wait, is it because the initial height's 256? Why is the initial height 256? Why is that the default? Why is the default not 0? Okay. Rect placement match. Pack rect to place. Target bin. Volume heuristic. Contains smallest box. Why did you just make a Atlas texture? This doesn't make any sense. Why, like, shouldn't the default value be 0 then? Because isn't this forcing every texture to be at least 256 by 256? Like, that's how this reads to me, is that, like, no matter what, it starts at 256, it sees if it can fit everything in. If it can't fit everything in, it doubles the yeah, so if it can fit everything in, it makes the texture that is the right size. And then if it can't, it doubles the size and tries again. So why does it start so big? Which would explain why I need to be like 4 times the size, is because 4 times the size is just when I'm small enough to fit. That is such a bizarre way of doing that. Like, I am assuming it's for speed that it starts at a reasonable size, but like even if it started at 0, what do they save, like 6 iterations or something? And 2 to the 6. No, more than 6. 2 to the 7. No. It's 2 to the 8. They save 8 iterations. Wow. Anyway, now that I know that, I can say like Atlas dot initial size is going to be template dot size. Right. So now it should at least try with the size that the image is, which annoyingly I think means it's also going to try and double the width. Maybe not though, because I think it's only if they're both, which is why that works. So we can say, hey, your X is size, and then your height is anything you like. Hey, they're apparently extremely common. You can also see where the rules happen. I feel like I have that the other way. That tells me that this is backwards, and I should be saying, if you're bigger than 0.9, making decor rare, not extremely common. I also need to make myself move faster, and I've made the decor too rare. So let's go to main. Let's make us move like 10 times faster. We have to still stabilize the RNG though. That's still very noisy. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay. So now if we move like really quickly, the answer is it is very, very rare for anything to fucking spawn. Which I guess kind of makes sense, because what could also be happening, no, unlikely, is if r is greater than like 0.6. Okay, so now they're somewhat common. Now, I was going to say that what could be happening is that the rules are so rare. Okay, we should probably start at 4. I like the poppies and the roses and the dandelions having the same rule, but as you can see, it appears that poppies are much rarer, so poppy should probably be the wither rose. So we should probably just actually, the smarter thing to do would be to go to our decor here and put them in this spot here. So just put you as last. Put you there. Go like dandelions are the most common. What are you doing? Okay. What I want to do is have like a sequence of rules about the types of things that can appear. Like because in theory I could also check things like the below and the above and that kind of stuff. So apparently multiple of 10, far too common of a rule. I like how rare roses are. We can also please work out how to flip them the right way up. It's just something about how we're sampling them, I think. Like, I'm assuming they're not in the texture upside down, which means that we probably just want to go like -x. Just -x. No, put the negative there. And -y. Save, and we'll run this. There we go. Stop dividing by 0. Do they work now? No, apparently I broke that. So don't. I'm assuming it's like this, maybe. Oh no, it'd be 1 minus, wouldn't it? I mean 1 minus. Okay. Instead of doing floats, something size. Cell size. Size dot y minus y and cell size dot x minus x. Yeah, I don't like that. What the hell is x? X is something. X is an I-32. Okay. I convert it so much, I should probably just convert you to an I-32. Okay. Now they're the right way up, which tells me that grass is also the wrong way around. So, yeah. That's the thing to understand if you want to use this in your grass is upside down. Grass is less obvious that it's upside down though. So a multiple of 10, far too common a rule. At least for the density of my noise. So let's just make it like a multiple of 25. Which in theory should make everything else more common, because the idea is that like the dandelions are taking the spawn spots. 50? It's still way too common. Why? Why are you so... That's why. Because it's... 10's fine, because that's the commonness of a rose. Is that the dandelions happen if nothing... Okay, so you start at -1, please. Okay. So the mushrooms, which are... So I kind of want this to be dandelion and rose. Well, I guess it's 0 and 1. Dandelion and rose. Right. So if they're equal, don't do anything. Dandelion, rose. Okay. Apparently very rare now. What if we just always run this check? Greater than like 0.2? Well, what we've discovered is a nice straight line. Okay. Why is it a straight line? That's my question. Because surely that actually prevents... it probably actually is incentivizing straight lines, isn't it? The other question is, it's never the other. Which I find interesting, because I thought I concluded that it's greater than 0. Oh. Uh-oh. Well, we found a line. My assumption is that a u equal like 0 or something. So that'll be the same thing on the... So why do the dandelions always hit first? Like, the implication is that, this is the representation of the rule, isn't it? Yeah, as the numbers get bigger, they're going to get further and further apart, because... Huh. Alright, so what that means is we probably need to, like, shrink our repetition down, or we could... I mean, the real thing to do is just, one, stabilize the noise. That would help. Like, we need to be like... So, first off, we need to, like, maybe, first off, let I n equals cell x plus cell y. And then we say, let r x equals cell x modulo, let's say 1024. Okay. Then we say if rx and ry, and then we say, you know, rx, ry. What does that look like? I'm trying to just come up with some kind of way of like causing the noise to... So we've currently got it triggering all the time, which is this pattern. So the idea is that it should get sparser, but they like continuing out, and then eventually we just keep following this line. Eventually we'll go 1,000 cells. And then once we've gone 1,000 cells, which apparently is taking longer than I was expecting, it should suddenly explode and cluster again, because the value should modulo back. Like, I assume. Okay, apparently, like, not. Yeah, I don't get it. Okay, so why is it not, like, repeating after 1,000? Like that's what I don't get. Surely, after 1,024 blocks, this just resets back to the value it was, and it should just explode back into them. Now, it's a nice little row of infinite roses. Is it because I'm constantly following Y? Like, is it going to be some random spot over here that's going to just suddenly explode with flowers everywhere? I mean, possibly. Again, we need to stabilize that noise. It's starting to do my head in. Here's, I have no idea how to stabilize the noise, because I don't actually know why it's so noisy. Like, I'm passing in what I thought was the same value every time. Like, these ones I understand, but the fact that going up and down causes, like, noise in here to change values is a bit weird. Okay, I haven't seen a fucking flower in ages. Maybe I didn't save it? No, it explodes in here. So going that way they're yellow, going this way they're red. So going, okay. But surely, like, I don't get it. Maybe if can I set the value like much lower? So, like maybe 100? I saw a little like starbursty looking pattern. Oh look. It's very weird, isn't it? Oh. It is very erratic. Does it do again? Like, does it suddenly get to a point and flip? Okay, that's interesting. I do find it interesting that it's all yellow and it's all red, which means it's probably that the values are negative. Am I doing that mistake that I make where I'm casting something to a positive? So this is a... Well, first off, because I'm flooring it, that kind of implies it's to float. Which is probably fucking with my numbers a lot. We almost certainly want you to be an I-32. Because floats are going to really mess with the numbers. So what if I just got rid of that part? What if I just said you and you and you and you? What I'm not getting is why is it not like some kind of repeating pattern? Because I've got the noise turned off, because that's where the actual magic's gonna happen, is when the noise is turned off. But for some reason it's not like a repeating pattern. Maybe it is. I don't get it. Well, first up, where does this cell come from? So the local's within the screen. Cell is within the world, which is the floor of the UV divided by the cell size. What's an F32? Okay, then we go for hey I E I cell X cell Y modulo X modulo Y. Interesting. Alright. Well, the more interesting thing to do, which again, like, we're going to just stabilize the noise. It's like, I guess that's just the key to all this fucking shit. Stabilize the noise. Is to go something along the lines of... if... if noise dot r is greater than 0.1 and noise dot r is less than 0.02, then do something, right? Like what that can do is we can like be like very specific noise values do very specific things. One thing I've considered is I want to expand the noise map to be slightly larger than the screen. Obviously that'll help with some of that jittering at the edge, because it means that we won't keep having noise move out of the frame, because I think that's wrapped. Like, I think a lot of this is that it's actually rendering this like side because it goes outside the texture, and I think that just wraps around. So let me just say like layout equals var. Okay. So I'm gonna say like, hey, if the noise value is this very specific value, and we have to use ranges annoyingly because like, yeah. Anyway, so we're gonna say layer equals 4 equals 3 with the rows. Yeah, cool. If I do that, like, there's they should have render it only. In theory, they should appear somewhere in the middle, but it's a very, very specific noise value that needs to appear for the with the rows to turn up. It's a very narrow value too. Now, weirdly, why are they okay? It's just that that noise value is so small. Right, so like that's what I'm looking for. Like they just sort of randomly pop up. Now we need some kind of, again, like some kind of reoccurring rule pattern. That makes like dandelions appear. So what I could do, so maybe if we got rid of the let's get rid of the noise check as a whole, and then what we can do is we can say like the first thing we do is work out some noise checks. Can I call other functions? Maybe that's what I should do. Is can I say like fn select decor like that, and then just be like return an i30. Is there like an option? No, i32. Annoying, but anyway. So select decor, and then we need to give it like an x, which is an actually, what do we want to give it? We just want to give it a cell, so it's an x and a which is going to be an i32, and a y, which is an i32, and you're going to return a decor. Now you need to select an image, but because this is all global stuff, I could just do that. So what we want to do is we're going to be like, hey, let layer equals select decor, giving it i32 local x and i32 local y, and then we just say, hey, okay, so you can't do this. Return value does not match the function. Okay, you return -1. Return. Yes, return -1. No decor selected, return -1. Okay. So we're going to say like let noise equal noise texture sample. Why are you dividing my 16? Where did you pull 16 from? We need the local. Okay. So maybe we should pass in the noise because we kind of don't want to like. There's no point passing in all these values that we then calculate like later. So we should probably like be like. No, because I want to pass in the noise map. So we pass in the x, we pass in the y. LX, which is going to be a I guess an F32, and an LY, which is an F32. Somehow I need to make sure I sample the center of the block. Maybe that's what's causing my issue, is that I'm doing like linear interpolation. Something's really broken. Okay, so we need to sample the noise texture with the base texture sampler at position LX and LY. Okay. Invalid function call because I'm not passing in the correct parameters. Okay, select decal. So this is so not local x. We don't want to pass local x in. We want to pass in cell x and cell y. Okay, and then when we were sampling the noise, it's I'm assuming it's an F32 as it is. So we can say like local x divided by cell w and local y divided by cell height. Okay, so now it's worked. It's loaded that in. And it just returns -1. So it's always that. Okay, so that's it. When we're sampling noise, we need to make sure, because these values are flawed, and it's the local that we're sampling. So I think what we need to do is make sure we add like a half to these. Actually, we never floor these, do we? It's cell, so this is floored, this is floored, this is floored, but we add half of the viewport. So first off, we probably need to floor that and add half. That would probably make sense, because cell width and cell height's not guaranteed to be a whole number, so we could be adding a half like that. I think what we want to do is like a floor. This home. No, cool. You do that floor. Okay. So if I do that, does that fix my noisiness? I think it does. Like these values don't look like they're changing anymore. These ones do, but that's I think that's tearing, not But like these values don't look like they're randomly shuffling anymore. So let's start spawning wither rows so we can sample our noise. So that was really just our issue, is that our local wasn't being floored and with this like sort of picking a value that was jittery. I still think we need to add a little bit because I feel like we can still end up selecting the edge of a block, but maybe not. Anyway, so yeah, wither rows there, return 3. So okay, no, the noise is still jittery because it can still disappear. Interesting. Okay, but if I then like add 0.5. Okay, so it's more stable, but the value can obviously still be different. Like as long as we're moving left and right, it doesn't seem to change, but moving up and down, it can pop in and out of existence. This is one of those, like we need to export this to the screen somehow so I can fucking see what it's doing. Can I just put the... I can just display that, can't I? Can I just like, if true, so that it doesn't yell at me for having an unreachable code? It doesn't actually analyze it very well. It just says, hey, you can't get here because you returned. So it's like, if true, it doesn't care. Return. So we want local x, local y, 0, 1, right? Something like that. That just returns a lot of yellow. Ooh, that's screen tearing. Okay, so we need to then divide this number like that. That looks hideous. Why is it doing that? Why is up and down tearing? Like left and right isn't doing it. Well, it kind of is over here. That's really bad there. Up and down, really bad. See, that's the issue. These aren't all the same color, like clearly. Why is it getting a value that's not? These are flawed. That's what I'm not getting. Like, can I say something like, okay, I don't really know what the value would be. We're gonna say something like, if local x equals 0, or equals 1, then we want to return red. Let's return blue because it doesn't turn up anyway. We're gonna run the code. See, there's nothing blue. Well, for one thing, we should probably just convert it to an integer. Nothing's turning blue. We probably should not do this bit. Can we just return... If you get here, just return... say 0. No, please just return black. No. No, if true. It annoys me that the AI keeps grabbing it so that like when I click to try and get off the AI, it just fucking does it anyway. Alright, so when we floor you, apparently it just never equals 2. Oh, because it's going to be 2.5. Okay. So that's the thing. This whole row equals 2.5. I don't get it. It could be just a little bit of moving way too fast. But why would you be giving different values? Why are you giving different values? Well, that's part of the issue. The fact that I'm moving such a tiny amount, but that could, again, just be the fact that, like, the camera is actually moving just a huge fucking amount. I need to set it so that it moves only 1 pixel at a time and see if it jumps when I cross a border. Because that could be what's happening, is that because I'm flooring the value, I'm jumping. So maybe you should be rounded instead of floored. So that we are the closest. Does that make it any smoother? Not really. And then if I just turn this off, does everything work? Oh god, I made it so much worse. I don't know what I'm doing now. Alright, we need to actually like make some proper debugging tools. So we're gonna say like fn step left. So we need to be like, you need to, well, grab the camera, grab the input. Don't care about res time because this is going to be like an on press kind of thing. Okay. So I know that my cells are 64. So we're going to say if input dot just pressed key code num add 1, then minus 1. Okay, I just match for key in input dot get just pressed. You want to match key. Okay. Key code num add 0. I want you to camera query dot translation equals 0. Not minus 100, minus 1. No. Try minus looks fine. So we can like very, very specifically move. 3 could be minus, I guess, 10. 4 is going to be, yes, then you're minus 10. So then you would be with plus 10, plus 5, plus 1, and then everything else can do nothing. And then we want to go, let you move false. Moved equals true. And then we're going to say if moved, as this should be outside of that. If moved, camera moved to. Okay, this should let me very, very precisely position the camera on like a boundary and see if shit jumps on a transition, because it shouldn't, because that's just, that would be part of why like the noise. No, it shouldn't affect the noise. The jitter would be happening because like as we move from a boundary. So if we said something like, I want to say like 4. I didn't add the system. God damn it. Step left. Pan camera. So this happens in update. So we can put pan camera and step. Okay. We should probably add the Bevy editor. I don't know if that'll break anything. It might just not work because like I'm rendering on the screen like I am. Anyway, so if I said like 4, so we move to 10. 4 is not the right number. 3, yeah, 3. Okay. Does anything jump? Interestingly, it should have moved by now because I think 32 should have been when it moved. Why did they move the Y? Why? Wait, not like AI do shit. It just for some reason decided that Y was going to be one of them. The rest of them all X. It's like, nope, that one's Y. Okay. Okay, that way. Right, I'm about to hit a boundary. Is it gonna like? Oh, that's the wrong key. We want to go that way. Okay. $60, 1, 2, 3, 64. See, something went wrong there. Oh. Again, what? I thought I fixed that. Why does this randomly fucking affect? Whatever. I should really change what the numbers are. So 1 should be a small step. Yeah, 0 resets. 1's a small step. It should be 4 is a more, and 7 is most and in the negative direction. And then we should say that 3, 6, and 9. So, in case you haven't worked that out, basically the left side moved me left from smallest to biggest, and then the right side moved me right, smallest to biggest. Okay, so what happened there is that we go like all the way to here, and then at 64, so 64 is fine. 65, that is wrapping. So here, this is the same square being drawn twice. That's what's happening there. Then if I take 1 step back, it goes away. So that's not actually broken. That's just like I need to make my code handle the fact that like I'm right on an edge. But like it doesn't seem to be skipping. But the noise, I'm assuming it's still changing. But that could be like a me issue of like where I'm setting the noise. So that's why the blinking's happening, is because our noise map is sampling over the side. Which actually makes sense because I'm adding a half. And it's not until I pass halfway through, so if we press 0 to go back to the center. If I go to, yes, as soon as I move off the center, it does it. And it's not until I pass 32. No, oh, actually way further. Oh, actually, interestingly, it's always rendering 2 like that. It's just after a certain point, I render another one. Okay. That's interesting. Out of curiosity, is it? I think it's the same piece of noise. Like it's not actually redoing it. Like if I, yeah, so like it's just expanding it. Like it's not changing it. Okay, that's fine. So how do I okay, so fix that? So first off, we need to work out where the hell we're generating a noise. It's here. We need to say, hey, on image load, somewhere we trigger something and it generates like a noise map. And what we need to do is make that noise map just that little bit bigger. So somewhere I decide how big. So we have X size. So what I do is I take the screen size and I divide it by the tile size. We take the ceiling of that value as an IFX 32. So taking the ceiling means that if a whole number fits, so we actually want to then add 2, I think. 2. Like that. So that would then mean that every because even if it's a perfect division, we want at least one thing of padding. So that should, in theory, just remove that wraparound because it shouldn't be possible to get there anymore. So if we step, no, immediately it's still there. Why is it still there? Okay. I need to go into the shader and I need to get the shader to render something very specific. So first off, so we take the floor of the, so this is the camera, which is the floor of the cell we're currently in. So can we render the cell that the camera is currently in? Okay, so if cell CX and okay, this fucking what? No, this. Okay, if this is it, and then so can we return? So render white if the cell and render black. So that's the cell that the camera is currently in. Oh, that was a big jump. Interesting. So it is when the cell changes camera that the noise moves. I think it's also because the noise is being redrawn. Also, camera move to. How did we? Oh, because we were using the arrow, the arrow keys, which moved by delta time. We really need to be working with integers more so that we don't have this fucking issue of imprecision. So what? Okay, so cell width tells us the number of cells that fit in a viewport. Except we need to take the ceiling of this. How do I take the ceiling? Seal. Okay, let's take the ceiling of this and do the same with this one. Take the ceiling of those two. Okay. So we can at least very clearly see which cell the camera is in. I think next is maybe render something in the middle of the screen, like attach something to the camera that I can see to be like, this is exactly the center of the camera. So when we set up the camera, can we dot with child, and then that child is going to be a bundle that's just a sprite. Except it needs to be much smaller than that, like 5 pixels by 5 pixels, because I don't want it to take up a lot of space. I need to, even just 1 pixel by 1 pixel would be good. Because I want to know, like, the spot on center of the camera, is that actually the spot on, like, is that what's moving across? Because that will, like, annoyingly, like, be, like, noticeably not centered sort of thing. Now, okay, so here's the issue. At the moment, where Okay, so it is when the camera, like the center of the camera, crosses the line, which, okay, I really should have added a way to move up and down. I should do that. Look, we'll move by 1 pixel. So let's rename you to step camera. So 2 and don't touch it with 5. It's not 5. 7. 2 and 8. 2 and 8 are the numbers. So 2 goes down 1, and 8 goes up 1, just so that I can move up and down off of the center line. But by looking at it, like it's in the right cell all the time, because when I'm flooring it, it's like because I'm dividing and then flooring. It could cause issues right at the center, so maybe we should get rid of this big black square because I'm not actually using that anymore. Spawn test square. You can go. So the spawning the test square was about being able to know where the center was to see where something, when we moved that off the screen, but we're done with that. We worked that out ages ago. Okay, so if I move down 1, we move into that square, move up 1. So transitioning is definitely like redrawing the interesting. Okay, so maybe we should stabilize the noise, work out why the fuck the noise keeps redrawing. So where do we do noise? What's in here? So update noise map. So we take this and we truncate the Z out of it. Okay, cool. I feel like I need to round it. Set dot round. Offset equals offset dot round divided by tile dot size of. Okay, and then we say that offset equals offset dot floor. So we should just floor this value then. Dot floor. Okay. So that runs every frame, which is, to be honest, horrendous. We should only really run it if the player leaves the current cell they're in, and we should have enough loaded that it can always do it. Okay, so I need you to print. So first off, let's make you only do local blast, which is going to be a local vector. I reckon we should just make it an I vector. We just say I vector. And then we just say, hey, yeah, you do the I vector. Right. So we do that, and then we don't have to worry about rounding. We can just say offset divided by tile size. Size dot as IVEC2, and then we don't have to floor it because again we're doing integer math. Integer math is lovely because integer math does integer math though. Okay, so we do that. So we need to know the tile size. Well, not necessarily, because it's one of those annoying things that we only have to get the tile size once, but then we're doing it every single time. That's fine. We should probably store that in the texture or something that we can fetch it like without having to then also fetch the tile size every time. But again, performance isn't really what we're working on right now. Anyway, so we'll do that offset, we'll go offset, we'll go offset. So we're gonna say if last if offset equals last continuing. we should just return. Oh, that's interesting, because that would... I mean, the implication is that each tile could have a different tile size. Oh, God. And then therefore we can't track last like that. It's return. It's getting too complicated trying to make it dynamic enough to be able to work with anything. Anyway, do that. And then we're going to say last dot offset equals offset. Okay. So you do that, and then we pass that to the update image. So first up, we're going to take our offset, and it's going to be an I vector, I vector 2. And then we say, instead of casting this all to fucking floats, like an absolute lunatic, just X and offset and Y and offset, and size dot as I32. Oh, just as I vector. Okay, do that, and then you shuffle that around, and that should then work, and then you cast them to that. We normalize the value, we insert the value. So that should remove like almost all of the fucking floating shit that was going on. And since nothing's afloat anymore, means nothing can be a non... Oh, damn. Okay, so 0. What that looked like, but apparently it wasn't. Apparently it just it hadn't updated yet. Because okay, so we need to that's interesting. It means it won't run as soon as you start. The noise has to wait 1 tick because technically the frame you start in is 0. The way to fix that would be just to spawn the camera ever so slightly off center, so that it doesn't start at 0, 0. So let's just do that. So when we spawn our camera, we need to give it a location. Transform from translation deck 3 negative. Yeah, just 1 pixel down and it should be fine. Right. Anyway, oh, that didn't look good. I think it's actually working. Like the noise seems more stable. Like as long as we're moving inside the same... Oh, it's because it's not redrawing the noise. The question is when we cross this threshold, is it drawing... Okay, the noise definitely seems more stable. The issue is that the whole noise map moves. Oh, wait. Wait, is that the problem? Oh. I think that's just because we're in... No, the noise is still getting different values. Why? Why are you still getting different values for your noise? It doesn't seem to be getting different values, but like the fact that the rose isn't there and the rose is there means that this is definitely a different value. But nothing else is doing it. So the issue with that is that your noise shifts. So what's happening? The whole noise map is shifting when I cross a boundary, which is kind of what you want, because like this is now the center, so the noise map being shifted so that it's recentered on that. The issue is that we need to then shift everything's offset back so that when I cross the transition, this cell is now the center cell, so that the new noise map. So what? Yeah, it's weird. It's just a weird jump. Weird. Why do I get different noise? Alright, let's go back to 0 and go. That's actually more interesting, is the fact that I'm not actually moving. Like, see the black square's here and it's like diagonally away from the road. And I move here, I'm over here, and it's like I'm actually in the same square. I'm just teleporting from one side to the other. Ah, it's because it's the 0 square, and I bet you that like what's happening there is that we're having that same issue where we're moduloing sort of thing. How the hell are we determining what one we're like truncating? How are you determining what cell I'm in? Okay, you're saying divide equals. Okay, so why is that happening? So because the negative is getting truncated up, right? So it kind of does need to be a float, because half divided by like -1 divided by gives you like -1/2, which is truncating to 0. Because truncating goes always towards 0, which is why I can't leave the center square, because like for the first bit, because until I go into a square at least 1 block away, everything truncates to 0, meaning that square is actually 2 squares big. Right, at least I assume that's happening, which means I need to do some kind of like if less than, don't do that. I need some kind of divide that rounds down. Devoid Euclid. Okay. What? No, what? Okay, what the? Is it Euclidean division? Is that what I mean? I don't know why it tried to take me somewhere and then said it can't create a phone. So what is this? This is something return the type of the Euclidean division. So I'm hoping that like, okay, apparently I copied a semicolon. I know a semicolon, a closing bracket, which makes like no sense for what I was selecting. But Euclidean division. Euclidean division, let me states that given two positive integers a and b, there exists unique integer q and r such that a equals b q plus r, where r is less than or equal to b. This means that any positive integer can be divided by another positive integer b with a unique quotient q and remainder r. Okay, but what about non-negative? So does this return divide Euclid? Returns element-wise quotient q. Yeah, but does it work on negative numbers? -9 equals okay, but the question is, if I said like offset equals tile size, like is that the issue? Like does this mean that I'm not going to jump around at 0 anymore? I don't know. Like I guess is it Alright, so I need to move ever so slightly. Nope. Still does it. Actually, is it doing it? No, because I'm not stuck like I was before. Like, I'm actually going into the correct cell. It's just redrawing the noise quite aggressively. Like, nothing moves, it just takes a frame to redraw the noise. So what that tells me, first off, is that I need to do all this in, like, pre, so that, like, it gets caught that frame. Set default material, pre-startup, startup, update. So this needs to be, like, pre-update. No, wait, this is pan camera. This is not the right, this isn't even the right crate. Somewhere. So this is happening pre-update, we're on load and on. This is happening on last, so it needs to be, like, this also needs to be pre-update. Can we say like dot before update noise map? Like that. There. Okay. So that means pre-update. So we shouldn't see that flicker of like a single frame where it's not rendered, because we were doing it after the rendering's happening. I think. So I hope that's what's happening. It's still flickering. Why is it flickering? It's taking a frame. I don't think it's like a lag thing. I think it's just that we're doing it too slow. So maybe we have to do you in first. The other thought is it's probably just rendering it in the next frame. It's just not getting caught by the observer either. I don't know when the observer actually runs. I'm assuming whenever they're flushed. So. Ugh, that feels hideous, but okay. Here's the thing: it's not flickering anymore. Okay, but when I boundary it, flickers hard. So it only flickers when something's updating. Is it a frame behind though? Like, is it actually like a frame behind? Is that what's causing the flicker? My suspicion is that it's rendering a frame with the wrong image, then loading the image, and then rendering the correct frame. That's why we feel it flicker. It doesn't seem like it's moving, it's just flickering. Which is because like it renders this square here for one frame and then renders it back. I can't like storage buffer. I was thinking like I need some kind of way of saving on the in the shader what the last was, so that it doesn't re-render it like when I transition. Like I need it to like preemptively be able to swap. That's the issue. I can't tell if it's no, desync's the wrong word for it. I'm doing it in first, which means that there's really no jet. Can I do it in like before and then we update noise map? Maybe if I did you in first and then you in pre-update. I'm just trying to work out if there's any way to get it to render. I'm assuming not, because I don't think I can. I'd need to interfere with the render pipeline to get the noise map in before the render happens. See, because the blink is just that it just renders it wrong and then it renders it right in that one frame of jump. Engine not jump. So if I remove the noise entirely, I mean the obvious thing is just to sample the noise. Come up with some kind of way of sampling noise on the shader, in the shader, so that I don't have to fucking update the texture. But if I remove the noise, it's it is the noise that's doing it, right? Like, I mean, that would be one way to solve the problem, wouldn't it? Can you see the textures jumping? No. I mean, it's hard to tell, but see, the roses are doing it too. Like, because the noise texture does what the noise texture does. Yeah, like you can see it rendering here for a frame and then disappearing. That's why it looks so blinky. But then, like, you can't see it with the grass. It's because the grass is using the absolute position. It's not resampling it every time. So we need some kind of way of sampling the noise on the GPU. I guess one way to do it, and no, because it can still have the same issue, and that issue is that for a single frame, I'm rendering the wrong. Could we have two buffers, and when we transition, like do odds and evens? This seems like it's getting overly complicated, but I'm just trying to work out as some kind of way of doing that. So like noise. So we just add on like another one. Let's go noise 2, and this is noise. This is noise 2, and it goes in position 5. And so we go into the shader and we go, hey, like you need like a noise 2. And so, and it goes in position 5, yes. Then here we need another thing. Handle default. So what I'm thinking is, like, if we can use the buffer when we transition from one to the other, like what we want is this to hold a previous iteration. But how would we actually get that to work? I mean, the obvious, like, first one is check to see if we're on the boundary. But that still has the same issue. Like, it's the fact that it's rendering the wrong frame as we transition. Yeah, so because then we'd still need to preemptively determine which piece of noise. Okay, so we load the noise map. So loading the noise map is do the same thing. We go head do this, and then we say, hey. We just also need to say like material.noise2 equals the same exact thing. Right, otherwise resize. Let me say like that this resize that. Cool. So that should resize the two of those, and then the hard part is determining the how to populate noise, because my initial thought is we need to somehow preemptively determine which cell you're about to go into, and then preload the noise of that cell, which seems far more complicated than it needs to be. Just need a better way of getting noise onto the fucking... is it just a noise function on the GPU? Like, is that just a thing? Noise on GPU. Like, no. Function. I type in noise on GPU and it's people asking, like, is my GPU supposed to bring this noise? Noise functions are commonly used on GPUs in compute graphics to generate procedural textures and add detail to surfaces and create various effects like clouds, water, and terrain. Provide to introduce randomness and variation in shaders. Popular types include yeah. noise. Yeah, but how do I, like, are they built-in noise functions? But like, noise explicit. But like, is there a noise function inside the shader? It's really not answering my question. Okay, so we could, if we wanted to go extra stupid with it, just generate 8 sets of noise. I guess technically you can move diagonally. Yes, generate 9 sets of noise, like a 9-layer noise map, and then have the noise of each cell in each map, and then obviously like you just work out which of the 9 you're in relative to the position. Well, I guess technically, because you can only transition. You can only have a transition between 3 possible cells, like, or 4 possible cells. So you could just load those 4 into their own layers, and it's like, well, you just use whichever one you're closest, and you load all 4 of the one you're in and the next nearest 3. Could do that. How do they make the noise though? I don't understand, because they like. I'm assuming I should just make a noise function in the shader. But that just feels like such a defeatist way of doing it. So instead, well, let me get rid of this noise. Get rid of that noise. We're going to say, hey, this is a texture, and it's going to be a dimension equals 2D array. Thank you. Now, that does beg the question, can I sample a 2D array with a 1D sampler? Who knows? We'll find out. So, you don't exist anymore. I thought about it, and I decided, no. We don't want a second noise map. But what we are going to do is we're going to say, first off, times 4 times 4. We're going to say that you are we're going to have a 4 deep. Now, the question is how do you work out which noise to use? This is going to be really interesting. I can see it in my head how it works, but can I get it to work is the question. Okay. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to convert everything to 4 layers of noise. And then we go, hey, yep, cool. All right. So first off, does the shader still work with me just adding 4 layers of noise? Okay, in theory, it's going to complain because the texture is going to be the wrong shape and something image bullshittery. Okay, question, you panicked because texture binding to expected dimension 2D array, but was given a view with layer tile material. Where? That's yeah, no, not you. So somewhere, so I gave you a 2D array. So the texture's fine. I don't think it was the sampler that was the problem. I think it's somewhere where we're initializing the texture. So updating noise. I don't think updating noise is gonna be a problem because updating noise is done, but it's like we're just gonna end up poking the wrong noise. So this noise and this and noise. So we said that this is a 2D array, which I think is fine because the options are 1, 2. I think we just say 2D because it's a 2D array, and we say it's a depth of 4. Right, I think that should be fine. And then we say image, we say no image, and we say, hey, when we resize you, we resize you with a depth of 4. Okay. Now, when we update the noise map, I feel like we didn't populate the whole noise map, maybe? So, all we need is when we say update noise map. So we do need to actually know what the nearest neighbors are, which means that we probably have to keep this as a... How do we work out the nearest neighbors? So we take this and we truncate this and we do this. Okay. So size underscore f32. Okay. So I think this will give us an offset as a value. Can we print this out? Offset. Like what I need to do is work out. Well, it's going to keep crashing, isn't it? So we can work on this later. So what I need to do is work out. That's also an interesting conundrum, isn't it? Because that implies that the last is not. We need to update last when we transition into any half quarter, not any full quarter. And then we're just going to turn new dot as ivex32. Just keep that working. Okay, so we have to work out exactly where we're sticking the wrong texture in, which maybe it's here. See, because we iterate through this. And so by passing you in, okay, so I reckon we need to pass you in as a vec2, right? And then as ivec, right? I reckon that's the way to do that. And then we're going to say let offset equal offset as ivec. Right. So we can do that because that means we can like determine which quadrant we're in at this point. Okay, so then we're going to say for let's say w in 0.4, and then I believe I can say something like set color at, is it 3D, and then we say xy w, right? And then is this gonna maybe possibly, I don't think this is going to fix my problem, but I'm going to go here. Okay, so you go, hey, you don't get passed in like that, you just pass in the offset, and then it's inside there that we will determine which of the values to actually set. Okay, so let's fade away default. No, so what you're saying is you expected binding to expected dimension 2D array, but was given value dimension 2D. So first, how did we set this up? How do we make you a 2D array? I'm assuming when we call magic on the image, this image in here, we did some magic on this image, or decor. We called this reshape, but what do you actually do? Like, how did you reshape it? So you're saying a height divided by this, and you then stick the layers in, and then so assert equal dimension 2 dimension, and then texture dimension says 1, and height moduli layers equals 0. So basically all you do is you just set the layers, right? Like, which is kind of funny, but okay. How was that treated as a is it because because it's obviously a different set state. Texture binding to expected dimension 2D array. I don't call it anything different. I'm lost as to what I do differently with the decor. Like, it's just an image. Right, like it's literally all it is. It's just an image with layers. So where exactly are you calling this, and why the hell do you seem to think that it's a is given a view with dimension 2D. But like this one's like I don't get, because the other image has a dimension of 2. Like, right, but where? So I said you're where do I use you? Like what exactly is making you so magical? I don't think anything's actually touching it. Oh, you know what it probably is that I've probably got it set in the shader wrong. That's what it's complaining about, is that the shader is expecting a 2D image, but it's actually a 2D array. There we go. There we go. Okay. So we can't select decor like this anymore because we need to specify that the layer is 0. And then you're probably complaining other places that I touched it. So yeah. And then the layer is 0. Okay. So that's what's going on. Is that I was trying to pass it to the shader as the wrong type. Nope. Okay. So texture 2D array. What do I do differently? Well, one thing we can also probably do is start using the decor sampler. I don't think it's going to make any difference because that's fine. I don't think that's going to stop it from crashing. No. Okay. So label tile material. Why expected 2-dimensional array, but was given a view with dimension 2D? Is it because like somewhere I'm probably generating the image without the extra dimension? Maybe. I don't think so. Like, I don't think there's anywhere that I touch the image. I pass in a default handle image, but that's probably not what they're doing. Because you're the only thing that does it, and then you do this, and you do this, and then you do this. And all this does is give it a width, a height, layers, and then a depth of layers. And I'm pretty sure that's what makes it a 2D array. I'm not following. Why you treat this as not a 2-dimensional array. You don't resize, set color 3D, no. Material, image. I don't think I changed the image. So texture dimension is 2D. It's really just not making any sense. Why? What did I actually do though? Expected 2D array. I was given view. Like it's here, isn't it? Like, if I just not saved something, like if I take this away, you're gonna complain, aren't you? Like, right? Like, setting that like that's gonna just make you not work. Okay, so that means something's definitely passing at the wrong image. Like something is because it's crashing, saying like, hey, I expected a 2D and you're giving me an array, and then it's saying I expected an array and you gave me a 2D. I mean, something's passing a 2D to it, which is maybe the default texture. Where am I creating an image? Not in my lock, I don't care. On load image. Somewhere I am creating an image. I need you to be case sensitive, please. Somewhere I am creating an image. In here, images. get the tile, get, okay, somewhere I am, you create image, new, you have 4 layers, you have 4 layers. What if I never generate an image? Where am I creating an image that doesn't have the right depth? That's where I'm really getting thrown. Tile texture not found for material. Maybe that's the problem? Something's throwing the warning, tile texture not found. Tile. Okay. Tile. Texture not found. Who's spitting this out? Update note that. And then we continue. I mean, but if you got here, we haven't got to saying that the noise texture image. So my thoughts is maybe the default, but nothing should be able to generate this image. So we just need to like not render it until it's done. That would be smart. What the hell is going on? So you continue. My thought is maybe just don't give it a default. Like don't give it no image. So when I create you, I give you a handle to a default image. I'm wondering if the default image is causing the issue. Am I creating the texture before we get to here? No. Okay. That's actually quite interesting. Maybe I should make it wait for the tile texture to load. Who's actually loading the tile texture? You. What if I just gave it an image? Like, this is the only thing I can think is that like I need to pass it an actual image handle, whereas you need to mute. Now we just need to say like images dot add. You need to have a depth of like 4. You need some kind of wait. That's not a thing. No. What? Okay, why are you getting so confused? So size is this. You expect 5 arguments. What are you fucking got wrong? Format, and then render asset usage all. Okay. So if I do that and I say like, hey, you have what? 4 times 4 times 4? I don't think that's correct. Okay, let's find out. This seems needlessly complicated. Okay, well first off you panic because the left is this, so apparently it's what am I supposed to do? 464. It's because it should be like 1 times 4 times 4, I think. Like it's format depth. Yeah. It's just 4 times 4 because it's 1 pixel, 4 bytes, 4 layers. So we just spawn in with a 1 by 1. that's the only thing I think is that the default. Yeah, okay. So it was just that the default was just terrible, basically. So 0 back to him and go, hey, what? Okay, so while we're here, so while I'm in that bottom quadrant, okay, so very confusing. Anyway, let's pop out of here and go. What do you actually pass in? Offset, div, Euclid. Okay, so the div Euclid by size. So this seems to always give me an integer, which I guess makes sense because that's what I'm asking for. Div Euclid is like integer division, but we're doing it on a vector too, so it's a float with integer division. Okay. Now, what we actually want to do is say that you divide equal this. Okay. Now we run that and we're gonna work out. So this should mean that like we should be like 0, 0, like less than 0.5, less than 0.5. Then we can use that to work out which quadrant we're in and therefore which 4 values to spawn. Okay, so then we can use that to generate which 4 pieces of noise. So apparently that number is negative. No, it's less than 0.5. No. See, the issue is that we've got the same issue of we need to take like is it the absolute? There we go. It's less than 0.5, which means that if it's negative, we need to go up, which is going to be such a pain. Because we need to like not wrapping divide, but so we divide by that, but that means that negative doesn't work because we're in that annoying thing where I don't want the Euclid division because that gives me integers. Okay, fine. We just need to go like, we'll need to check if it's fucking negative. Alright, so we pass this into here and we update image. Okay. So when we update the image, we need to have like some constants maybe. Like an array and be like const, and this is gonna be quad. Quads, which is going to be an array of arrays of F32, I32, I vectors maybe, I don't know, by, I want to say 4. I guess it would be this. No, right, so there'd be 4 of them, and then there'd be 4 of them. Right, I think, and then it equals this, and then it equals this, and we go, okay, sure. Let's just let the AI generate them. They're wrong because there's no negatives. So if we're in the bottom quadrant, we want to go 0 is the cell we're currently in, which I think is going to always be the case. We always want 0 to be the cell we're currently in. Maybe not. Maybe not. Anyway. Okay. See, because the idea is that we should only need to regenerate the cell that we've transitioned from. Anyway. So if we're in the bottom left quadrant, we want 0, 0 to be the quadrant M. We want the quadrant, so we'll go clockwise. So the next quadrant is going to be down 1. So it's going to be 0, minus 1. Okay, then minus 1, minus 1. and then this would be -1 0, I think. So that's our clockwise, like if we're in that lower quadrant. Let's get like a paint up and draw it so that this makes sense. So basically we have our 4 squares. I guess then we need to like, I guess, divide them further. Alright, so I guess technically what we're going to need is nope. We do that. So nowadays we have our cell we're currently in. Right, so we go, hey, if we're in this cell here, then let's just go red colors for a reason. So if we go, hey, if we're here, then we want to load the noise for these. If we're this color, thank you. Oh, this way I don't use paint, Jesus. Okay, thank you. Go orange, we go, hey, if we're here, we want to load the noise for these. If we're here, we want to load the noise for these. And if we're here, we want to load the noise for these. Because that means that like it's physically impossible for us to move from this cell into this cell without going into this cell and therefore loading the correct noise. The trick is, if we keep track of which of these we're in, it means that when we leave from here to here, we can unload these two, load these two, and leave this one in place, but it's going to be in the wrong spot, so that's going to not really work. But anyway, that's the plan. Put this off screen so I can fucking see it while I implement it. So we've done this corner, and we've basically said 0, 0, -1, -1, -1, -1, 0. So the next, and so we're going to go clockwise. So the green, green is 0, 0. Then you're negative. So -1, 0, and then it's 1, -1, 1, and then 0, 1. Okay, and then we're going to do yellow. So yellow would be 0, 0. Clockwise means 0 plus 1, and then +1 plus 1, and then +1 0. Okay, and then orange is 0, 0, plus 1, no, +1 0, +1 minus 1, and then it's 0 minus 1, I think. Right. So that should give us the quad that we want to load. Okay. So then we need to say, like let quad equal, so we need to be like let L equal offset dot x dot frac. Okay, let r equal t equal let b equals offset dot frac dot y. Okay, so then we're going to say is greater than is less than 0.5, is less than 0.5. So we're in the lower left, bottom right. Okay, lower left, up, left, bottom right. If it's less than that, then we're going to say match. Okay, and then we're going to say like if offset dot x is less than 0, L, else not L. If y is less than 0, B, otherwise not B. And then if true, true, and then, so is that one? So 0, 0, and then we went up. So that would be, left is true. So true and false, right, like that. So we say that's the green, and then I don't know what the fuck it's trying to do now. Then that one is that they're both false, so that's false, false, and then that one is, and so it's trying to suggest that I swap that to false, which is we're not on the left, but we are on the bottom. Okay, so we do that, and then we say, cool. And then we say, okay. So what? No. Let q equal, and then we're just gonna say I don't know what the hell it's doing now. Do that. Okay. So then we have a q, which is our I vector, and so instead of iterating for w, we're going to iterate for yeah, q, which is our which means that we're going to say that let offset equal offset plus w. Okay, like so. So that should fix out this, and then we need to do like dot. Oh, actually, okay. So this would still be 0.4. We just need to go UR Q W. Right. And then as U32, something like that. I don't like this because it's saying the loop variable W is used to index Q, but it's like, yes, I'm doing that, but I'm also using W down here. Like, I can't just not do that. Why are you complaining? So what you want me to do is go something like Q dot iter dot enumerate, and now put fucking W here, and I don't know, O. I don't like name things better, but anyway, let me just say O. And it's like, ooh, now it's even worse. Like, it's less readable, but anyway, it gets rid of the yellow line. So okay, so doing that, so then we set each one with the correct offset. I wonder if I can get it to like draw this so that I know it's working properly. Like get it to render the specific quad we're in, and also the specific because at the moment it's just not actually using the value. So like this does nothing because the noise is just in a different place. All right, so what we need to do, then, because the issue though also is if you move more than one cell per frame, then it just doesn't work because it can't possibly load the noise fast enough. Because this is just about making sure that we always use the noise. Actually, that's going to be not quite right because we're always going to be wanting to load noise from section 0 because they all have themselves being noise 0. What we actually want is each quad to represent a different thing so that when you move from one quad to another, like we're gonna spec it. All we want is like the 0 position in this thing, the 0 here, like the first value on this one. We actually want to be this one. So when you move from this one to this one, you actually are now in this top corner here, which means that you're going to use this value. So in reality, when you're in here, when you're in this quadrant, you want to look up the value for this square as your 0 position, I think, when you're in that quadrant. Because what that means is if you're in this quadrant and you move into here, we should probably make that yellow. So you've moved from here to here, which means that you actually moved into the red quadrant. And so now you're in the red quadrant. You want to actually be reading this value. So the idea is that 0, 0 should be in this position on each section. Like the 0, 0 should be on where you'll be reading when you move there, because they're just, when you move, you'll then update with the new values, but the new value should mean that it doesn't actually change the one you're in, it just changes the other 3. So that's going to be a little bit more mindfucky to work out which ones it actually is supposed to be, but we'll get there, we'll get there. First up, we've got to actually make it use a different one. So let's get it rendering the correct fucking values. So what we're going to do is we're going to go, we need to work out exactly where we are, which is, I think this is world position, this is the camera's position. So this tells us which one we're in, but we want to actually get like the okay, but we can just get rid of the floor on that. All right, and then we can just use that value like that. So we'll need to floor it wherever we're going to use it afterwards. But anyway, so this debugs it when they're equal, which means that like we should floor it somewhere. We should probably make them bars and then floor them after we're done with them. So let's go with like bar and then bar. And then we're going to say c underscore x equals floor cx and cy equals floor cy. Okay, so we're going to say let L equal c underscore x dot frac. I think it works like this. Okay. And then, no, it's not. Bottom. Okay. So we say, okay, it's LF and then BF, and then we go, okay. So, do we add a half? I think, so let's make them vars. It's gonna be really slow because again we're doing a lot of branching, but I just need to be able to render shit so I can actually fucking know what's going on. So we need to say like if cx is less than 1, do we add 1? No, don't minus 1 from it. I think LF just gets a half added. Well, it just gets inverted though. So that's the idea, is we just do the same thing. So we just say var and we say, okay, so frac is like less than 0.5, then you're in the left. And then if this is less than 0.5, then you're in the right. Unless this is negative, if this is negative, then LF equals not LF. Same thing with the Y. So BF is not BF, and then we just need to make the weird match case of being like, so if you're the center cell, then let RC equal this. So equals black, and then we're going to say if LF RC dot R plus equals 1, and then right. So it's var. Okay, right, and then we return RC. So this should mean that the quadrants are, okay, apparently it's just all yellow, which is weird. So it's green when we're in there, and then it should change to like what, red? Nope, it's black, and then red. Okay. Well, that at least tells us what quadrant we're in, and then what do I need to do? So I need to render the squares. So remember we're doing this, except weirdly we're not rendering the colors in the right places. But is that because I've fucked up, or is that just because no, red's in the right spot? We want green. So you're yellow. Okay. So I should have just picked up more appropriate colors. So if you're 0, 0, and you're red, which is hilariously, you should start red. That's 0, 0. So annoyingly, that also implies that the number is just wrong, because you start at 0, 0. Then if, I guess, oh yeah, like if LF is true, so actually that's correct. So if LF, okay, set that to red, and then if BF, then you don't do anything. Okay, so if not BF, so then that was green. Where is green? Okay, fine. If LF are N and BF, then RC equals red if left but not bottom. Is it seeing my picture? It's green, left not bottom. Okay, and then not left but bottom is orange. It's drawn as blue. I don't know how to do orange, so blue will do. Let's go in here and let's go like, hey, can I like select this and be like, can I delete this? I don't think I can select that. I think we should just start that whole thing again, but this time with the right colors. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go black square. That's not a black square. Here, black square. So we're gonna go Control C, Control A. No. Okay. So we need you there. And we're gonna paste you and move you there, and then we're gonna like select the whole thing. Control C, Control V. This like here, and move this here. Okay. So we're then gonna go like, can we just draw like, yeah, like a much thinner line? Can I make like this not so like fucking chunky? Okay, well, all my lines will work. Oh, just don't make it as thick. No. Just gonna do this and this. Okay. No, don't do that. Make this black. Click here. Okay, now draw me a little circle and go. Okay, I'm gonna go red. And I'm gonna go green. No, I don't like that it does that. Like I drew something and then I'm like, I want to draw something else, and it changes the color. Green. Okay, and then we're gonna go blue. Blue can be here, and then we're gonna go I think yellow. I think yellow is red and green. Okay. Yellow is not yellow. Is it purple? That's blue, red. Okay. So then we're gonna say, okay, so purple needs to be as a rectangle. Purple needs to do this. And blue needs to do, no, make it purple. Fuck me. Blue does this. That's the wrong blue, but hey, the only time I'm actually gonna ever use that. I'm gonna red. So red is here. And then green is here. Okay, so we need to go, okay, so bring my picture up, put up my other monitor so I can see it. What do we got? So we're going with something like, if you're the left and you're the bottom, so you're the left and you're the bottom, then you're red. Okay, then if you're the left and not the bottom, you're green. Yep. And then if you're not left but the bottom, you're blue. Okay, and then okay, so save. Now I don't quite understand why it draws the whole fucking thing. Like, why is the whole thing the same color? Because every cell is, so we need to do it on a pixel basis somehow, which is that with this, we're flooring this, it's because the cell, okay, so we're fractioning the camera, which we should actually be fractioning the cell. Okay, so you should actually be the cell. Okay, so you can be back to left. Okay. And then they just need to be floored again. I don't know what I've done there. You. So we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna go do the same thing with you, and then we're gonna go, you go away. Now, you, both of you go up. Oop, don't, that's the wrong keystroke. You both go up here, but we're gonna take away your floors. Like so. And then we're gonna make you vase again. Or we're gonna make you vase. And we're gonna go, hey, I'm gonna say, cell x equals floor cell x, and cell y equals cell y. Okay, so then we do that. We go, okay, why are you still not? Okay, so it's because you need to be the fractional of cell x, and you need to be the fractional of cell y. So do that, and then go, okay. So now we have our little things, and we need to go, okay, so to draw the borders around which cell needs to be loading which thing, we need to do something like, so similar to how, like, if they're the same, do this. We need to say something like this and that, or so this and that, or so it needs to be cy minus cell x equals 1 and add of, okay. Okay, so make that an or, and that should then color, ooh, not quite. Okay, So let x d equal this here, and y d equal this, and then we say so I guess we should just do this in its own thing because we want to do different logic for it, but the idea is that we can do the same thing, I think. Well, technically, no, we need to do a different thing. So we need to say, like, if xd is less than 1, and y is less than 1. Actually, we want to take, we need the x distance and the y distance. And then we want to do the logic if the absolute of xd is less than equals 1, or the absolute of yd equals 1. Right, let's do that logic. We go this and this, and we go, okay. And we go and xd plus yd is less than 3. Return right. Now, what did I break? Expected opening. What do you mean? How is it missing? Like what exactly is missing? Like I don't quite understand. Found let. I'm assuming it's because I've fucked up this if statement something fierce. If the absolute of this and the absolute of that and the a plus b is less than 3, it really does not like that, does it? Okay, if I comment this out, is this just no, I fucked something else up. My bet is the AI's put something somewhere, or I just need to close the whole fucking thing. Okay, it doesn't seem to actually care. So it's just that the thing's got out of sync or something, and it just seems to think there's an issue. Okay, so the absolute of this value is less than 3. No, less than less than or equal to 2. Okay, almost got it. I don't understand. Oh, it's because it's the abs of this and the abs of yd is less than or equal to 2. Hey, there we go. Okay, so now we're selecting only the center blocks around us, like so. And then to this is like, hey, we now need to go, hey, if so this is checking the camera. No, so we're seeing this is saying, okay, if xd is less than 1, Okay. We need to work out like what its position in the cell is, maybe. I don't know. If xt is less than 0, and x equals I want to say 0, then return red. No. Okay. Well, if we just get rid of this bit, if we just said, hey, if xt is less than... So that's actually this entire side, which, weirdly, how have I flipped this? This is supposed to be red. When did I do that? LF, BF... Wait, what? Red for left bottom. How? When did I do that? How did I do that? Is that a... that's an interesting issue. That could be related to some of my problems, but... Yeah, it's to do with the fact that I'm just dividing values. Is this what's causing this issue? Okay. So don't bother flipping it, because apparently it's just if it's less than 0.5. That's probably because it's rendering it, whereas if I was actually checking to see if I was in it, it's different. Yeah, okay. So for some reason though, if the x distance is less than 1, coloring it red, why is it this side? Shouldn't it be this side? Okay. Well, that's an interesting predicament, but I think this again has something to do with the way I'm rendering. So, and we also need to make sure that ampersand x is less than 2. 2. That's rendering 2 lines. That's because x is greater than 1. Actually doesn't make any sense, but you know. Weird. It's like some kind of rounding error. Anyway. So it needs to also be ampersand y is less than 0. Oh, okay. No, d is less than 0. That should clip it. Nope, clipped it the wrong way. Is greater than 0. Okay, just puts it down there, and then well, it needs to also include 0. So I guess it's less than -1. No, so less than 1. No, so it's greater than -1. Okay. This is very confusing. I feel like somehow I fucked up my math, and it's really confusing me that, like, positive numbers and negative numbers. Where have I fucked up my math? Anyway, I'm just gonna have to keep working with it. I need to redesign this whole thing, but, you know, it's getting out of hand. So, and then... Okay. So that case or that case, so that's the whole, like, that renders that edge. So we say or, we can say y is greater than, I'm gonna say 60 because I know what size it is. I'm really tired of trying to make shit that's specific. and dy is less than 0. No other way. Dy is greater than. No, greater than 0. Kind of correct. It's not greater than 1. I think it's just less than 0. No. Let's stop trying to change shit. Greater than -1. Greater than 0. So is just y is greater than 6, greater than 3. Okay, that's part of the issue, is that that's apparently 0 over there. Anyway, yeah. So and ampersand xd is less than 1. Greater than -1. Okay. So that's rendering that. And it's really revealing that my code is really bad. The fact that I have to like trial and error everything because I can't reason about my own code. Okay. What the fuck is going on? Maybe I need to move things around. I mean, the most obvious things to move around would be the vertices. So what I need to do is I need to go, hey, where is the local? Local. Which is the floor of the ceiling y minus. Okay. So how did I determine your x position? I take in your UV. Stuff's going very slowly. I've got myself into a position where I have like inverted my coordinate system at some point, and I have no idea what I'm doing. So it's getting annoying because I keep trying to fix things that it's like, well, that's not actually what's broken. It's because like I'm moving stuff in the wrong direction. So now I'm trying to work out work out where to put, how to get my coordinate system back on track. So I'm trying to work out where I've inverted it. It's probably here somewhere. So you're at -1, -1. Okay, so what I should probably do is like color the pixels based on the UV. Okay, so if I said something like if through return, I don't know what I've done to break the ID. It's getting really angry at me. I should just restart it, but it's telling me. So then we just want to return x, which is just going to be mesh.uv.x and mesh.uv.y. Okay, so why am I using world position? Because I'm an idiot. Don't use world position, output position, which means don't use UV, use position. Right, because I have access to position. Position.x and position.y. Okay. Well, apparently it's all just fucking yellow. What do you mean it's all just yellow? Yellow is just 1 R divided by, like, let's go with like 1,000, because what's happening there is I betcha it's pixels. The position is in pixels and I'm using it in percentage space. Okay, so there's our problem. That is apparently 0, 0. Which means that our numbers go that way. I want it to be here so that I can reason about it reasonably. How do I do that? I just rotate it. I need to flip it, because if I just rotate it, I'm going to end up with X going up. So I need to flip. I think I just flip vertex 1, I guess. I think that's vertex 1. If I make you, let's say, negative 0.5, which corner doesn't get reached? This corner. So you're 0. Well, I mean, there's no reason. Oh, okay, that's Bevy. That's Bevy saying the screen space is 0 for 1. So I do need to be using the UV. Okay. So yeah, that's kind of the hard thing, isn't it? So I'm trying to reason about it, and I'm like, I don't actually understand it very well. So if I just like go back to my UVX and UVY and go like, what the hell does this even look like? Use the UVX and UVY. That's because that's using world position, right? Which is world position. Okay, so which weirdly does like immediately goes to because it's very large. Red implying positive but nothing Y. Okay, so I think my world position is actually correct then. Let me divide by 1,000 again to make it into a reasonable value. Divide by 1,000. I'm gonna divide by like 10,000, I think, even, and it'd probably still be fucking too big. Well, okay, it's just made it murky because our screen is. So it gets more green, gets more red. Okay, so that coordinate system is correct. I don't know why it's rendering everything upside down then. I guess I just have to flip it back at some point. So this is correct. This renders that way. Okay, so then CX, CY. Then why is my brain struggling so hard to work out what the fuck this means? If I take the fractional remainder and it's less than, that renders the rest of it. If yep, then we render that shape. Okay. See, then we have to work out this, and we go, okay, so this is the bottom left section. So we're saying, hey, if you're less than 0 and X is 3, how do I calculate X? X is the current position modulated by that. Okay. Okay, and then we say Y is greater than. It's like, is this what I'm saying? Y is greater than -1 in order to get that line. Alright, so first if we save this, it's going to give us our squares back? No. What have I left turned on? Yes, if true. Back to this. Okay. Alright, so what we need to do is kind of be like, I only want to render what the camera is currently in. So we need to like extract the cameras one, and then we'll select that, and we're gonna, I guess from there work out what we'll do. So annoyingly, I think I have to go back to using this as vars and var. Get rid of the floor in here, and then do this, do this, do this. We can do whatever our math needs us to do. Okay, so X, Y, mesh. Okay. I'm getting... Right. So we have to do that, and then down here we have to do the same thing, but we go var... I don't know, it's CX equals the floor of CX and CY equals the floor of CY. And then we go, okay, I don't know, I guess it's var CL or LC equals the frac of CX and the frac of CY. Okay, then we go, okay, so I'm gonna go if okay, stop AI, stop. And then we can conclude that the last one is wrong, so we're gonna say L this. Okay, so this is going to be like L, not L. It's L. If LC. C. Okay, so I need to be a comment like did I remove my selection code? Why? Okay. Copy this and then undo until you get your selection code back. Okay, so this is the code that goes, hey, make sure it's only the boxes in the right area. Then we go, hey, do this. So this is basically saying, make sure we only select the 3 center squares, like the adjacent squares around us. And then we're going to go, hey, if we are currently have the camera in the left bottom quadrant, we want to draw highlight left bottom cells, and then this is highlight top cells. It's not left bottom, top left, bottom right, bottom, right top. Not left, not left. Okay. Wait, why did you add more else statements? The hell is your problem? Okay. So how do I do this? No, don't add more if statements. If x is less than 0 and y is less than 0, red for left bottom, green for top right. I don't think this is actually correct. Okay, so the hilarious thing is that's the wrong cell, but that's what we kind of want it to do. So you're selecting the wrong cell because it should be, I guess, greater than 0? Greater than 0. Insert. Okay, so greater than 0, greater than 0. So that makes it that one, and it also needs to be this one and this one. So it's just greater than -1, which makes no goddamn sense. How does that make any? Why is it greater than -1? How is this -1? The distance to you is not -1, it is 1. Distance to you is -1. Why am I doing distance wrong? Probably. If we just do this, is this my problem? Is it just probably. Now you should have flipped sides. Yep. Okay, that's probably just what I got wrong there. Okay, so now you're just, if you're greater than 1, greater than 1. Okay. Oh, that didn't work at all. So if you're less than 1, okay, that's that. Okay, so then so you should be, you're left, which means you're less than 1, but you're that, which means you're greater than 1, I want to say. So then if I move into the green quadrant, that didn't work. But if I said less than, that's the wrong thing. So is it less than -1? Well, less than -1 didn't work. Greater than -1? Okay. Right, so less than, greater than. Okay, so then that would make you greater than -1 and less than 1. And then, if I understand this correctly, you're negative, so you're less than -1, less than -1. Okay. First off, apparently there's no yellow quadrant, so you know, there's always that. It's this. It's not yellow. It's magenta. Capital M. Magenta. Okay. So then, if we move this way, okay, move this way and this way, okay. So while I'm in that quadrant, where do I want to sample? Okay. But this is the logic. If these cells, so while I'm in this cell, I want to be sampling this cell, because the idea is that when I move this way, I want to be sampling the red cell. So when I move from you, so currently I'm sampling here, and then I move here and I start sampling here, which are supposed to be the same cell, which I guess technically are. So it's I'm sampling here, and then I move, and now I'm sampling here. No, because I'd be sampling there, because red to this. Which, is it the same cell? So I want to be sampling the cell that represents here, which on you is that cell. And then when I move to here, I'm getting the cell that represents the top here. I guess makes sense, doesn't it? Because it flips sides. So I want to get that cell. So the moment we're sampling here, and we sample here. And then when I go to green, I go from sampling this cell to sampling this cell, which feels incorrect. I want to go from sampling this cell to sampling this cell. So sampling you to sampling you, which makes sense. And then when I go to here, I want to go from sampling you to sampling you, which makes sense. So when we're in the purple, we want to be sampling you. So while we're in purple, we're sampling you. And then when I go to here, the blue should be sampling something. I'm going to try and work out which is actually it represents. So you are sampling, so, which is weird because purple needs to be sampling differently. You got a pen to write something down. Because what's throwing me is that, so purple sampling here, right? Because as we go into this, then blue needs to be sampling here, which makes sense. If blue's sampling that bottom right corner, blue's sampling where blue is, but why is purple sampling where blue is? Shouldn't purple be sampling here? Purple sampling here. Now blue swapped to blue, and blue sampling here, which is not the same cell. I can't really tell. Can we get closer to this rose without it destroying us? 0. So, not really. They keep moving, which is annoying. That's the idea. So we go from sampling, say we're sampling here, and we go down. We'll only be sampling the same cell. So you're sampling bottom left, and then we go down, and now you're sampling that one, which makes sense because we went down. So with it sampling the one below us, now we're sampling the one above us, which should be the same. So technically, yeah, because it's because we moved down. We were in the cell, which means we were sampling the cell. No? Yeah, we're in the cell, so we're sampling the cell down to the left. And then we go down, and then cell down to our left. Well, it's now just the cell to our left. Actually, that makes sense. The cell to our left. So you're down to our left, and then you're to our left. And then when we go this way, we go from sampling to our left to sampling to our right. Doesn't seem right. We go from sampling here to sampling here. So you're sampling the bottom left. You're sampling the bottom right. So when I go from sampling here to here, so we go from sampling here to sampling here, which makes sense. So we go from here to here. Then we're going up. We're going from here to here. Right, which makes sense. And then we go from sampling here to sampling here. Sampling here to here. Okay. That makes sense to me, kind of. I don't know. This is getting beyond confusing in my head. Okay, so when we are, let's go to our shader and go, okay. So when we are in red, we are sampling 0, 0, and then going clockwise is negative y, negative, 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 positive. Right, I think that's correct. And then negative. Alright, then when we go to green, when we're in green, the cell that we're actually sampling, our 0, 0 position, is in position 2. So I think this is 0, 0. This is the cell we're actually sampling. Right. And then, okay, in our clockwise orientation, you're negative and 0, and then you're next is negative 1, 1, and then your 0, 1. Okay, so that's that one, and then out. And when I come over here, I go here. Okay, so then we're in purple. When we're in purple, we're sampling at 0, 0 is the third one. So this is 0, 0. Okay. So sampling there, and then the next one is 0, 1, and then you'd be 1, 1, and then you'd be 1, 0. This is not making much sense again. Why? What am I even trying to do? Now I have to get to blue, which is going to be really difficult. Go that way. Blue. Then when I'm in blue, the position 4 is our 0, 0. and then the next position in the rotation is 0. Is 1 0. Then it's 1 -1, and then it's 0 -1. Okay, so there are our 4 sort of things. So the idea being that when we go from sampling in the red, so let's go. Oh, I stop typing keys when I'm trying to move the game. If I go to the red, if I'm in the red zone, I currently am sampling 0 0 from there. Then when I move, so I'm currently sampling here. So I'm sampling here, like this. So here, and then I move into blue. So I just moved into blue. Now this data is still loaded, but the blue, which is in terms of which data was loaded, is concerning. Okay, so blue. When we go to blue, we use data in position 4. Alright, so when we're in blue, we'll use this piece of data. We're going to try and read this piece of data, which in this particular case is -1 on the X, which actually sits backwards. When we enter U, we will read -1. So what it really should be is +1. So when we enter blue, okay, I think I might have it backwards in terms of like the values that we're supposed to have. So in my head, I'm going like, if I go down into this block, I'm trying to navigate. So what's happening, guys, is when we enter here, we start reading the cell that's here, which is then... So what we actually need to do is preload this cell. Since if we enter the blue, we want to go blue's reading from here, but that's where red reads from. See, whereas blue reads from position 4. Right, so blue's reading here in terms of the 4 cells that are loaded. So we want to make sure that the data that's loaded here is actually the data that's here, because when we enter... Wait, no, yeah, no, because when we enter blue, okay, so it's only when we transition this way. When we do this way, nothing happens because we want blue to still be reading the same cell that we're currently in. Which is weird. Any way of entering blue needs to make sure blue reads the same value. So when I enter blue, in this particular case, we've entered blue from that side. So we're now reading here, which in this case is still reading 0 0. No, now reading -1. -1 0, which is here in terms of what's already loaded. We enter blue and we start reading here. That doesn't make sense. See, because it's what it's supposed to do is when we go from here and we go from reading here to here, we start reading -1, which is this one. The same thing happens here. When we go from, so at the moment we're reading this cell, which is here, and then we enter green, which is the next one down. So green will be reading here, which is -1 on the Y, which apparently is up. It doesn't make sense. It should be down. So this is -1 Y. So we're here. So we've got this preloaded. So when we enter here, we are already pointing, so we now start reading this one, right? Because we've just moved into the 0 0 on the green, so we know we're in green, but we're reading this, which was preloaded to being this value, like this cell here, which makes some sense, I guess. No, this is just very confusing. Also unnecessarily complicated. I don't know why I've gone down this route. I really should just simplify everything and just fucking do noise on the thing. Okay, so can I like say like help GPU noise function? But the issue I'm coming fucking with here is that everything. Like, these aren't working examples. Or at least not that makes sense. WGSL noise function. What? 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 Okay, so apparently, if I just do this and I just do this, and okay, can I just be like, I don't know how this works, but just got simplex noise. I don't think this is gonna work, but we'll find out. Apparently this stream's been going too long. Everyone's left. You are not the right type. So you're a vec2, f32, and you return a vec2 of f32. So just going to end up correcting types here. So you can make them f32, f3s, and then f3s, and then this is going to be an f3. This is a vec2 apparently. The vec4. Dot floor select. The fuck knows what that's doing. Alright, so then if we, in theory, we just say trash all this shit. Well, we need to keep some of it. Some of it's doing something. Get rid of this. Okay. So we're just gonna say it's true again, so we can get away from that, like can't have unreachable code. Then we're just gonna say let noise equals simplex noise 2, and we're just gonna pass in a vec vec2 of local x, local y. Not local, because that'll give us the same value every time. Not local, local. We want cell x, cell y. Okay, you really need to stop. And then return and then see what that spits out. I'm assuming a compiler error, but we'll find out. Wait, why is it taking so long to compile? I didn't think I changed anything. Hey, look. It's really big blobby polar noise. How do I make it less blobby? I'm assuming that's because I'm multiplying by the 0.1. Like if I just pass in these values, first off, do I just end up with an issue where it's the same value all the time? No, I get much more chaotic noise. What if I then like multiply that value by like 10? This should just be like actual noise at this point. Okay. So there was there's extra stuff about FBM. Noise 2 is any noise here. Value okay, so if I just come down here and paste this in and say you're a vec to f32 vec to f30 vec to. Why are you saying p? P v equals p, and then we're just going to replace these with v v. Okay, so what are you having here? Map to. Okay. Right, S32. Type isn't compatible with address space handle. Okay, but like what? How am I supposed to do this? Okay, I'm just gonna close this and go code and be like, please, for the love of God, fix that thing. YouTube projects first. Select. Okay, are you gonna work now? Probably not. Yeah, it doesn't like it. No, 2x2. Okay, I don't know what's going on with it, but we'll find out. Should go to bed because it's almost fucking midnight. Okay, so I run this now, is it going to complain? It does. Okay, so type isn't compatible with address handle space. Okay, so if I said something like var m2, okay, so you have a mat 2x2 mat 2x3. Okay, 32 equals this. So I'm assuming it needs to be a const. Like, what, is that what the problem is? Okay, redefined. Okay, so I've immediately broken the thing again, but okay, so then what we do is we come up here and we say, hey, first off, I could probably sample it a way higher resolution of simplex and actually get something that looks vaguely interesting on screen. So first off, we don't want to simplex, we want to go fbm. Okay, and then where we go? Something like that. Okay, so what we want to do instead is, instead of passing in, what are we doing? Flooring cell, which is taking the fraction of, okay, this is way too much complicated shit in a shader. We just want to take in like mesh. So the UVX, I'm pretty sure the UVX, because we're dividing by cell size, means if we just pass in the UVX, mesh.uv.x and mesh.uv.y. Okay, time expected. Look at the spatial artifacts. That's cool. Anyway, stop multiplying it by 10, and we might actually be able to see some blobs. Nope, it's still far too high resolution. I'd say 0.1. Hey, look, some blobs. Times by 0.1. Make it 100 times more. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Now, how do I want like sharper edges. I don't remember how to do this. So, okay, so that's our P M2 times, so V equals M2 times 2 times 2.1. Okay, so F is frequency equals 1. So frequency plus half plus a quarter. Okay, so if we start at a higher frequency, if we start at 1, we end up with like big black blobs. Start fucking 2. Interesting. What if I, for some bizarre reason, was to like whack on? Weird. What I need is like the edge detection sort of style of something where it's This is the issue with copying other people's codes. I don't actually understand this well enough. I want some kind of like gradient thing where it's like if the gradient's beyond a certain value difference, like if the, so first off, I need to maybe group together a bunch of these. So like divide by 10. Divide by 10. I don't think that really helped. It's just made everything blurry. I think it just made everything bigger, but what we're actually going for is to we want to like divide by 10 and then wrap the whole thing in a floor like that. Yeah, so it's made everything blockier. Now, how did I make it darker? I mean, one obvious thing to do would be to what if we just started at 1? Okay, no. -1? -10? That makes it black. -1. Hey, look. Okay, so f plus, okay. If I make you 3, hmm. Five. So set you back to 0. We need to start at like, I went to, so you 2. Like you, like 10. Interesting. It's weird, like quite a graininess to it, which I think might work for what I want. But maybe like I don't remember what these numbers do. What I need is just some kind of large scale imagery. I guess that's what I'm doing. So what I would want to do is I would want to go, if I go rid of this whole divide by 10, this just gives me the macro description, and then we go down here and we go, what was I doing? If I set this like 1, I end up with like lots of sort of blobby edges. Set it like 12. I think it's going to end up with like, ooh. Okay. Great. And so the idea is we could probably sample it at like a, well, you need to sample multiple different pieces of noise. It's the issue. So if I, like, with adding you at like a 3, that causes like lots of little fine ripples, which I think is what we want. This looks like a really good bit of noise that if I scale it back up to the 64, oh god, just so many of these values are so erroneously unnecessary at the moment. Okay, so then if I divide by like 64, okay, so what I need to do now is go, first of all, so I multiply by that 0.1. What happens now? Do I just get like, I just get like really sharp noise, which is kind of cool. So I don't know how it's getting these values of negative. Like, the values are 0, but are they 0 or are they just negative? That's the question. Okay, so the other question is, if I just return noise, if I return noise 3 times, do I get like very different values? Because it's is it very different? I don't know. +1 divided by 2. I don't know if that's the same as multiplying by 5 and then okay, so I want to do something like, if noise is less than 0, return that's obviously not been saved because it didn't do anything. Wait, if it's less than 0, don't return white, return like red. Just something that I can really clearly see. If it's less than 0, so they're actually less than 0. Okay, so but then if we set let noise equal noise times a half plus a half. Is that the same thing? Okay, bar. Now we say noise equals noise times a half plus a half. So they're still getting less than 0. So if I said +1 divide by 2, which I know normalizes, implying that, yeah, I'm able to get noise that's greater than... Okay. God damn it. How am I getting noise that... It's probably because I've set these values to some fucking absurd thing. And so the fact that each time it gets up, we multiply by a negative means that it's probably getting really negative numbers. Fine. Set this to 0, this to 0. This assumes that it now can never get greater than... Yeah, so it never gets greater than 1 because it's a half, quarter, a third. Okay. I don't know if I like that, but... Okay, well, there's all these little speckles around, which is kind of cool. So what I want to do, one thing is go to the shader here and open up something. Say like, is it dirt? Path maybe dirt. Right. Well, there's just a thing called dirt. Okay, there's just dirt. There's also path. So we want to go to our decor. We want to add like 2 more tile types. So I want to say with the rows, and then we have dirt, and I want to have coarse dirt as well. There's also rooted dirt. So we'll put rooted dirt in as well. Okay. The idea being that I want to be able to, so this is, there's 7 of them now. I want to select dirt paths and then do like a weird path kind of thing. I don't know how well it's going to work. So what we can do is we can say, hey, let our noise equal this. And then we say, hey, if noise is less than 0, then we want to, technically we want to call let layer equal select decor, and then we pass in x and y, and then so what's x and y? X and y are our local vertex. No, that's not what we want to pass in. We want to say like our cell x and our cell y, and I think that's kind of, yeah, we just want to pass that in, and then we don't want to do the local anymore because the local was about sampling the texture, and then we're going to like, hey, select decor, and then we like this, and then just take in the x and the y, and then we can be like, hey, so you can just be x as f32 and y as f32. Don't divide by 64. You just take in that value, and then we normalize it, and then we say, hey, if we say, yeah, if noise is less than 1, less than 0, return -1. No, return probably 3. 3 was the nether rows. Okay. We can't use as because that's not how that works. F32. I keep forgetting this isn't rust because it looks almost, but not quite rust. Yeah. Right. So why are you not liking this? Because the value is not of type I32. Yeah, I have no idea what I'm doing anymore, but I'm just gonna say I32. Okay, I32. Okay, pass it in, and we select a decor. And we go, hey, if I pop over here, hey, look, weather roses, and it's fucking stable. Okay, flicker, and okay. So that's because anytime there's a negative number. So what I'm going to say is if it's not negative, if it's negative, we can then select the decor, and we can do some kind of thing to select like certain types of decor. Like we want something like, I'm fairly sure we concluded that there was no overlap between modulo x and modulo y equaling 0, unless x and y were the same number. So what we can do is we can say, hey, if the news is below this, we can say if x see, they're actually the same number, like it's only on a diagonal you can ever get them. So we want to say like x modulo 128 maybe equals y modulo 128. Again, still only appears on a thing. So return great. So this is the nether rows. So only if they're equal and on 128 cycle will I ever find one. Oh, here's one. So there's like a pattern to it, but they're somewhat rare. When I say somewhat, I mean extremely fucking rare. Okay. Let's add some other decor so that we can find something at least. Okay. So they're like else if x modulo y equals 0, return, I think it's 1, which is the poppy. I don't remember how it knows that. Else if y modulo x equals 0, return isn't 0, which is the, not a mushroom, it's the dandelion. Alright, let's see if we can find some flowers. Well, we found another wither rose, which is the fucking epitome of like, I'm looking for something. Can't find it. No. Oh, there's a poppy. We probably need to make them slightly more common. My thought to make them more common, because if we go back up here and we're like, hey, well, we can just say if noise is less than 0, we can just return return. Okay, fucking spell return -1. No, decal. Let's do. I'll say it's 2, which is the mushroom. Mushroom. So at the moment, we're just returning the mushroom anywhere there could possibly be decor. So as you can see, decor is somewhat common. It's just that we're very rarely hitting our rules of. So what we should maybe do is say like, well, let's noise let I equal x plus y. That's our I. And then we're going to say we can do fancy stuff with I now. So we can be like, so first off, so we want to go if I modulo 10 up and modulo 32 equals 0. Is for fungus? No. Yeah. No, stop deciding that you want to return no decor. Why would I? No. I don't actually. Well, equals 0. So if it's a modulo 32, return 4. I don't know what this is going to do. This is going to like just like with this with the roses just in a fucking diagonal line. So that's the issue, is that like doing something like that means you always end up with like it's always in a diagonal. So we need some kind of way of splitting that so it's not. Oh, I mean the obvious thing is not to make it a power of 2. Again, even pattern here. If we multiply them together, do we get like a nice, like we want to, and you know, also there's an only modulo by 3, which 7 maybe. See, what we want is something that hits the so if we do that, if its noise is less than 3, return and then we do this and we say, hey, turn like 5. If we see, like, say dirt, that means it is both a negative noise value and a multiple 7, which appears to be somewhat rare, which makes me wonder if either it's a very select case, but the fact that there's so many mushrooms and so many wither roses, it's also a really obviously tessellating pattern. We need something that's like a much larger number, I guess, to make it look much more random. I haven't found a single thing that's 5. That, or I didn't rerun the game and that 5 doesn't exist. That's also a possibility. I thought it did, but the fact that it's taking so long to compile means it probably didn't. Oh, and it crashed. So why did you fail? Because left equals 1. Wait, what? Wait, what? How did I break that? Because left does not equal right. Left is 1. Wait, how? Oh god, don't tell me you're just like gonna break again. What did I change? I really should have committed it. I just added more. Like that's literally all I did was add 2 more. 3 more. If this works, it's gonna be extra confusing. Because like I didn't change anything to break it. Which then implies it's some kind of like loading. Okay. Oh, look at that. Well, now it's in some kind of fucking pattern, which is pretty weird. So why does adding 3 more cause it to not work? My assumption is that it's some level of well, it's possible that maybe one's just not loading. Okay, so did I get a warning? No. So something, maybe it's because the layers became 7. You're not failing, right? Tile texture not found for material. Size. Left being... I'm not quite sure how you're pulling that off. If I make it an even number, maybe it's because it's not an even, no. Honest, that doesn't actually make any sense because I haven't changed anything in it. You should be picking sizes based on. We just get rid of rooted dirt. Maybe it needs to be even. Maybe it's because it's like modulating it and it's getting a. This doesn't make any sense. Hey, look, now left is 2. Where are you getting this height from? Height modulo layers gave me 2. What? What? Okay. That's not really making any sense to me. We just add dirt, it should break, and if it breaks with a fucking 3, I don't know. It doesn't make any sense because it kind of implies that I can only have multiples of 4, but that's not how it's actually working. Now it broke with a 2 again. Now the possibility is maybe that dirt's the odd one out, and dirt's somehow adding something because the dirt's not the right size, but that doesn't make any sense either. Yep. Oh, that's not working either. So left of this to the right is 0. But where are you getting your height from? And why is it 2? Interesting. I don't quite understand where you're getting your height from to begin with. Maybe I need to set this to 32 max. It's you that's panicking, yeah? You assert that layer is modulo. For loaded texture in iter. So how are you getting 1? Why is this not working? Can I print line? You're gonna, if you say something stupid, I'm really annoyed. Texture atlas 2 load, then it doesn't say 7. That's going to be really confusing. It says 7. Can we get like how big did you end up being? Can I say like print line built successfully image dot size? My assumption is that you're somehow expanding into the next layer over. I don't know, like, because it doesn't make sense that it's getting like it's also getting a weird number like 1. Like it's like I've implemented some block that's not the right thing. So it's 64 by 512. Let's say calculator and go like, hey, 512 divided by 7. Well, it's not wrong. What is this 64 times 7? It should be 440. Why is it getting an extra 1? Where are you getting an extra texture from? What's the bet? Because the texture atlas doubles the size each time. That I need to be an even number. Okay, so we need to come up with some kind of, what was another like flower? I don't remember what the flowers in Minecraft are. We can put a dead bush. Just saw that one. As a tulip. I think that's what it was called. I skipped straight past it. Tulip. Oh, there's like lots of colors of tulip. So let's go red. Okay. We'll just go, hey, give us another flower and a red tulip. Okay, cool. Now we're on this. So my assumption is that if it's not a multiple of 2, it just breaks, which is, again, Bevy's texture atlas is being really fucking weird. Hey, okay. So now there's apparently just a crosshatch of tulips. Every now and then, a piece of dirt. But why is there a crosshatch of tulips? Oh, you only work when the numbers aren't negative? Wait, so that's when one's negative, one's positive, like I think. Because, yeah, so this is one, both negative, both positive, you just end up with a nice grid. Okay. Just end up with this lovely grid of 7s. Okay, so, I mean, that's easy enough to fix, is we just go, hey, one of them positive, we do a different sum. So we multiply them together. Okay, we want to sum them, because I think that's probably why we're getting... Oh, now we get, like, fucking rows. Okay. Multiply plus x. Okay. So we need to do like the opposite of apps. So I want to go like something like let j is going to equal x shifted 31 and then inverted. Can we multiply by that? What does it even equal? Oh, apparently nothing. Oh. So we need to go u shifted to u. And then k can be that. So these are the sign bits, and then we want to go, I think it was, how did we invert it? So it was something like x XORed with j plus y XORed with k. So that would make sure that they're plus j and plus k. So this ensures that they're even, and then when we do this, now they should always, oh, lovely, we got like a rings of these. Okay, but it's so basically, this is, if we just take the absolute, which ensures that they're always positive, and that should mean that if we now somehow, I think we want to like let, I don't know, that y, well, I guess here, I don't know, I'm running out of fucking letters here. We want to say something like, if we know that y XOR k XOR k plus k, if we know that's positive, we can then take that and I believe XOR it with now doesn't that XOR with like -1? So if I go to programming, just got to bed, it's getting late. Program. Okay, so if I have like 1 and I XOR with -1. I hate that it does that. Why can't I just type in -1? Why are you gonna be like this? I want to know, what's 1 minus 2? Okay, -1 XORed with 1. We get -2 apparently. What if I said 1 XORed with -1? I can't do it because it won't let me type in -1. Why is -1 not a valid fucking number? 1 XORed with FF, it's not gonna let me, hex with FF, there we go, lots of F's. Okay, and u equal -2. Okay, that doesn't make okay. T. So if I did, not T, okay. So plus k and then XORed with k. So y XORed with k, which is the sign bit We XOR, which flips all the bits. We then add 1, which is how you... Right. And then we XOR it back. And then we use T instead of Y. So instead of Y plus, so we say plus J plus Y, plus T. Like, wait, no. Apparently, it's really fucking hard to invert a number back. Right. We know that you're positive, which is hilarious. Okay, so that forces you positive, and then can we just time by -1? Right, like, that's what I'm trying to do. Okay. Right. You're not, yeah, and then you're supposed to be multiplied by that. That's probably what's going wrong. Interesting. That we no. Okay. So I concluded, right, like that if we say like let I equal x times y, right, we end up with like really funky values. As long as 1 is positive and 1 is negative. So if I take the absolute, which is x XORed j plus j divided by y, we take the absolute, so we still end up with the funky values over here. We end up with the funky values over here. We end up with this weird column in the middle. Can I put 0 to get rid of them? Okay. So as long as both values are, as long as y is negative, we end up with the funky values. But if y is positive, both x and y are positive. Okay, so that what that's saying is that in every situation x is positive. So can we not just multiply y times -1? Okay. Now y is always positive. Okay, that makes less sense to me. So if we multiply by y, we end up with funky values, but if we multiply by -y, what? What? Okay, can we say like y minus y times 2? Okay. I'm not entirely sure why multiplying by negative number. Okay, what? Because I'm sure what this is saying is as long as the signs are different. But I'm going like, if I take the absolute of y of j and multiply by why does it random? Okay, I'm not understanding this. Can we say multiply by k times 2? Well, okay, no. Minus k? Why minus k? I don't think this does anything. Okay. I'm really not understanding this. Maybe it's like -y. Right, because again, this just sort of ends up with it flipped like this. But what we need to do is we need to take the absolute of y, which is this. Right, that's the absolute of y. Then we can just say -t. Like now the signs are always going to be opposite, right? Hey, okay. I think what throws me off is this. So we need to sort of like subtract something so that they don't end up with this horrible pattern. We do like -2. Well, now we've got some other reoccurring pattern, but we don't have those straight lines. So we just -1. Okay, it's made the circle pattern significantly less obvious. It's still really clearly there. So what if I made this like 13 instead of 7? And then I reckon if we said like I, we need to like modulo I with like a really large number. Alright, let's do like a -1, get us this, and then we just like modulo something. Modulo it by, we need a really large prime. Large prime less than 2 billion. And what? Just say the largest prime less than 2 billion. Is this actually prime? Prime number checker. Check. Huh. Okay, well, it's pointless to use a prime that big because unless you go out to 2 billion, you're not going to get anywhere. Oh, I don't actually know how quickly these numbers grow to infinity. Can I get you to like generate me a prime? Okay. Previous. Okay, I need a prime number. I need a prime number. I'd like you to like let me specify enter. Please enter a number. Is it prime? 25, 8, 2, 4, 6. Wow. What are the odds? I just typed in random numbers outside of the fact that I ended in a 2 the first time. Apparently that's prime. Can we multiply by a large prime first? Multiply by, we want to prime around 500, so like 569. No, that doesn't seem like it's going to be prime. Apparently it is prime. I don't know if I trust that because that's like 2 for 2 where I've just guessed a random number and it's told me it's prime. Let's just do that and multiply by that number and then do this and go, okay. So it should be fairly random. So it's like only if the I is this value can we even be bothered checking. Oh no. Well then. I think we found the factors. Okay. Well, obviously we can't just be using this. Well, if I is also 13. This is like 7 maybe. Otherwise return mushroom. Wait. Oh, that's one tweak. Okay. Okay, anyway. So we can just go like not equal to 0 and return please brain -1 no decor. Yeah, so that means we probably want to pick a smaller number like 7, smaller prime like 7, or do we want a larger prime? I think we might actually want a larger prime. No, the smaller the number the more likely, not equal to 3. If I is not modulo 3. What if we just don't do this? This will just return anywhere that the... If it's not equal to 7. Okay, you can also go. Else return return 0. I don't know. No. Return 0. Turn this off. Okay. So first up, these are all the potential places for decor to spawn. Now we probably want to check the paths and stuff before, because obviously you can see like not everywhere can be a path. So what we want to do, I guess, is go when we're sampling noise, we sample noise to ourselves and that. So we're going to say like so you're going to be bar. Let noise equal this. I'm going to say like let noise underscore up equals, yeah, plus, that's not up, is it? Piece of shit. Y plus 1. That's up, and then like noise down, like noise left, right. I don't know if I'll need all that noise, but I just like the idea of we'll grab all the noise and then we'll be like, how do I determine a gradient? How to calculate gradient? Rise over run. Duh. Okay, so we're gonna say like GL is equal to well, it's just equal to the to I guess noise left minus noise, and then GR and GD. Okay. You don't like that. Oh, because you need to normalize it. Right, that's why you're a var. Okay. So then what we need to do is we need to go like, hey, if I want to go like if GL G underscore L is greater than 0.5. I don't know what the gradient's going to come out as. So if it's greater than 0.5, let's go like absolute. So if the gradient's greater than that, can we say return brain return 2? It's not like left. It's not left. Can we return 1, which is poppy? Hey, look. This is anywhere that the gradient is greater than a half. Greater than like 1. Okay, more poppies. Greater than 1. Okay. Greater than 2. That's the same number. Greater than 2. So very rarely is it greater than 2. Interesting. See, so it's like another convenient way of like being like, how do we select for very specific types of conditions? But like maybe 1.5. What I'm looking for is the ability to generate basically the equivalent of lines. Because in theory, like if we said that the gradient is greater than 1, so lots of poppies. Maybe if it's like greater than 0.7. Right. So now we just basically like have lots of poppies. I mean, we go greater than 0.5. We have like just a horrendous amount of poppies. Right. And then what you do is you can cull the poppy by saying, hey, but like, and the absolute of the gradient to the right is greater than 0.5. So now the condition is twice as strict. So basically what it's saying is it has to be quite a high gradient here. What if we said it has to be a low gradient? Interesting. And then we could say something like, or does that that adds more poppies back. We actually want to go G up and G down. I'm trying to think how we want this. So basically the idea is we want lots of things and then the color will bunch out so that like only when the gradient is steep. I think we want to go like GX, GY kind of thing. Like so. We want something like left noise minus noise right divide by 2, and then let G, no, this is GH horizontal and GV, which is this, and then we want to say, hey, if GH is greater than GV, it's a poppy. Okay, so there's lots of poppies. Now we need to like cull it down and say, and GH is greater than 0.1. I didn't really cut anything down. 0 greater than 0.3. We need better noise. Because when I was rendering the whole noise, it's like it's too messy. Like, I guess the way to show that is if we go back to here, if we just say let n equal GP, what's it called? FMB. So we just said like mesh.uv.x and mesh.uv.y. We just take in pure noise and then we just return if true, return vec vec 4. Why would I even want that? N. I don't know why it typed what I wanted, but then like also does it. So we're getting like lots of very chaotic noise, which is kind of what we want, but we also want like more larger structures. So if I come all the way down here and I said, hey, can you like not have like a random 1 here? So we still end up with lots of chaotic noise. We want large blobs. Now the issue is that like our resolution's up 32 times bigger, so we don't end up actually seeing this. But if I said like maybe 1.6, that's gonna make more chaos. How do I make these bigger? Is it making this smaller? If I make this like, if I make this level 1, is that making it better or worse? 3? No, I have no idea. If I made you 0.4, 0.3, can I put this somewhere that I can see it while I change the values? Kind of feel it's smarter to try and like, it won't let me. I'm just gonna try and put it up at the top because then I can like see both and it's like nice and wide. Okay, so if I said you were 0.6 to begin with. Okay, first off, let's commit this so I don't fucking break something. Okay, adding. I don't want to accidentally like fucking change your value and never be able to get it back. So we said like 1.2. It doesn't need to be changing anything. If I make you 1, we just get like much brighter values. If I made you like 10, I feel like the issue here is we're well on top of the repetition. Like it's just repeating the same pattern. We're sampling too small for the gradient to actually be able to sample anything. So let's go with, instead of just doing this, can we do multiplied by 0.01? Hey, okay. Yeah, we probably just don't want to be fitting in integer values. Right, so we end up with this horrendous pattern. Wait, what did I break? Why does it look like garbage? That's concerning. Mm-hmm. That's kind of what we want. Now, if I made this like a 5. Ooh. What if I made this like a 5? Interesting. I'm gonna do like a 10. I feel like adding noise. Well, by definition. Yeah. I like that. And then if I made this like really quite strong, that's probably too strong. See, I don't actually know what this value represents. Like, what is it actually changing? I make you like 2. Ooh. I'm gonna smear it all over the place. So that implies that if I make this value like pretty low, we should end up with like blobby. That's what confuses me. Is it smears it both times? Like if I go bigger or I go smaller, it smears it. I think the idea is you want to keep these symmetrical, maybe. Okay, I mean, you like 1. 5. Now, why? Okay, oh, because we're not normalizing. It's probably why this is. We should probably normalize it so that we can actually see the full range. So n plus 1 divided by 2. So we'll probably get a lot. Ooh, okay. Okay. Maybe we don't want to normalize it then. What values did we end up? So we added a 0 here. We add the 2 back to here. Okay, so that's a bit more noise and whatnot. So we have 3 back. 2. Okay, so somehow I gotta try and pull this back into shape. So if we make that an 8, it doesn't seem to be doing very much. Is my concern with this. Like it's not smearing anything around. Okay, so it's pulling that into sharper focus. So maybe if we made this like a 1. Annual 1? Is it to keep it even? Because otherwise it ends up smearing all over the place. I made you like a 3. You a 3? That's interesting. So I want to try and make these blobs bigger. So if I make the frequency lower to begin with, I get, okay, so I need to make a higher frequency to begin with. Okay. I'm assuming this is doing the same thing where we're actually ending up with with values outside of the range that we actually can represent. So the idea with this is that these will end up with like some really cool like patterns. I don't know how to normalize this so it's always between 0 and 1. Yeah. What I need to do is I need to say like, hey, you export into this channel, but we say if n is less than 0, I need to say like let bar out equals that. So first let's just make it n. So n n, and then we say if n is less than 0, then out dot r equals 1, and then just return. Okay, so they're all still less than 1, which is not great. So what is happening here is we're obviously setting something somewhere that's making the values go way too high. And then we say if n is greater than 1, then g equals 1. Okay, so apparently nowhere is n greater than 1, which is interesting, that it can get to negative, but it can't get to positive. And this is after normalizing. Weird. Unless it's because I didn't put a dot. That'd be really annoying. Okay. Well, it probably doesn't help that when it's greater than 1. Okay. And so we need to say, I'm going to take away out dot b equals 0. And out dot r equals 0. We need to set it to green. Okay. So we're getting values greater than and less than 1. So that tells me I should probably drop this back down to just go to 0, 0, 0. We need it to not have anything like that. Okay. So how do I end up? So that pushes everything into the extreme of having higher than 1s and lower than 1s. Okay. So that's, can't tweak that to make it blobbier. That doesn't seem to be making it blobbier. If I make it smaller, does it make it blobbier? Not really. And what the hell can I change to make it blobbier? I should probably have comments open so people know. Okay, so if I make this number like 0.2, and this number like 0.2, and then this number like 1.5, 1.5. Trying to make that, I just want really big sort of smeary. The issue is I'm ending it with a quite fuzzy looking noise, and I want quite sharp noise. But the only way I seem to be able to get sharper noise is just basically just fucking smash it into the ceiling and see what sticks. I think like a 4. No. What the hell? Also, why are we dividing f by a number? Like, can we just return f? Why would we divide by 0.9? Seems like a... How do I make your contrast sharp? Eight. I'm not doing anything. The issue is it doesn't seem to ever be hitting 0. Interesting. V SP. Wait, okay. So I'm assuming this is like just for some reason they've condensed onto one line. So what we're doing is we're saying f is equal to f, which is starts at 0, plus a half of the simplex noise value, and then the value equals this times the value times 2. So we double the... Oh, that didn't work. First off, this is stupid because we're multiplying by a small number to then multiply by a big number. So, like, why wouldn't you just double this number? If I double these numbers, I only multiply by 2. Okay. The issue is if I, like... The only thing I can really do to make this, like, higher is to sample, like, closer together. But it doesn't actually help with the fact that, like, it's still... 0, fuck. Like, it's not giving me the contrast that I want. Is that because I'm normalizing it? Like, if I just don't normalize it, design, no, okay. So half of our values are negative and half of our values are positive. If I just plus 0.5. How do I get sharper contrast? I don't know. It's just all very, very boring. Okay, so the idea is we can just sample the gradient at like incrementally increased positions. I pass this in. So first off, we want to get rid of this so we stop rendering the actual noise because it's not exactly useful. So we want the poppies to somehow, like, we want paths out of the poppies. We want to get paths out of the poppies. It's just somehow, okay. So I need to somehow, like, make some kind of edge detection thing. So we should maybe, like, make a function called, like, find edge. Maybe I don't know if I'm find edge, and the idea is we just mess around in here of being like, can we pass in an x and an I32, y, which is an I32, and this just returns a f32, and then we go, instead of doing this, we just say, hey, can we just pass in find edge with not local cell x and cell y, like that, and then we just return 1. I should type out return 1. There we go. Okay, so it just returns 1. Okay, so I'm going to say let n equal... Wait, what? No, don't floor it. Just pass in this. Okay, wait, but we don't want to pass in... Is this select decor? We want to find edge and we want to pass in... I want to do something like I32 of mesh.uv.x and then mesh.uv.y. So we pass this in and like half the time it's returning. Okay, so divide by, let's say like 10, just so that it's not quite as big. See, what we do then is we just lose a lot of our finesse. Right, so the issue we have at the moment is we're just returning something. I don't think we're even doing that, we're just returning one find edge. We just return it in. So we just pass in x, okay, right. Divide by 10. Over 10. Right. So to do the edge detection, kind of like something like let and x equal x f32 x divided by 100, and then we're going to pass in x and x is equal 1 and y. So this gives us this sort of thing here. I mean, that's one way of doing it. We could just say I think that's the issue with our selecting decor actually, is we're selecting a value that's too big. We're going to say let n x equal and y equal this. And then wait, what? Why are you passing in the floor of this? What? And x and y. Right. If I just go comment out that thing that's making us render this, find edge, let's comment this out and just have a look what this has actually done to our poppy. So first off, this is our noise function. So first off, apparently we've made poppies near extinct. My assumption is I'm going to get to somewhere and this is going to be fuckloads of poppies everywhere. That, or because we've really reduced our thing. Can we just do this? Okay. Hey, look, there's nothing but poppies. So basically anywhere there's a thing. So what we need to do is work out what this gradient is. Here, like how do we find this boundary? Where? So this is where GH is greater than GY. So what we actually want is instead where if GH minus GY equals 0.1. Okay. But it can't be equals, so I guess it's less than. Okay, well apparently doing that resulted. Okay, so we need to take like the absolute, because obviously picking, they must be getting like lots of negative values, so it is less than 1. 100. Okay. Greater than 1. Okay. So greater than 1. Still no poppies. Okay, so greater than 0.1. 0.1. Hey. Okay. So again, now we've ended up with this sort of, we either have poppies or we don't have poppies. How? Okay, making it smaller just increases the number of poppies. So we need to somehow go, it needs to be smaller than number 1. Okay, so let TG equal, no, that's U minus U divided by 2, and we're going to say if the then see the absolute of this value. I don't know why I'm dividing by 2, because the AI suggested it, basically. So we're going to say if TG is greater than 0.1. Oh, okay. Okay, so it just shifted where it was. So now we have this thing, and we're going to say the issue is we're going to end up with like loops always, because it's like a terracing thing. So we're going to say and TG is greater than, so TG is greater than 0.1, but TG is less than 0.02. I feel like this is a true statement where it's like if a TG is greater than 0.1 but less than 0.2, it's like, well, less than 1. Yeah, so it can't. Okay, what? Hey. Okay, which implies our gradient is tiny. Like the difference between any 2 points is fucking minuscule. If I just said like, hey, can you like add like 1? Does that like, well, apparently that greatly increases our gradient. Hey. You have to loop at some point, don't you? That's how this works. They're really long. Okay, so if I made you like that one. Long lines of puppies. The issue is then you also, oh, well, that was weird. So then like if I make you different, I feel like this is going to result in like wider sections of poppy. Like I feel like that was what that big bulge was, just like a. So this double line here, like there's always going to be 2 lines of poppies running near each other, because that's what's happening here. Is it's the value and then the other value. So like this is the terrace. So wait, what if we didn't take the absolute? What if we just took the value? I think that might be what's causing the second one, is because we're taking the absolute, which means we get it on the positive and the negative edge. Okay, so then we have to tighten it up a little bit more. So it's only like 1.5. Now we only get a single line of poppies. Now obviously poppies aren't the best flower. Ooh, and it does break, which means it is possible that like you end up with a section that just doesn't have any. Why are you having like loops again? Okay, so whatever is setting dandelions, which I have no idea what setting dandelions. Anything that's not a multiple of 7 with the math. Okay, so first off, this is going to be the 5 dirt. Okay, and it's like 6, 7. Okay. So 7's rooted dirt, so 6 will be coarse dirt. Okay, so 5. So you're a 5. So what we need to do, right? Because we have trails of dirt, which we can actually make a little bit bigger. So that means that we can expand. It's like 0.2, so that like we get nice path, and then we can come up with some kind of like way of expanding, like picking certain blocks, I guess. So basically, if we're on a path, this is dirt. If we're on a path, we can say like if. I guess it's noise. Because my concern is because we're like, I guess we're using the gradient, not the noise value itself. Like it's with the difference between its neighbors. Left, right. We should also be taking probably the absolute of these values, maybe. Does that change anything? Oh, apparently we can't do. Okay. It's because if noise. Did it change anything outside of, like, I just made these, ooh. Well, it made them smaller, apparently. I also don't think we should be dividing by 2. I think dividing by 2 is just making everything smaller unnecessarily. And if we take your, if we put your absolute back, what does that actually do? Well, outside of, I think it makes it feel less natural because it keeps abruptly changing direction. So we probably just want to use you and use you, and then sort of missing every other one, but that's fine. Okay. Now we might make this like a little bit bigger, like maybe a 0.4. We need something that kind of like makes it change direction. So because the issue at the moment is we always end up in loops because no matter what, like we're sort of on the gradient of one of those bulges. So what we need to do is something like maybe well, if we move it slightly further down, like we calculate I first. So let's just get I so we have access to something. And we could say, like, if we were to, I have no idea if this is going to make any difference whatsoever. So if we were to say something like, if I is modulo 10 1024 is greater than 512. I have no idea what this is equivalent to. Why did that not like it? So it says I expected semicolon. Do this. Okay, it won't let me do that. Okay, so let TG, which is an F32. I say TG equals this, TG equals that. Does that work? No. Okay, you're like bar. The hope, which doesn't seem to have been the case, I think it's because I is too random, so we need a better I. Because like we kind of designed I to be very random, so I don't know, maybe I'll call it like N, because N is going to represent like negative positive. I plus modulo 7. No. That is interesting, but no. N. Okay. What do we want? We want, I really should just go sleep because my brain is not working right now. N is going to be like X plus Y. Maybe even X times Y. We wanted to grow quickly. Like, well, it's not so quickly, but unpredictably. So then we get N, and then instead of being I, it's going to be N. So that's annoying because what's happening here is it's just too quick. Like the I, okay. So maybe it's plus. See, what we want is that, is that it doesn't loop, because like it's going to loop, and then like if the loop passes through a section, it inverts and goes a different way, because suddenly we're no longer gradient. We're no longer looking for an up gradient, we're looking for a down gradient, so we actually follow a different path. The issue is that, like, as you see, we keep ending up in these situations where we get these really fat bits, because obviously the gradient must shift, like we're probably sitting at the boundary between two things. So obviously we can shrink this down a little bit, because we've just greatly increased the tightness of it all. Oh, I didn't, okay, it didn't run the first time, so we can do it 3. So basically every 1024 blocks, we invert the direction. Can we like ×2 this though? Like make y twice as potent as x? It shouldn't make that much of a difference. Oh look, it just got petered out and then we got another path. Okay, so now we need to do something like we can use I, and we're gonna say like if I modulo 3 equals 0, return dirt. So this is return five. Dirt. So there's a 1 in 3 chance of returning dirt, and then we say if I modulo 7 equals to 0, return coarse dirt, and then if I modulo 13 equals to 0, return rooted dirt. Otherwise, return dirt. Yeah, then rooted dirt. And there's some coarse dirt. Okay. So next is that the dandelions are anything that makes it here is a dandelion. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say something like if noise is negative. I want to say if noise is negative, can I just return something like the wither rose, which is I think that was 4, wasn't it? So it appears we've fixed our problem where noise can be negative. So if a noise is like less than 0.1, if we just say like, can we just, if our noise is less than 1? Okay, now they're all tulips. Okay, so we're only your tulip. Okay. So what the hell can our noise value be? Like 0.5? Return a tulip? Okay, again, that seems to be every single tulip. Oh no. Oh, right, we're in that kind of like the noise is very coarse section. So we kind of just need another noise. Okay. I mean, the obvious thing with that is just to sample the noise at a different resolution and a different offset, like a slightly different offset. Maybe. I don't know. We've already got these other noises, like noise up, noise down. Can we like XOR them together? I don't know if that works. Can we say something like if noise is less than noise up? This isn't, it was not a wither rose, it's a tulip. Apparently it's quite rare. In theory, if I flip it, okay. But again, quite rare. Why is it rare? I wouldn't think that it would be particularly rare. I feel like again we're just going to get to a certain spot and it's just going to be filled with them because the other option is that we've done something to the noise. We've normalized the noise where we haven't normalized up and down. Okay, so we need to normalize up. Okay, so we need to do something like up plus 1 divided by 2. If noise is less than, nope, again, we're still just ending up with this. Oh, look, there we go. All right, so we're sort of getting this weird in-betweeny thing of okay, so we need to somehow generate some kind of number. So what I want to do is say like let e equals I. Okay, and we're gonna do some stuff. No, var here var. Okay. Then we're gonna do something like, let's just say that if I want to switch d modulo 7, I guess just return d mod 7. Why can't I do that? Because I must use t somewhere else. Yeah, I did. Do I actually use t? I do. Okay, s maybe? I don't know. I'm kind of running out of fucking characters here. S. Just return s mod 7. Wait. Why is I so stable? Didn't I be all over the place? I must be multiplying by something that's a factor of 7 because it's just always getting 1. What do you divide by 7? Oh, 3. I don't know if that was correct. I feel like it lied to me. Oh, this is 81. Okay. Something just makes me feel like one of these numbers is going to be Can you not remember my number? Thank you. Divided by 7. Oh, okay. Okay. See, the issue is I'm just always getting 0. Ah, yes, because I mod 7 is equal to 0. That's how we literally how we pick it. Anyway, I'm gonna say if s. Also, we should modding it 5 because we only want to pick the bottom 5, right? No, don't leave the if s. Hey, look, now we're getting with the rows. The issue with that is we need to kind of make sure that we don't pick with the roses as much as we pick other numbers. That kind of thing. Anyway, so what we want to do is we want to do like something like, first off, modding 7 is far too common. What's another prime? 17? Yeah, it's looking alright. I do find it bizarre that we end up with, like, there must be like 17 in a row or something. That's like, they're all equal 0? No, that doesn't make sense. I is being picked very randomly, so the fact that there's still lines in this is very concerning to me. Anyway, what we're going to do is we're going to say, like, something like if s is less than it's if can we get like the unnormalized version, right? How would we do that? We would times it by 2 minus 1. So let's say like noise times 2 equals noise times 2 minus 1. Okay, and then we say if noise is less than noise up, s times equals 21. If noise is less than down times 13 times 11 times 17. It's just random. Kind of got the vibe I was going for with the path spawning, like actual paths, and then other stuff just sort of appearing around. The idea would be that you would you'd use like the different heights of the noise. Like maybe we should add some more mushrooms, which annoyingly means we need to add a lot more mushrooms. Because of how fucking Bevy decided their texture using shit works. Is we're gonna go well, for one thing, we should probably make our maximum taller, like a lot bigger. What is our maximum? Oh, we've already set it to fucking max. So, alright. So there was something about a mushroom, red tulip, dirt. Okay, fungus. So there's the crimson fungus. So we need to shift all our numbers down one now. So first off, go into the shader, go down, we'll select decor. So first off, dirt is now 4, 5, and 6, and 4. Alright, and then U modulo. So then we're gonna just put a note here for me. I'm gonna say 7 plus 7 through, annoyingly, let's say 15 are mushroom, question mark. Okay. We need to find lots of things to add, because we need to add at least 8 things. We could add the rest of the tulips. Yeah, that'll work. So first up, let's bump this up then. So if we're going to add 3 more tulips, then we need to bump this to 7. No, right, yeah, 7, and then that would be 7. So it'd be 8, 9, and 10 under, and then so it would be 11 through 15 are mushrooms. Okay, so we want to go here. No, this is the wrong thing. We want to go decor. So we need to go tulip red. Red, orange, pink, and white. Okay, so then we have our 3 tools. So this doesn't seem right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that means up to 6. So I guess, yeah, modulus. No? Trying to mentally work that. So we have this. So we have, yeah, okay. So we do that, and then we do the 3 dirts, and then we have our fungus. And so this is how we can go. Fungus. Okay, so there's a warped fungus as well. Rename. Yeah. Okay, so we have our crimson fungus and our warped fungus, and then I'm assuming there's a mushroom. Yep, there's a red mushroom, and a rename a brown mushroom. Right, like so, brown mushroom. So how does that bring us to? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we need 2 more. So now I have to find 2 more plants. So we could add little trees. Little trees would be cute. I kind of want to do one of these double decker plants, because I think they'd be interesting to do. In that, like, what we do is we like look for very specific values, and then say, like, if you're this value, you're the bottom. If you're that value, you're the top. All right, we'll add the roses then, like that. So we're gonna go. So basically, the rose is going to work like very weirdly in that. They should be the other way around, top and bottom. All right, so that means that it's 11 through 13, right? Is roses, is mushrooms, so it's 11, 12, 13. No, we're missing a mushroom. So it must be 10. Is it 10? Must be 10. Come on. So let's go back to here and go. All right. So we just like comment 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, it's wrong. 0, 1. Yes, please fix those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14, 15. All right, so mushrooms. The mushrooms start here, so it's 10 through 13 are mushrooms. Okay, and then the tulips. So the tulips are 3 through 6. So let's go here and go. So however I did it. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, hey, tulip wise. So what we can do is we can say something like the way we pick our decor. So let's just put our notes here. So we can say 0 through 3 are flowers. All right, we don't need the question marks anymore. So 0 and 1 are flowers. 2 is with a rose. 3 through what is 3? 3 through 6 are tulips. Okay. 3 through 6, thank you. 7 through 9 are dirt. 7 through 9 are dirt. 10 through 13 are mushrooms, and 14 are roses. Okay, it's 15. All right, so what we need to do is we go, so make sure dirt's correct. So this dirt is 7, 8 and 9, and make sure it starts at 7. Okay. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that it's just going to be normal dirt, and there's a 1 in 7 chance that it's coarse, 1 in 9 chance that it's rooted, and if it's not, it's just still dirt. Okay, so there's a 1 in 17 chance, which is probably not actually 1 in 17 because of the fucking random shittery them up there. There's a 1 in 17 chance that we actually pick something. So what we're going to do is we're going to say, like, if okay, so first we're going to say like noise unnormalize equals noise times 2 minus 1. Normalize between 0 and 1. Okay, so we're going to say if, first off, let's get rid of this check. We're going to say I want to specifically see like what it looks like when we do like everything is filled. We're going to say if noise is less than, let's say, up noise, this is going to be flowers. So if noise is less than up noise, then return 0. No, return I modulo 2. So you either return 0 or 1, getting out flowers. If noise is less than noise is greater than noise up and less than noise down, return with a rose. So I want this to be like right at the bottom. This like basically the idea is like if you make it through all the other checks, then you check to see if you're with a rose since that returns. So we do this. Okay, so we return with a rose. Okay. So we're gonna say so since we're going to say if noise is greater than this, so we return a tulip, which is 3 plus modulo 4, modulo 4, right? Tulips. That's actually good that the AI got that. I think that's correct anyway. So it starts at 3, and we have 4 tulips. Okay. And then there's dot variants. Okay, still in the mushrooms. So the mushroom is the same thing. So it's basically if we can do other things like I think we'll just still go with the like quadrants, mostly noise. Noise. Okay. Basically, if the noise is greater than up, if the noise is greater than down, if the noise is greater than noise left, then we're gonna say turn not 4, it's 10. 10 plus mushrooms. Okay. And then we're going to say, hey, if noise is greater than right, return rose bush. Okay, so rose bush needs something very specific, which is it's going to check for like 2 sort of very particular values, and then it's going to basically it's going to check down, it's going to check up, and then it's going to go, hey, if these 2 values are within this range, I'm going to be the bottom. If I'm the lower one, I'm going to be the top if I'm the higher one. So rosebush is going to need something special. So let's just do that for now, just to see what it looks like as we do very silly stuff. And so the idea is that since we've said if you're bigger in all these cases, we're going to say if you're smaller, and so basically if noise is smaller than all of them, you're with a rose. This should give us regions of flowers, regions of tulips, regions of mushrooms, and regions of apparently rose bushes. But again, rose bush is going to use a very specific thing. It doesn't like that. Why does it not like that? Return. I was return -1. Yeah. Otherwise, return nothing. How? Okay. See, so we have a huge region of noise that is all just tulips. Then we have a region here that is rose bushes, and a small region here that apparently meets the criteria to be with the roses. And the idea is when we're modulating 7, it's like only this small section can be with the roses. We can also try and shrink the with the rose section even further, because the idea is anything that meets the criteria. So because we're spawning everything else, this will always be hit. So we can also say something like and that noise down is greater than noise up, and noise left is less than noise right. I don't know if that makes this invalidable. Okay, yeah, cool. There's still possibility to spawn with the roses, but it's significantly smaller. And now this is all just like void because it's like it doesn't meet any of the rules, so it's nothing. But yeah, then we have like these long weird strips of mushrooms. The tulips seem to be the biggest thing, but I think that's partly because they're the first checked and therefore they're the most likely to be hit, whereas well, I guess technically flowers are the biggest. Flowers are the biggest because they're the first checked. Then tulips are checked. So it's like if it's not flowers, then it could be tulips. If it's not tulips, it could be mushrooms. So we probably need to put some rules in place to try and narrow that down so that we don't end up with just massive flower fields. Tulips, I feel like maybe, but that's more to do with like tulips probably need to be like the odds of when you're in a tulip field spawning tulips need to be higher. So technically we could put our 17 check under here. But that could issues like 17, meaning that you'll always end up with a certain flower because it's, yeah, because you'd always end up with an odd flower because if you're always 17. Anyway. So we probably need to like actually add Y or X back on. Anyway, what was it doing? So we want to go and make up some kind of thing that means that we don't end up exclusively flower, and it's like spawning as many flowers ever. So we need to say like this, so and also so to avoid double check, we're going to say like not, so noise needs to be bigger than, and noise needs to be smaller than noise down, right? And that should result in less flowers, I think. Doesn't feel like there's less flowers. So noise needs to be greater than up and less than down. I feel like if I flip this, it's going to suddenly consume all of them because it's like a very much like we're testing in an gradient sort of section. And because it's a gradient, it means it's like, well, the odds are that, like, now we've just narrowed the flowers. We've greatly narrowed flowers. I kind of like that, but I want that more for the mushrooms. So what I'm thinking is we can probably flip flowers and mushrooms. So let's flip mushrooms and flowers. Simply because, like, I like the idea of the mushrooms growing in, like, the flowers being big fields of flowers, and the mushrooms that are growing in these long, so, like, weird slendery lines between everything else. In theory, mushrooms should grow in rings, but that's irrelevant. Also, I don't know why roses get this big section here that nothing else can grow in. We need something also that just fills in this space. So there just needs to be a sort of a percent chance that something comes in there. Interesting. So we need a percent chance of anything. All right. So when you've been picked, we just need to, like, the odds of a mushroom being picked. Okay. Well, let's implement our we can make flowers to make the fields even bigger. We can say or that, so it's either flowers or roses. So the roses get that thing, but we need to check roses first because roses are going to be, like, more specific, which means we don't want the flowers taking the roses positions because they get hit first. Anyway, so we want to say something like mushrooms are going to have we need to do something like and I plus x plus y modulo. So the odds when you're in a mushroom field of spawning a mushroom is going to be 1 in 13. So then when we go back to our game, the mushroom fields are like patchy with mushrooms. Interesting. I'm gonna say that I reckon the mushrooms are gonna crowd everything else out, and we're gonna split this into like subsection it. So the idea is, what I was doing there is like, well, the other things still have a chance, but instead we're gonna say that there's a 1 in 13 chance when you're in a mushroom field of being a mushroom. Else if so there's going to be like a 1 in 21 chance of not returning. I don't know how to do this like in a way that's actually elegant, but like, and then we're just going to say else return -1. Like that. So the idea, I don't know how to make this the nothing clause, but the idea is if you're in a mushroom field, there's mushrooms. I think we need to make mushrooms more common. They feel very sparse. So maybe we should make this a 1 in 13, as a 1 in 13 of doing something else. I don't know. The idea is to like actually just have open fields of grass. The idea is that the mushrooms are crowding everything else out. So there's only like a 1 in maybe I should be picking anything else. That would return. So we should probably be returning I modulo, not 4 modulo. How many we got? Like 15, 16 things? Okay, maybe not 16 because we don't want the roses just randomly fucking do it. It's 14. Okay, so there's mostly mushrooms and there's just a chance of other shit being in the mushroom section. It's actually feeling really noisy still. Making noise make things rarer if we want. So basically, there's a 1 in 13 chance it's a mushroom, and if it's not a mushroom, there's a 1 in 21 chance that it's just trying to shift things around so that like, because obviously like if it doesn't hit this number, it'll hit this number, which is kind of the idea of using primes, is they don't overlap with each other. But like we want to sort of shift the number because it's like if it doesn't hit this, then it will just never hit that. All right, so that's our mushroom fields. So next is to it's like cut the flowers down. The tulips, we want tulips to be quite common when we're in a tulip field, but I do feel like I need to make the tulip field like significantly rarer to happen and then make tulips very common in them. So we want to go something like make tulips. We want like noise left. Actually, we don't even need to use that. We're going to say like if noise left is greater than noise right, something like that. So this should, we just need to shrink down tulip fields. They're still fucking massive. How do I make them rounder is the other question. Noise right is greater than 0. So noise right has to be positive. Does that greatly cut down on a tulip? Well, apparently. Also, by looking at that, want to make the wither roses rarer. I think I've fucking busted the tulips. Okay, no. Right, so we end up with big blobs of tulips. They look really, really weird because we're obviously using some kind of rule that's resulting in a lot of sharpness. Okay, fucking roses are consuming everything, and roses come after tulips, which means that we've made tulips too restrictive. Ah, so okay, that's the issue. So we need to say that left needs to be less than right, which I guess is just equivalent of saying left needs to be less than 0. Not quite, but you know, close enough. Let's also say that the that's looking all right, actually. Well, okay. What if we said left plus right needs to be greater than 0? Yeah, that feels much rounder. Okay, and then when we get to that point, we just say like ampersand I modulo say 5. So it's like I plus x plus y plus x plus y plus x modulo 5 equals 0. So there's a 1 in 5 chance. 1 in 5 chance is a tulip. Okay. Annoyingly, the tulips, again, they need to kind of crowd everything else out, because otherwise you can't really tell it's a tulip field, so it needs to be sort of inside. So we need to do that, and then say if that, and then I think the tulips are actually going to be this something else return -1, right, like that. So the idea is if you're in a tulip field, there's lots of tulips, but nothing else. I also feel like the color of the tulip maybe should be determined. So since we have like lots of noise available, so instead of randomly picking a tulip, which means we don't need to worry about this x plus y, the idea of that being just if you end up in here, we don't want to guarantee, like we don't always want to guarantee because it's a multiple of 5 that we're guaranteed a specific tulip. But what we're going to do instead is we're going to say if noise down is greater than noise up. We have 4 tulips and 4 combinations, I believe, and noise left is greater than noise right. Then we want to return no. Okay, so tulips else we wrote down somewhere tulips are 336. So we want to return this 3, right? And then you will return 4. And then you will return 5, and you will return 6. So there are tulips. So we're saying if noise is up and left is up. Otherwise, if noise is down and left is down. And otherwise, if noise is up and left is down. Otherwise, if noise is down and left is up. Okay. And then we just say else. Just a random tulip. I don't think it's possible to get to this else. Can we? Can we just like? I wish we had something that we could like use as like a. Well, that's a bit weird. We ended up with a tulip field where it's all fucking orange, and it's all orange, and then they're all white. It's like it's what I want, but I kind of want it to be on a smaller scale. Like, I need kind of more variation, especially because they all seem to be a bit orange. And I think that's got to do with how we decide, yeah. So we've already said that noise has to be this and noise plus this has to be this. So we've already specified something really specific about the noises. So the fact that these two need to add together to get to greater than 1. And right needs to be positive. Okay, maybe we got rid of right needs to be positive. Maybe that would at least bolster the size of the tulip fields. Instead x plus y is greater than noise and x plus y is less than noise, something like that. The issue is I don't know what color tulip that is, and therefore don't know what effect that's having. So you'd be this plus that, and then so you would then be if we then said down plus left noise left is greater than noise. To be honest, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore. I don't think I've known what I'm doing for like the last like an hour or 2 hours. Fuck knows. So and yeah. No, not that thing. Yeah, I should go with them. The idea is that we should end up with groups of tulips that are the same. So you would then be if noise up plus, so we've had up and right, so we need noise left, so up and then left is greater than noise, and down and right is less than noise, and then the final combination is up and right. We've had up and right, we've had down right, down up, down left, up left. I guess it'd be down up, down left. It's down and right, isn't it? Noise down plus noise right. I'm just picking numbers at this point. Pink tulips are far too common. I think this is the other tulips are doing what I expect. The pink tulips not so much. So I think the pink tulips probably, if I look what number they are, I think whatever I'm picking, they're either first, like they're higher up the list, or I fucked them up. The pink is 5. So when we're assigning 5, which is this one, we're saying up plus left. So we said left plus right equals, it has to be greater than 1. Noise down, noise right. What if I said this, just make it like less common? Would that make it more common? I think I made it more common. There are a lot of pink tulips around. I think because I flipped it, which means like everything that's not, everything that was a pink tulip before is now not a pink tulip. All right, so you need some kind of rule to make it just that little less common so that we go back to picking random tulips. So we know that left plus right, so we need to say like, what if we said like noise down is greater than 0. Less than 0? I feel like it's going to flip the other way and there's going to be like no couple of tulips. That feels about right. The orange ones seem very common. I also don't like these straight lines that keep appearing, but yeah, they keep happening. Alright, so then we have this, and we have this, and the noise and the flowers. Okay, so to do the flowers, because again, roses we can ignore. Flowers, so I think the flowers again, we're just going to pick a value. Nice value. We're just going to say if noise is this or noise is that. We just need to pick a random number. So again, this is, I think this is if 1i modulo 17 equals 0, then flowers is I. So we need to, again, we need to inject like plus x plus y. Just otherwise, it'll always be odd because it has multiple 17s. So it'll never be the other flower. Yeah. So there you go. There's the one in 17. With the rose, it's apparently still far too common. So we can say like and noise is greater than 0. Now, like, be careful that we don't accidentally completely vaporize the wither rose entirely. That's the big issue with this, is it's just like, oh, yeah, hold on. Is, without some kind of way of, like, mathematically checking what's possible, it's very, like, accidentally write it so that it's impossible to get a specific thing. Now, here's an interesting fact. We have still got this massive swath of rows. Now, the issue with this is that nothing can get... obviously, none of the other rules can possibly hit these roses because they're the second last thing we specify. So, I guess technically if we do this, does it fill it with normal flowers? I guess it fills it with normal flowers. That's fine. Normal flowers can have it. Okay. Be nice to make tulip field a little bit bigger, but, you know. Okay, so to do roses, which are going to be somewhat rare, is the roses are going to... they're going to go... Okay, so we need, like, specifically two pieces of noise. No, specifically 2 pieces of noise. So, first off, roses can only spawn if the noise and the noise right are high. So, they're going to check up and down. So, we're going to say let n up. And this is going to equal this plus 0.1, and let n underscore down equal this. So it's a subtract 1. And so we should probably also resample let n. I don't know if this is already used. No, just sample n. We need the pure n. I don't want to like have it be the one that we've accidentally fucked around with and manipulated one way or the other. Okay, so first, doesn't do anything yet. Can I turn roses back on solid? Return yeah. Okay. Why are you saying I can't do this? No, don't return if. No, just return roses as 14. Right. I need to find a big patch of roses. Big patch of roses. Okay. So hopefully the odds are that I'll spawn a rose in here. So we're going to go here, we're going to go up, and we're going to go down. I'm going to say if n up is minus n is less than 0.001. Wait, G up equal n minus noise, and then G down is G n. Okay, so we're gonna say if G up is less than 0.01 and G up is greater than 0. So just to know, is it less than 0.001 and greater than 0? Return. I want to say it's 14 is the bottom of the roses, but that might actually be the top. The top. So we want to return 50. Hey, look, ring of roses. So again, we're running into the small issue of it's a ring of roses because we're on that gradient path, whereas like anything on that line meets the condition. So also, how are you doing? Okay, right. So first of all, apparently we need to tighten this even more. If G zero one and then G down is greater than 0, return 14. Okay, so the issue is that I think you need to be the other way. Right, yeah, you do. You need to be less than negative and or greater than this, but less than 0. No. So what I'm trying to work out is if you check up and it checks down, they need to like be so like a tiny close they match. But somehow I'm ending up with you're doing this and you're doing that. It's like okay, so you look up and you look down, and we go okay, G up, G down. So if you check yourself versus up, all right. So you only spawn if self and cell above you is a really small number. So up needs to be small. The difference between you and up needs to be less than 0.01 positive, and it needs to be positive. Okay, and then return 15. So then if G down is greater than 0.101 and G down is less than 0. So I don't understand why that's not this cell here. Like why is it this over here? I got these backwards. Do I need to like flip? No, that just reverses the orientation. Which I think I have them right by the fact that yeah, it would help if I actually these numbers right, because it's, if I remember, the spacing is 100, so divide by 100, which means we need to go 1/100th up and 1/100th down. Hey, Okay, well, shrinking the gradient like that apparently just massively increased the amount of roses that can spawn, which more or less just means we need to shrink this value to being like even smaller, even closer to 0. Look, it's a rose bush and a rose bush, and that one got eaten by a fucking a thing, a footpath. Don't mind the rose bush that got eaten by a footpath. The issue is that to make them not get eaten by the footpath like that, you need to like more or less like you'd have to check the parent like through the entire logic to see if the cell above could even make it to being a rose, and then check from the bottom up to make sure that it could be a rose. This is the disadvantage of doing everything as a shader, is that like you can't like save a state where you like, I'm a rose, so I'm gonna make the thing above me a rose. It's like, no, I need to somehow come up with a way to check the thing above me can be a rose. So one thing which I'm going to do to make sure that you don't end up like this like rings of roses is we're going to say we are only going to check. So we grab our up, we grab our down, we say, hey, this and x plus y mod 2 equals 0, and then this is the inverse, which right. So now it's impossible to end up with the bottom of a rose, apparently. That's the bottom. No, that's the top of a rose. That's supposed to a 4 apparently. That tells me that I've made it impossible to get. Okay, so for some reason, well, first why am I 2? Maybe we have to add those together like that. Okay, so now we're replacing it with a tulip, which is nice because I accept. So first off, you need to be 50. So see how like every other one's missing. So what's happening there is we've basically said like you could only be a rose, the bottom of a rose, if you're a modulo. This place is a 50-50 chance that you can be the bottom. And then if I remember, because we can guarantee that up will always be up 1, so it'll always be 1 higher, we can say something like %, has to be equal to 1, which means that you can only be the top of a rose when you're a valid candidate for a bottom of a rose. And then that means, because again, we're always going to be up 1 in the y direction, so we'll always be 1 higher. We could do something like the odds of you being a rose are like 1 in 8. And then same thing, you're 1 in 8. And then we end up with rose bushes spaced out like that. So that in reality means we should probably make rose bushes a much higher candidate, simply because they have such a strict rule. If anything, we'll probably actually get rid of the noise check even. Just do that and be like, you check very, very specific rules as to whether you can even be in existence. So since your rules are so we don't return early, do we? No. Since your rules are so finicky, we can because we can make roses basically as rare as we like. Oh, and apparently we can hit fucking lines of them where it's because it's stepped up. So what we probably want to do is maybe x plus x plus y. Because again, as long as we're only adding, yeah, that should fix that kind of like weird step thing. It's weirdly drawn like this weird line where we're following the thing. Oh, they got eaten by a footpath again. So we broke that up because we basically said double the x. So you have to double the x every time, so they can't be adjacent to each other. What the fuck is this line? God damn. Okay, so to get things to space out again, because like again, the roses are following a very distinct like path that is the noise. We could in theory add y twice, and then I believe if we say you can only be y plus, now it's like they're not going to be stuck together, so we have to make sure that whatever the signature is, it is repeated on both of them. But now instead of adding that, yeah, so it's impossible to be the bottom. I think what's happening there is then you have to be equal to 2 because it's guaranteed to be even. So do that. Okay, so apparently that's made it more common. It's probably because we're adding a value twice. Okay, so we want to say that y, we can probably say like x times 3 plus y. So you'd be x times 3 plus y modulo like 6, modulo 18. It doesn't really matter what we modulo. Let's modulo it like with something like prime. Again, like modulo at 7. Wait, that's made it more common, isn't it? It's 7. Okay, that didn't quite work. I think because we left it at 2. Why? Okay, so we need to make it like something like way rarer than a 7. So like still like a 21. Or I do feel like the game shader would work better like if I was using noise to procedurally generate a map that I was then rendering rather than using the noise in the renderer, because I'm really starting to run into the bottlenecks of like I could sample multiple different noises and stuff like that to try and result in like nice like city being biomes and then noise and then something on top of that. Anyway, that's all for tonight. I spent far too fucking long on this today. Hopefully I'll make a video tomorrow. Probably not, because I fucking stayed up at 2 AM. I'm so fucking tired tomorrow. Oh, anyway, thank you for tuning in. It was a lot of fun talking to everyone who was talking. And the Discord before I forget. Yeah, I'll see you in the next stream or whenever I do next. Hopefully. I never know how to end this fucking stream, so let's just end.